Okay, all right, I'm going to gavel us in here this morning and welcome everybody to Commissioners Court. At this time, I'd like all of you to rise as we give invocation. And our prayer this morning will be given by Commissioner John Modis. Please remain standing as we will follow this with the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. If you bow your heads.
Dear God, we thank you for today. We thank you for the start of the week with so many things that you will put in place of us to work through, to work from, and especially to find a solution that makes a difference for our community. This agenda today is something that we need to accomplish for the people you have put us here to represent. We pray today that you will guide us with your love and mercy, guide us to find the areas to compromise when compromised, and to hold true when we need to hold true, but do that with respect and understanding. Dear God, today we pray that you will guide us through this meeting, that you will guide and protect our community as we continue to respond to COVID. We pray for those who have lost loved ones, those who are still battling it, and we pray for a solution to find to be able to respond to all of those needs. We also pray to guide us and protect us from the tropics as we know that there are storms stirring up. We thank you, Lord, for this blessing today and pray that you always watch over us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, at this time, for the clerk, I noticed it was 9:06 a.m. when I gavelled in, and we are here at the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse in Commissioners Court. I do certify that Commissioner Hernandez, Mares, Gonzalez, and Chesney are all present, and therefore a quorum has been established. For everybody and for the record, today is August 16th, 2021. At this time, Timothy Everest is our risk manager, and he's here to give an important safety briefing. And so I would ask that you would give him your attention. Timothy?
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, we're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. There are restrooms located on the right-hand side of the floor next to the drinking fountains past the Human Resources Office. There are 6 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. Please note the closest fire extinguisher nearest you. An AED devices are located on every floor throughout the Nueces County Courthouse. This floor's AED device is located next to the Human Resources Office in the event of a cardiac emergency. Participants responsible for dialing 911 today will be Connie. Participants who are CPR certified in attendance this morning are myself and Dale, although anyone can render aid. In the event of evacuation, this court's egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the La Pond Street entrance, and moving across the street, dispersing once inside the parking lot for security purposes. Should there be a need to shelter in place, the court and its attendees will remain in the courtroom. Dependent upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain so until further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topics today are, once again, is COVID with the 3 W's. Please ensure you're washing your hands. Also ensure you're watching your social distancing, and it is highly recommended that you wear your mask in public places. That concludes my safety brief, Judge.
And we thank you for that. And so at this time, I'd ask Tyner to please bring forward a listing of those that are here to make public comment. Also ask those online to go ahead and signal by raising your hand at this time. I see nobody online, but if you'll give me just a moment, we'd like to check the hallways to see if anybody's waiting. And for those of you that are here, give us just one moment. Okay, here it comes. And in advance, I will share with you that during public comment, we typically do not respond back, but please don't take that as a sign that we're not listening or don't care about what you're saying. It's just sort of the process that is put forth in the rules. But having said that, sometimes your comment relates to an agenda item. And so if it does, I might invite you to stay so that you can hear their response. So sometimes that's very helpful to know that in advance rather than just give your comment and then you think, well, they didn't say anything. So with that in mind, Daniel Zamora, if you would, you are listed first, Mr. Zamora. And again, even though I know your name, for the clerk and for the record, if you'll restate it with your address, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Zamora, and my wife and I, we reside at 3638 County Road, 52B, also known as the Valley View subdivision in Robstown. First of all, I want to acknowledge the fine work that the County Public Works Department has done in our subdivision area. They have done a tremendous job in the improvements. But with that said, there are still some additional improvements that need to be done, particularly the end of County Road 52B on the east side of it. There's a drainage ditch that runs north to south towards Cooperative Avenue, County Road 52. Mr. Pimentel has informed me through email that will be addressed, but again, with the imminent storm approaching, the possibility of coming towards our area, I kindly request that issue be addressed, because right now, as I'm speaking, we have workers in our house addressing the damage caused by the flooding on May 19th, as well as July the 8th. And, you know, it would be a shame to have to go through this a third time. And there are about 10 of my neighbors from the subdivision here present today. And they also, I'm speaking on their behalf, I'm sure that they feel the same way, you know, because I know that they were affected by the flooding too. So that's one issue there. The other issue is the equalizers. In the past, I know we had equalizers, the pipes that were running north and south to under the road. If that could be, we'd just like some information on if that's going to be a possibility. To just balance out the water flow in case of flooding or heavy rains. So that's a second issue. The third issue is probably not a responsibility of the county. So it is, you know, the county, when they dug out the ditches, many neighbors requested piles of dirt to be put on their yards. I did so too, and I've already spread my dirt out. And I will take it upon myself to notify the neighbors to move their piles of dirt. You know, simply put, they need to take care of it because, again, these heavy rains will cause those dirt piles to end up back into the ditches, thus restricting the water flow. So I will address that with our neighbors. That's all I have. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. And I am going to invite you to stay because of the upcoming drainage presentation. And I'm going to speak with commissioners here, but I believe that it's in our best interest to do the resolutions and proclamations and then to advance, Juan, your presentation on drainage. But first, we will hear from Mr. Bobby L. Chestnut.
I thank you for the privilege of coming today. My name is Bobby L. Chestnut. I live at 5116 Siesta Loop. It's also in the same subdivision as Mr. Daniel. It's just a street over.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
the county came in and dug all the ditches out, but they, like Mr. Zamora said, they did not address the very back of the subdivision where all the water drains to. There's several people that have culverts that they have covered their yard with and had some drainage. But these culverts are still plugged. And I was understanding they were gonna bring in some, what we used to call in the refinery business, a super sucker, and wash these culverts out and suck all that stuff out or flush it out. It still hasn't been done, and with the storm coming, that's still the bottleneck in our neighborhood. In my case, my lot is one of the highest in the subdivisions, and they dug a hellacious ditch in front of my house when I had a small one there, and my yard drained good. I'm wanting to know if I purchase the culverts and the pipe, if the county will come in and install them in my front yard again where I can cover my yard up. I'm willing to buy it, all the materials, but not the labor. Also, the drainage, and I'm sure, the Public Works Director will address it also, but when you get to the ditches that run from our area through Robstown, the area in Robstown has grown up real bad. It has big trees in the ditch. Robstown, I understand, has stated they have no funds to take care of that. But this is county drainage that runs through Robstown and then back down Highway 44, and there's large trees in that. And it seems like we've worked from the front to the back instead of from the back to the front. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
time.
Chestnut.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have Mr. Bruce Holscher. And just so we're ready, Ms. Karen Vaughn will be next.
Thank you for the privilege of being able to come in and talk to you. Qualification, my name is Bruce Helcher. I live at 3646 County Road 52B, there in the Valley View subdivision. I've got a prepared statement so I don't wander off too much. Hopefully it'll go quicker. My home was built in 1980. I've lived in it for the past 41 years. It's located about halfway down the block on 52B, Valley View, on the inside of the loop formed by County Road 52B and Siesta Loop. Before May 19th of this year, I had never had water come into the living areas of my house. We've experienced all the normal weather events in the past 41 years without getting water in the house. Then on May 19th and again on July 8th, water rose high enough to come into the entire living area of my home. That's twice in 6 weeks. The ditches and culverts along County Road 52B did need to be cleaned out, as some of the culverts were significantly restricted. This is or should be a routine Nueces County Public Work maintenance function. However, at the southeast corner of the lot, which is what the two other gentlemen referred to, at the end of 52B, where all the runoff from the subdivision goes, there's a single exit point that goes under the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District Number 3 water canal. A few years back, when Nueces County Water Control District was installing a new underground water line from Hazel Baysmore to Robstown, there was a 3 to 4 foot diameter corrugated metal drainage pipe in the ditch running to that exit point. It was replaced with 3 concrete culverts. There was, when we had the meeting in the neighborhood, I can only assume that the water district worked with Nueces County, because at the neighborhood meeting, the county yard foreman was aware that that got changed at that time. Folks with Nueces County, the Commissioner Hernandez and Mr. Pimentel were going to check back to see why that got done that way. Haven't heard anything back from there. Now when there's a heavy rain, the water level rises not only on the inside of the loop, but also on the outside of the loop, because the water just can't get through the canal crossing. It can't get under the new culverts, and it can't get out under the canal. In the past, during a rain event, the water level used to rise during the rainstorm, but it would immediately start receding when the rain quit. Now the water level actually rises for another 2 or 3 hours after the rain event. And we're still trying to figure out why that was. And all the folks in the neighborhood getting together, we kind of put our heads together and noticed that the Lake subdivision on the other side of 1889, when it rains well enough, their retention pond overflows, runs into the ditch on 1889, floods over the top of 18-9 and into the Valley View subdivision. I know this is occurring because they tint that water blue for aesthetic effect so that it's pretty in their subdivision, and I have blue water running through my yard in the front of my house. So I'm fairly sure that's happening. The other construction that has gone on is on the north side of the subdivision. Used to be a plowed field that's now being improved and just recently has had significant amount of work done to it, and now that whole field drains through the subdivision. So instead of just draining the subdivision, we're getting water from the lakes that's crossing over 1889, and we're getting water from the new construction going on the north side. We've been told that both of those projects are part of the city of Corpus Christi, and the city of Corpus Christi doesn't talk to the county, and the stuff along 1889, that's DOT, and the DOT doesn't talk to the county commissioners. So we were told that Nueces County has no notice, ability to comment, or responsibility for either one of those projects or the damage that they're doing. I find that really hard to believe. These multiple additional flows and the choking off of the exit point, to me, is just absolutely horrendous planning, engineering, communication, and cooperation between Nueces County, Corpus Christi, and the DOT, and have caused this disaster within the Valley View subdivision. The Nueces County Public Works folks have promised to maintain the ditches, and as the other folks have said, they've been out there doing a heck of a job just cleaning out the ditches, cleaning out the entrance to the culverts in the subdivision itself, but that main outlet point, that main choke point has not been touched. I go home by way of that road, County Road 52, every day, and anytime anybody's out there doing anything, I stop and ask them what's going on and who you are. The other day I stopped because there was some folks out there cutting the reeds and canes and stuff that were growing in the ditch, and they said they were from the Nueces County Water District, and they were cutting all that stuff down, doing a great job, and I asked them if they were going to clean that out where it crosses underneath the canal. And the gentleman there that was the one sitting in the truck watching the other guy work, he's the one that told me that that crossing is actually specified and maintained by Nueces County, not the Water District. And I sent Mr. Pimentel an email asking him if that was correct, and he said absolutely, that belongs to Nueces County, it's their responsibility. And at that point, they were still trying to figure out what that all is supposed to look like down there. And this has been in the last week or so. So we're getting some support, but there are items, as previously mentioned, that are not, that unless they're taken care of, we're going to be doing this again. And my wife and I have, as was mentioned earlier, we're in the process of fixing our home. We got about half of the flooring in the house replaced when we were hit with the second flood. The flooring hadn't even been in the house 24 hours. And so we had to rip all that out again and start all over. And we're almost to the point where we've got the flooring back in again, the hard flooring, and now we're going to put carpet in, and now we've got a tropical storm coming into the Gulf. So we're really, really nervous about doing this a third time. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening to us. But we would really appreciate some help and making sure that this doesn't happen again. I just can't understand why in 40 years nothing happens, and then progress, I guess, just gets us around the throat, because it's really going to be hard if we have to do this again. Madam Judge, thank you very much.
Thank you. And your prepared comments can be given to the clerk, to the clerk or to the court administrator, and that might help us, because your detail is excellent, if you want. You don't have to,
Well,
but.
ma'am, if you don't mind all the handwritten edits that I've got on
No,
here,
I
I
think
don't
it
mind a
might
bit.
help, it might help the commissioners remember those details, and of course, they can always call you as well.
You bet. I can email that to you. Okay, that's one. I can email all kinds of stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, and so next, we have Karen Vaughn. And then after Ms. Vaughn, Lisa, did you wish to sign up for public comment? No, okay.
Hi, good morning. I'm Karen Vaughn, and I live at 3627 County Road 52B in Robstown in the Valley View subdivision. And I really can't add any more to what the gentlemen have said in front of me. I just ask again that the court consider all of us that are in this room as well as those that couldn't be here today, not only in our subdivision, but I know that Roger Powell was here the last time we talked about this subject, so there are multiple areas in northwest Nueces County that need assistance. But we thank you for what you've done so far and look forward to continued assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And again, commissioners, only because they sort of expect it at the beginning of the hour, we only have two items. They're nice items, but I think we can go through them expeditiously, and then we'll advance Mr. Pimentel's presentation on drainage. It'll be important, I think, that you hear. But at this time, I would direct your attention to item F1, which is the adopting of a resolution regarding the 101st celebration of the passing of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution. For the women in the room, we know this as our Day of Freedom. This is our right to vote. And with us here, we have representatives of the League of Women Voters, and also here to talk about the celebration. But let's let Tyner begin with the resolution.
This is in recognition of Women's Equality Day, in honor of the League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area, and in celebration of the 101st anniversary of the passing of the 19th Amendment. Whereas Carrie Chapman Catt founded the League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan organization 101 years ago in 1920 during the convention of the National American Woman Suffrage Association. The convention was held just 6 months before the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified, giving American women the right to vote after a struggle lasting 7 decades. In 1945, the Corpus Christi League of Women Voters was formed with Dorothy Green serving as its first president. Whereas from the beginning, the League of Women Voters has been activist grassroots organization whose members believe that all citizens should actively participate in governance, advocacy, and voting. Whereas the goals of the League of Women Voters are to empower citizens to shape better communities worldwide, show respect for individuals and the value of diversity, and empower others to understand what makes democracy work. Whereas the League of Women Voters acts with trust, integrity, and professionalism, operates in an open, effective manner to educate the public, voters' guides and candidate forums. It takes the initiative to engage voters and defend democracy, and acknowledges the League's heritage at every opportunity. Whereas for 76 years, the League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area, has built citizen participation in the democratic process by engaging communities, promoting positive solutions to public policy issues through education and advocacy, and studying community issues. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that Thursday, August 26, 2021, as Women's Equality Day in honor of the League of Women Voters and in celebration of the 101st anniversary of women's right to vote in Nueces County, and calls upon all citizens to observe this anniversary with programs and activities that engage voters and defend democracy.
So moved.
And I'll second. And we'll call for discussion. And ladies, would you like to make some comments at this morning?
Thank you. My name is Lois Huff. I'm here with the League of Women Voters, and I have Sylvia Whitworth, who's also with the League of Women Voters, and we are social distancing. And I wanted to thank everyone in the Commissioners Court for all the hard work that you are doing for our county, for the residents and the area that we're working in. I also wanted to take just a minute to invite you all to come to our virtual celebration, which is going to be Thursday, August 26th, between 12 and 1. It's free, and it's going to be fun, so join us in celebration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, that sounds like fun. Sylvia, do you have any comments?
My only comment is, the reason the Corpus Christi League of Women Voters was formed was because at that time, women could not serve on juries. And I think that we have a great benefit from having women on juries. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just like to acknowledge that women really owe just a great debt of gratitude. Can you imagine being imprisoned because you were fighting for the right to vote and really being tortured? That's happened here in our country. And it's very hard to remember when you see me sitting up here as a female judge. But I just want to say that it was the men in our lives that marched with women in protest to make certain that we did have the right to vote. So today is a special day that we, as the Commissioners Court, recognize women, and I particularly like to thank the League of Women Voters, who are always really dedicated in a nonpartisan way to make certain that we are educated about our elections. And as we have a constitutional election coming up, I know they will be hard at work. And it dawned on me that I have my badge of honor, the one that you're wearing, I think from last year. And the minute I take a recess, I'm going to go get it and put it on in celebration of your work. And I hope that all of us will, everybody likes to comment about, good things that are happening in the world, hashtag the good stuff. This is definitely part of that. So thank you, ladies, for joining us this morning. All those in favor of this resolution honoring the 101st celebration of the right to vote, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. And now we will have a presentation by the Department of Public Works. First, to honor, after 40 years of service, Mr. Randy Bates. Mr. Pimentel,
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, good morning.
good morning.
Judge and Commissioners, on behalf of myself and Public Works, we want to congratulate Randy Bates for his 40 years of service on his retirement. I want to thank Randy for the 40 years of service and his hard work and dedication to the county. And Public Works wants to wish him, Randy, the best of luck. Randy has been for the past 3 years, he was our lead foreman, and they're at Central Garage. So we are going to miss Randy, and we appreciate all his work that he's done for the county. Thank you, Commissioner and Judge.
First, the housekeeping. I'd like to make a motion to pass such a recognition, and
Second.
I've got a second. And Randy, we would love to hear from you if you wish. If not, let us just honor you by telling you for 40 years what an incredible service this you have given to our county. And,
Judge, if you don't mind, Jerry had something to say.
oh, of course,
I just want to thank Randy for spending most of his life here with us.
with you.
And his family, really, with me, 41 years. And I just wish him the best of luck. And we're going to miss him a lot because he's our main man for the fleet. So I just want to wish him a happy retirement.
Yes,
Thank
we're
you.
wishing you the best. Some people are truly hard to replace. You're going to be one of those people. We would invite any commissioners to give their thanks and their comments, and then at some point, it would be my honor to make certain that you receive this token of our appreciation, a gift certificate, but more importantly, I went ahead and took the liberty, I hope you don't mind, Randy, of opening it, because I want everybody to see how beautiful it is. The watch that will be presented to you shortly with the insignia and logo of Nueces County as one of the 254 of the state of Texas. It's truly a remarkable piece. It's as rare as you are. Very few people get this watch, but then again, very few people know what it means to dedicate their lives to one institution, to do it so well. We're really humbled that you spent 4 decades here. The only thing I can ask is that in this transition, that you share your knowledge before you leave with maybe some of the younger guys who can really benefit by your wisdom and experience. And then, can we please get his cell number in case something doesn't go right?
Or Judge and Commissioner, I was trying to sign him up for another 10 years, but.
It didn't work?
It didn't work. It didn't work. I'm sorry.
Commissioners?
Yes, Randy, I also want to thank you for your service, sir. It's going to be hard to replace you, but maybe between Juan and Jerry can convince you to be off for a few weeks and do what Jerry did, come on back,
No ways.
help us out. But regardless, Randy, thank you very much for your service, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Randy, congratulations. Thank you for your service. I was going to say the same thing. Take a few months off, come back, pull a Jerry. That's what we're going to call it. But that's quite a feat of 40 years, and we just thank you for all the changes you've seen here at the county
Yeah, I've
since
seen
then.
A bunch of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody can pull a Jerry. But, thank you for you. 40 years is a long time, man, to be in one place, and I just commend you for that. And I know that we've had 40 years of dedication and commitment from you, and we really appreciate that. You have made a big impact to this county, and you have contributed a lot of experience and a lot of hard work. So I just want to wish you the best, you and your family, and enjoy what you can. And well, the door is always open, you know that, right? So thank you very much.
All right,
God bless
thank
you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chesney.
Just want to take a moment also to add my thanks for all your hard work. It's greatly appreciated. I'm sure these last couple of years have felt like 10 with everything that's going on and all the disasters that we've had and all the catastrophic events that we've had. And I know you all have been working double, triple time, and we appreciate it greatly. Certainly, if you'd like to add a few words, we'd love to hear from you, but we really can't thank you enough for your service and your commitment to Nueces County. So thank you, sir, and thank you to your
Thank you.
family as well.
Randy, it would be my honor at this time to read this. We hereby express our sincere appreciation to Randy Bates, Public Works, retiring after 40 years of service with Nueces County. It's duly signed by all commissioners and by myself as Nueces County Judge. We put August 31st, 2021. I'm guessing that might be your last day.
Yes, ma'am.
And I also have to present to you, and if you would allow, I will stand, and we'd love to take a picture to commemorate this moment. And again, it is a small but important token of our love and appreciation for all the things that you do. We talk about unsung heroes and people behind the scenes, people whose names you don't know. Well, you're one of those people that keeps things moving and going. And this is our chance to say how much you are valued, and let this beautiful watch, every time you wear it, remain as a symbol of that value. Congratulations, and all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Randy, if you wouldn't mind, if you would come right here, I can come down there, and then commissioners, do you want to stay up here? Or, Randy, I guess you could come back here too. Why don't you come back over here? I'll move this chair. Okay. All right. Okay. Randy, it's a pleasure. And look at this gorgeous watch. And I'm going to hold it, but then close it right afterwards to keep it safe.
Thanks, Connie.
Not the pro you are, but I gave it a try.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to put this back, but don't forget to button it up again.
Okay.
Okay, Randy.
Very good. Thank you.
Best of luck to you. Enjoy whatever it is that you're going to do. Have fun in doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy doing nothing for a little while.
That's what you earned. You earned it.
Or send it directly to Juan,
I'm gonna enjoy not getting up in the
maybe
morning.
Jerry too.
Well, I don't have their info on the phone, so I can send it to Tara, but she can send it out.
Okay.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to, I know you guys have been waiting for the drainage presentation, and so we will now move to the drainage presentation. And then, let's see, can somebody tell me the number? Would be under Public Works, probably, right?
Number one, Judge.
Oh, it's item number 1 under regular.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, regular agenda 3A1, discuss issues related to Nueces No, it's not, it's not number.
A Public
I'm
Works
sorry,
section.
under Public Works, sorry, I thought you meant regular.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, my bad. C1, receive third quarter report from Nueces County engineers regarding Public Works activities, including drainage, flood management, and roads.
Judge, Commissioners, again, good morning.
morning.
We did a presentation for our third quarter year for Public Works. And it also outlines drainage that we've done here in the past few weeks or months regarding the issues that the constituents have brought to y'all this morning. Can you go to the next slide, please? So it's kind of an overview, but
Okay.
we'll, it's like 20-something slides, but I'll go through them pretty thorough. Of course, on the third quarter, we'll be talking about the budget funds, the building facilities, ADA projects, road and bridge, and multiple subdivision drainage cleanings that we've done here in the past few months, and then also vector control. Next slide, please. This is a pie chart of our last third quarter for fiscal 2021. And you can see most of the monies that are being spent are on rehab and also some of the other road projects. And then, as you can see to the right-hand corner, is some of the drainage improvements. Next slide, please. Just to kind of give a little bit of brief on the Nueces County Courthouse and the jail. We've done some renovations and repairs, medical examiners, we've done some repainting and repairs for replacement and repainting at the Bishop and Agua Dulce building. Next slide, please. This is kind of just the photos, what we done at the McKenzie Annex. This is it's kind of like a fall protection that we had to do. We put some stairs coming up with some railing in order for us to get access to our generators. Next slide. This is one of the pods. We ended up repairing and renovating some of the countertops, put some stainless steel microwaves with the sink. Next slide, please. And then on this one, this is for the annex pods, where we've done some removal of the insulation and panel structures. We've done some upgrades in this past year. Next slide, please. And these are before and after. And then again, at the pods on A, B, and C, this is what we've done is we replaced some of the light fixtures with resistant correctional grade LED light fixtures, and those were part of the budgets that came out of our budget from last year. Next slide, please. The same thing at pods A and C. Next slide. And then we did some renovations to some of the restrooms on the flooring on some of the at the annex. You can see the before and the after where we've done some upgrades to some of these facilities. Next slide, please. And then this is kind of the showers areas where we've done some retiling and some renovations on some of the dorms. Next slide, please. And then some sink renovations also at the dorms where we replaced the old sinks with the new stainless steel sinks. The bottom picture on the right hand is just they came back and retouched up with the wall surface and cleaned that up. Next slide. And then, of course, we've done some, at the medical examiners, we've upgraded some of their signage. Next slide. And then some of the roof canopies where we did some renovations and rehabilitation of the roof canopy. You can see the before and the after pictures. Next slide. And then this is at the Agua Dulce building at the Precinct 5, where we put in a new signage for Precinct 5 office, the before and the after pictures. Next slide. And then the soffits at Bishop and Agua Dulce county buildings where we've gone out there and cleaned them up, painted them, and rehabbed them and made them more aesthetically pleasing. Next slide. And then this is at the Bishop and Agua Dulce County buildings where we cleaned up the buildings, we pressure washed. I know Rocky's been out there also trying to do some landscaping work, so we've cleaned up some of the mildew that was on the exterior of the buildings. Next slide. And then, of course, at the Poston building, there were some repairs for the stucco that we did, and some painting. Next slide. And then this is kind of like just a collage of photos that we put together to kind of identify what we've done. And then this is just real brief of photos of what we've done in the past year with our budget and how we used our budget, where we've replaced some of the water heaters, AC units, repainted some of our buildings that needed to be painted, some of our sink mops, or some of our underground plumbing. The one on the left-hand side is the annex, where we had to cut the concrete underneath one of the annex buildings in order to get to a leak that we had underneath the foundation. And then at the top left corner, the cleaning of some fence lines that, in order for deterrent, so people wouldn't be trying to come into our facilities. Next slide. And then, of course, here at the courthouse, this is just kind of an overview of what we've done, Public Works, with the landscaping. I know that we've done a lot of landscaping here in the past year. We wanted to make sure that the courthouse aesthetically looks pleasing for the constituents. And thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for helping us out with that. And we're gonna keep on doing some improvements in next year's funds, Judge and Commissioners. Next slide, please. In regards to go back to the previous slide. What we've done in the past year also, Judge and Commissioners, we've upgraded pretty much all our irrigation that was pretty much dilapidated. Is that the correct word? Yes. We had water leaks. We had so we went ahead and just replaced the whole new system so we could get irrigation to our landscaping. Next one. And then this is a list of projects that I asked Bobby, and I said, what are we going to do for next year, Bobby? And I just kind of wanted to give you a list of what our plan is. I know some of those numbers are pretty high, but we're going to tackle whatever we can for next year's budget in order to complete these tasks. And if that doesn't get completed, then we'll just keep moving it to the next fiscal year. So this is kind of giving you a brief of the list that we're looking to for next year's funding cycle. And you can see those numbers are pretty high. Next slide, please. And then this is a list of ADA projects that Public Works has tackled here in the past year. We've done the Bishop County building, the Bishop Community Centers, the Banquete Center, the Robstown Community Center, the Postal Building, and the Medical Examiner's Building. And you can see where it's in design or the project's completed, or the project's in the bidding phase. And then you can see pretty much the total estimated construction cost of what it costs or what it's planned on costing the county. Next slide, please. And then these are some of the ADA projects that, photos of what Public Works has done here in the past year. You can see that we've done, and plus some roofing projects out at the Bishop Building. But this is kind of just a collage of photos of what we've done. And it's just a reminder to what, on these photos, I mean, there's other photos that we could have added, and I told Azalee just kind of keep it minimal. But there's some of the photos on there that what we've done on regards to ADA. Next slide, please. And this is the Robson Community Center, the bus stop, and the walkway, Commissioner. Next slide, please. And then this is for Road and Bridge, the upcoming roadway projects, RRT program, the fairgrounds with the RV lots, CDBG projects, CIP projects, and of course the drainage projects with these constituents that are here to listen. Next slide. We've made a list of what future road projects for 2021. I know, Judge, and Commissioners, we are asked to put a list together for future roads, and we put this list together at Public Works, and these are based on what we feel that are severe, or not severe, but roads that need attention. So we put a list together, and then we kind of put a cost to it of what each individual road would cost. And I think if you go down to the bottom, I think it's like $30 million. Next project.
And that's on top of the 20 that we've already spent in the last 2 years?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
To get a feel for how much work there is.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
There is a lot of work. Yes, ma'am. Next project. Commissioner, I know we're going to talk about this in the next Commissioner's Court. This is County Road 73A, where CBs came in and did some repaving of the roads for us. and we'll talk about it in more detail in the next Commissioners Court. The one in the middle is County Road 52, where the Marines came in and they assisted us with cleaning out the ditches on the downstream side of Valley View subdivision. And it does need some, kind of like the Constitution said, it does need a little bit more cleaning. And we're in the process of doing that. Once we finish the subdivision, we'll move on and clean that one up too. The one to the right is County Road 77. That's about 1.5 miles of road that the Marines came in and assisted us doing the road. And they did a real great job. Next slide, please. And then just a collage of photos from the fairgrounds for the RV park, and then also some additional other work that they assisted us. This is at the fairgrounds. They put about 3 to 4 inches of hot mix on that surface and did some base repairs, and they did a great job on this parking lot. Next one. This is CDBG. I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. CDBG projects, you got County Road 69, County Road 77, and Bauer. Those roads are complete. They just need some minor cleaning from the contractor, but they're fine. They're pretty much at 99% on those projects. Right now, they have removed up to County Road 67 in the Britonil area. And hopefully the project goes as smooth as what these projects went through. Hopefully they'll go as smooth over there on the construction site. But we're pretty much, I'm going to say about 80%
And just for the
complete.
audience, you might remind them that CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant.
Yes,
These are
yes.
dollars that come to us from HUD at the federal level, then to the General Land Office as a response to a hurricane, which both got a federal and a local disaster declaration. So we call this DR. You'll hear CDBG used all over the place. It's really important. As I say, all of you are such great advocates for yourself. You can learn how to even be a stronger advocate if you know when you come in and you tell us, hey, and you know which money you can spend on getting those culverts clean or that labor done. Sometimes it comes from disaster recovery or mitigation projects. And I'd like to work with you on making certain that not only do we do the work, but that we work together to advocate for the dollars that will help us do that work. This is an example. Now, these were dollars that were dedicated to roads, but they could have very easily been dedicated to projects like Valley View. Our next round, I will tell you, we can dedicate to this type of work, just to kind of get us, we take it for granted. Everybody knows what all these acronyms mean. Anyway, so these are CDBG DR. It's just not stated there, but that's what they are.
And Judge, I think this kind of note to it's over $3 million for
It is.
for
It's
CDBG.
strong. It's strong.
So-
But there'll be other rounds of disaster dollars. There's a new round right now called Hazard Mitigation, HGMP. And my wheels are already spinning about how we can use those dollars. We can always do Band-Aids, right, to protect against what we see imminently happening. But what I need to do is we need to figure out how to get millions of dollars to affect all of the, more permanent fixes. Because you're right, Grace is coming, and there's nothing, why did they name her Grace? I mean, gee, what is wrong with people? Anyway, go ahead, Juan.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide, please. And then CIP projects, I know, Judge, we have a list of those too. I know that's the one that we've been working on. It's County Road 67
Yeah.
and 69. 67 is complete, 69 is also complete. And then we have County Road 22 and County Road 49, Commissioner Chesney, in your area, that's also being worked at this time. And we don't have a photo for it, but contractors out there working on it. Next slide, please. And then this is the drainage improvements. This is at Valley View. Judge and commissioners, we're out there working, and the only thing we can do is work. And I know that we have, I don't like making excuses, but at the same time, we have a limited amount of staff and we have a limited amount of equipment. And we apologize for the delay of cleaning the ditches, but we're going to do it. And we're going to get these ditches cleaned out. We're also looking at going in there and cleaning out the culverts that are crossing underneath the irrigation ditch. We just got a proposal last week for them to hydro excavate, or not excavate, but to hydroblast those culverts, not only on the downstream side, but within the subdivision itself. We have a proposal that it's about 30-something thousand in order to perform that task. So we're going to be moving on that project, and we're going to bring it to court for approval. I do want to thank the constituents. I know that Mr. Hilscher and his sons have been out there helping us out. I know that when we had that 13-inch or 15-inch rain event here the last time, they brought in their 6-inch pump to assist us, and we greatly appreciate that, Commissioner Hernandez. I know you were aware of it.
Yes, sir.
And you know, for their sons to come out and help us out and bring a pump, we do want to thank them for that. And I know I mentioned that in the previous discussion that we had, but I do want to mention to him that we want to thank him and his sons for assisting us with that. So thank you.
We
And
do thank
Juan,
them for their help.
Can we address, I took some notes while the ladies and gentlemen were talking. So let's address particularly the particular crossing that is definitely ours.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we do have a storm in the Gulf. Well, let me just correct myself. It's in the Caribbean. It looks like its trajectory is the lower Gulf. We want to make sure that we do at least those things that would assist us. You know, you're absolutely right. We have a lot of work and limited everything, but what we're not limited on are ideas to fix things. And what I'm looking for is for you to tell me how we can fix it, because we could hire a contractor ahead of this storm where you're not doing it, but you could be supervising it. And we are the policymakers, so we get to make the decision about how we want to spend dollars. And we know that we have American Relief Plan Act dollars that specifically target drainage. And what I would ask you is you need to communicate with me immediately, because we can post a meeting within 72 hours and a special meeting. And if you tell me that that crossing is important. The other thing that's important is the main choke point. I like the way you said that, because I can visualize that, and I bet everybody else can too. We can, just like we can pre-position ourselves for contracts because of a storm coming, we can do things in emergency management now that will help get this done. And I'm just wondering if you think that that's a possibility to work on after you make this presentation, so that you can have extra arms in the field.
Yes, ma'am. And kind of like I mentioned earlier before, we do have a proposal for going out there and cleaning out those culverts. We just received it last week, or was it Friday, right, Jerry?
And is it under 50,000 where you can run it?
It's under 50,000, Judge.
So you think you can put that through the pipeline today?
Yes, ma'am. And that
Okay.
was the process. And in regards to the choke point under the irrigation canal, we just got to be very, very careful, Judge and Commissioners, because I know those culverts were set there before, so many years ago, before my time. So in order for us to go and put another culvert or add something to it, what happens is once you have a watershed and you're draining in through a pipe, some pipes, this, for example, in these pipes, so you put another culvert, so now you're releasing more water on the downstream side, so now you're gonna inundate people on the downstream side, and create an issue on the downward portion of it. So, we gotta be very careful. I know Commissioner, and judges, there's a drainage report that is being done by Half and Associates to identify, what needs to be done within this watershed. My recommendation would be, in that part, is to wait for Half and Associates to provide that report and their recommendation and determine if those culverts can be increased, or we just gotta leave them where they're at right now, or just go in there and clean them as what we're talking about
Right.
earlier.
So why don't you do this? Why don't you call Half? You're right, maybe they're not finished and we need to wait for their report, but what if you tell them there is a storm coming? what have you done, or what could you conclude now? Maybe they can come something that would help right now. The other,
We'll set up a meeting with them, Judge.
like immediately, yeah. And the other, and if you need my help, let me know. The other thing that I wrote down was the communication between TxDOT, the city, and the county. No county judge or commissioner's court ever likes to have anybody come in and say that there's no communication. Do you think that, this is not a, I'm telling you, you did something wrong. Let me finish before you interject. We have to learn how to do that properly, by the way. What I want to do is figure out how we can change that. Let us be the leaders. Let us be the good example. Let's see if you can call Valente and Charles, our district engineer, from TxDOT, and let him know that there's a real perception. Doesn't matter whether anybody's done anything right or wrong. There's just a perception that we need to clear up. And maybe by working with TxDOT and you being the leader, we can set the good example so that everybody doesn't come in here and that's not like imagined. I've heard it 10 times from everybody, from constituents, from developers. So I trust that you can make that change. Would you be willing to lead the pack in that?
Yes, ma'am, and as a matter.
Excuse me,
Go ahead.
excuse me, Judge, and, excuse me, Juan.
No, go ahead.
Juan, didn't we have a meeting last week with the state people?
Yes, yes, we had a meeting with Valente and Charles last week with TxDOT regarding this drainage area within 1889. They do understand that they got to go out there and do some maintenance on their ditches, and they are planning on doing that here in the next few weeks, right, Commissioners, what they
That's
told
what
us?
they said, yes, sir.
I have been in communication also with Development Services regarding the Lake subdivision, which is west of the Valley View. And I talked to them a few weeks ago when they were brought up to our attention and talked to Nina and Al Raymond over there. And
Right.
they were gonna talk to the developer to determine what can be done. I think, in my opinion, Judge and Commissioners, you do have a detention pond that's been there for probably 15 to 20 years. And probably that detention pond needs to be probably maintained, which is not in our jurisdiction, Judge and Commissioners. That's in the city of Corpus Christi, and that's part of a subdivision. But I do agree with the constituent. When you do have a heavy rain event, you do see some of that water crossing 1889, and it starts going into Valley View. And we did talk to Valente and also to Charles last week, and we told them about that. So their plan is to go out there and maintain some of that ditch or those ditches, and they said they were going to put it in their plan. And
They did say they would put it in their plan?
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully
Okay.
here in the next, what did
So
they
what-
say, Commissioner, next few weeks? Is that
Yes.
what they said?
So what I like to do nowadays is see if you can get an email to that effect in writing, and then go ahead and circulate it to Tyner. And that way we can give it to the constituents, because it's always nice to know that someone's put it in writing, and then we could ask, our legislators for that area to also be copied on it, and that way there's accountability for it. I think that's a smart thing. I believe that they have those good intentions, but if they really want to make it helpful, then we'll put it in writing. And then on the city side too, it would be good to do a follow-up email where everybody's copying each other.
ma'am.
And then just say, hey, I'm going to recommend that we know, based on eyewitness testimony, that blue water is crossing 1889. And unless, the Gulf of Mexico has decided to come in and, grace us with its presence in the country, that blue water is coming from this location. And just,
Yes.
when we document it, we create a record.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's hard because when we're like I know you're everywhere and trying to do things, but it's that record that matters. And that way we can go back to it. And sir, Mr. Hilscher, did you want to say something? The only thing I'd ask is, because we're on video, you have to take the mic. Can you pass them you don't have to get up.
Yes,
Connie
you
will
grab
bring
the
it to
mic.
you. I know. They always tell me that we have to have the mic.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. Go
I
ahead.
hate to interrupt interrupt you.
No, no.
No,
you're
but this
good.
is what we want to make sure we answer your
Well,
questions.
And when you, Juan mentions that he's waiting for someone to do a study and someone to say what it needs to be and someone to say how it needs to be improved. In the meantime, I love your idea about making sure what it's at least supposed to be right now, because that whole area hasn't been maintained in a while. And at least now, and like you say, imminently, bring that area, that choke point back to what its original design
Just
was.
to status quo, yeah.
Yes, just bring it back to what, you may have to go back there in a month or two and make it bigger, better, or whatever. But for now, with the potentially imminent rainfall that we've got coming up, at least get it back to what it was originally designed to. The crossing itself has actually got water in it, so you can't tell how much area there is for the water to go through. There's no way to tell without doing some work. The culverts that are in the north-south ditch that lead up to that, now those are there, and that used to be a 3 or 4 foot diameter corrugated iron hole culvert in there, a single great big pipe, you know, this big in diameter, and now it's 3 like 20-inch concrete pipes. That's obviously restricting flow. And again, and I think the man's name is Jerry.
You're back here.
He was at our meeting and said, yeah, I remember that went on when they put the water line in. So that's obviously done lately. I say
Yeah.
lately, last 5 years or something. So if we can just get things back to the way they were, as far as the drainage goes, that will help. And then future improvements are fantastic, love it. And I'm guessing that with talking to the city and the DOT, you're talking about the improvements that have been made that are actually dumping more water into that.
Right.
You know, that's not gonna happen overnight. I don't know what the heck's gonna happen, but we appreciate you looking after that too.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank
That-
you.
That's it, I'm sorry.
Okay, Juan.
And Judge, and also, I just wanted to add also in regards to having the Nueces County Water District out there, number 3, mowing the area. I had talked to them about it, and that's the reason why Nueces County Water District number 3 was out there mowing those locations with their mowers. So they were also part of the discussions that we're having regarding flooding. So we're coordinating with TxDOT and City of Corpus Christi. And, you know, I agree with you, Judge. We probably just need to have a more enclosed meeting and between all of us.
Yeah.
And we'll do that. And I know we'll get with Commissioner, and meet with you, Commissioner. And I know we're talking about setting up another meeting, so.
Thank you, Juan.
And I want us to be the leader because we are the leader.
Yes,
The,
ma'am.
the lead we are the lead applicant for the drainage study. That's 3 counties. And so I think that you going in and making sure that everybody is on the same page.
Yes, ma'am.
Would be very helpful. Okay, are
Yes.
there
Excuse-
any
I'll just-
questions?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, Judge, I just want to say that I thank you for your interest in what we're doing out there. But what would be most helpful is some of that money that's being allocated by the American Plan. You know, if you could help us get Juan the equipment he needs. About 3 weeks ago, I had to rent 2 Great-Alls from San Antonio, which helped us get those ditches done. But if we got that money in, and if you could help us get Juan the equipment that we need to do the work out there.
So
Appreciate it.
as you know, I think I just said the American Relief Plan Act. I
Yes.
don't control those funds. We control those funds. Today, on our executive session, we're going to have a discussion about that prioritization. So I'm welcoming that discussion. I've had the experts on the line, Kristen Kerr, who will be able to showcase what qualifies and what doesn't. I'm waiting for the proposal that Juan said he got on Friday. That would be good. I've called for an opportunity to hire more contractors. Buying equipment versus leasing it, I don't think these fine folks really care how we do it, just that we do it. I don't think they want to get involved with who we buy it from or under what mechanism, whether it's a lease or a deal. So let's not confuse, the doing
It's like you
with
said,
how we're
Judge,
doing it.
It's
So.
like you said, Judge, just get it done. Let's
Just get it done,
let's
right.
just get it done.
But in the process, since you've opened the door, it's important that these good people understand that there are processes we do. And I don't believe in doing it any way, but in the right way. And that's what we're here to do today,
I
is to
do
have that discussion this afternoon. And as they say, drainage is the most important platform, which is why the other thing we could do, Juan, and I was thinking about this, is you can call Susan Roth this afternoon and ask her if there are any emergency funding from Texas Water Development Board that we could seek for, probably not equipment, but for projects. And I will make certain that we go and, I bet somebody in this audience will go with me. We'll drive to Austin and we'll go make a very impassioned plea. But I bet we could get some water development dollars on an emergency basis if there were any to have. And if that didn't work, we could go, to another one. As a final, there is a new, last court, when I saw you last, you may not remember because it was at the very end, we passed we did an RFP, a request for proposals, and we hired a group called Haggerty, and they know all about our flooding. And they're going to write for us, along with Maria Bedia, our grants director, the new grants for FEMA's new hazard mitigation, and there's something called the BRIC grant, Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities. We can write grants. Now, I know you're gonna say, well, that's gonna take forever. Well, yeah, but guess what? What we're doing is just, it's a quick fix. But we're gonna, what if one's recommendation or half an associate's is to spend $5 million? We gotta line up now to have the money come in then, when we're ready for it. So always tell yourself, I'm playing the first down to get to the touchdown. Always think that way. Don't ever think that we can't, plan way ahead, that's worthless. It's not worthless. I've seen it work. But we've got to get those first downs first, and that's what you're asking for here today, and I want you to know we hear you. Juan, do you want to finish with this last few slides?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be very quick. So Judge and Commissioner, on these photos, you can see the rental equipment that Commissioner did assist us with in renting out. And the white one there in the middle is our equipment. Next slide, please. Just real quick on the vector control mosquito spray treatment. This is a GIS map of where it identifies where the night before where our vector control sprays the night before, so it tracks the spraying of where we go. Asley's here, she's with our GIS. What she's trying to do now is trying to get this data to y'all on the next morning, so that way y'all can have this exhibit on y'all's computer the next day, so y'all can see where we've been spraying the night before with our vector control. This is a tool that we have bought last year with our monies, and we're tracking where vector control sprays on every day.
Juan,
Yes, sir.
on this, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the updates we get. I think other jurisdictions do a really good job in getting the word out of where it's
Yes,
coming.
sir.
Because it's great to see what's happened, but I think people, they want to anticipate where it's going to be,
Yes, sir.
right? They want to know, is it coming to my area? So if we can work on something similar to that, I think City of Corpus Christi has a great example of,
Yes, sir.
they show you the map, right? Not just give us, because y'all do a great job of giving us the vector area, but I don't know the vector areas. I don't know them. I need to look at a map for that. But if we can also incorporate that into, educating the public of where it's coming, where it's going.
Yes, sir.
But I think this will be really great to also see in detail where they've been. I mean,
Yes,
I
sir.
think that is beyond what anyone's offering right now in our region, which I like. But I think that if that would be helpful for me, because when we get those requests, you always kind of have to go back and look at the emails, the daily emails or whenever we get them, and look to see kind of where it is, pinpoint it, and then try to find it on the maps that you've given us before. So if we can get something included, if it doesn't add that much already, I can't imagine how much effort this will take to get put together and to put out for us or through our social media avenues to help educate the public on that. But I think that would be beneficial too.
Yes, sir.
That's something I've always asked for.
Yes,
And
sir.
so if we can get to that point one day, I think that would be helpful as well.
And we'll get that map to y'all, Commissioners and Judge. Next slide, please.
And remember, I sent you, I just loved it,
The-
the drones. So we talked about, when things are tough, how do you get more people doing more things? Well, what you do is you train people to use technology so you can keep your people in place, but use technology. And Juan's going to look into it for the future. It's mosquito control. You know, we thought our Buffalo turbine sprayers were the greatest thing since sliced bread, and now we learned that you can spray better using drones, the way we do crop dusting. And so I think that that's going to be in our future. Go ahead, go ahead.
And Judge, I'm glad you said that about the Buffalo turbines. I was talking to Victor about that, and.
Victor or Vector?
Victor with Victor.
So I just.
It's Victor with Victor.
I just, that everything gets so heated around here.
Sorry about
Sorry
that.
that I actually knew that and had to play that card, but
No, it's
we
Victor-
do need to
Victor-
remember that there are lighthearted moments in government. So yes, Victor with Vector.
Victor Novosa with Victor.
Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, with the turbine blowers, and he's told me that those turbine blowers have assisted us a lot because they kind of minimize the amount of spraying that they have to do after they spray for the adulticide. So that has helped us a lot, and I know we're getting another turbine blower here this month, so it's gonna help us out with our vector control. On this slide, Judge and Commissioners, this is just a real quick, how can I say it, a graph, where initially about 10 years ago, we had about 707 miles of road that we had to do. And with the improvements of development and what we've done, we've gone all the way up to 767 miles. The line on the bottom just kind of shows what our manpower is and what our equipment is. So pretty much it's just a straight line. So I know I mentioned this in our budget presentation, is that, you know, we can increase the maintenance of our staff of our area. However, our crews and our equipment is pretty much, it's staying the same. So in order for us to catch up, you know, kind of like I mentioned in budget, is that we do need to get some additional equipment and hopefully some additional staff here in the next budget cycle. You can see that anytime that you do get a mile, you multiply it by 2, and that kind of identifies to the right of how it increases. So you know, so this is kind of a slide, just kind of giving you a layout. Next slide, please. One thing that I do want to mention, Judge and Commissioner, is that, and I know y'all get a lot of calls and y'all get a lot of emails regarding flooding and then even roads or whatever needs to be out there. We do recommend that those come to Public Works, so that way we can do a work order and put a work order in our system. And that kind of tells our foremans and our supervisors and also our lead foremans to go out to these locations and identify what's going on. So we do want the constituents to contact our office, 361-888-0490, and feel free. And I know a lot of these constituents have my email. I've gotten some emails from them, and I don't mind. You know, I can't. You know, I'm here. That's what I'm here for. And I know I responded to their emails, or I responded to their calls, and that's what we're here for. So thank you, Judge, Commissioners. If y'all have any questions, that was done. I'm done with the presentation.
Okay, Mr. Zamora, would somebody pass the mic to Mr. Zamora? Do we have people cleaning the mics? Let's just do that real quick. Thank you.
Thank you,
Hiding
Juan.
back there.
Appreciate all you do.
Mr. Zamora may have a question for you, Juan.
Thank you. Down at the end of County Road 52B, on the right side or the south side, there are about 4 or 5 acres that I believe belong to the county. They are part of Nueces County. And we spoke, Mr. Pimentel and I spoke after the May flood. And is there a possibility, now I don't know if this would be a Band-Aid or if this would be beneficial or more disastrous to the flooding issue, but if a retention pond could be developed there, just for the sake of holding some of the flood waters or the excess water. But again, I don't know if that would be beneficial or more disastrous to the whole issue of the flooding. But it's something that perhaps could be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. Juan?
Judge and Commissioners, we are having Half and Associates look at that as part of their study to determine if that area could be used as a future detention and retention pond as part of their recommendation. So once we get that study, Mr. Zamora will make sure we pass that with Half and Associates. So we are looking into that. Anything else?
Okay,
You got a question
thank you.
on that?
Yes,
You
we'll
got a
just pass
question,
the
ma'am?
mic. We'll pass the mic to her. Go ahead, that'd be great, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, I'll be brief. Just wanted to make a point regarding things that were said here today. My name is Penny Helcher. I live at 3646 County Road 52B in the Valley View subdivision. My husband previously spoke. One thing I wanted to say and to make you aware of, that the neighbors in our Valley View district, some of them have already put their houses up for sale regarding this flooding issue. And I have heard several others say that if this happens again, they will be putting their houses up for sale. Now, if that happens, tax dollars go, don't they? From
Yes,
the-
ma'am.
From the people that live in that area. If we can't sell our homes, because legally we have to make known to the potential buyers that a flood did happen in those homes. And the price goes down, tax dollars go down, so that just might, I wanted to make that known, that that might be something that people take into account as far as addressing this issue with the flooding. If people leave that area, tax dollars go. And
Thank you.
then what? So, thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're right. Economic
Ms. Olson?
impact is very important to consider. Yes, sir. Sure, go ahead, go on up. It's your house.
My house is upside
I
down.
don't want it.
The other thing that, that came to our attention that I thought was made me a bit nervous was when we had two different, on the two different flood occasions, we had we did have flood insurances through FEMA. So we had two assessors come in to check the damage and write all that stuff up and that whole thing. And both of those gentlemen, we mentioned that Mr. Pimentel was going to set up a meeting so this could all be discussed with Nueces County and the City of Corpus Christi and DOT. And they both told me that when I get notification that that meeting is being set up, that make sure that the area FEMA representative knows about it, that they are going to want to attend to see basically what has gone on, what has happened, if there's a root cause, if whatever, so that they can determine what their next course of action is. The second gentleman that came in actually said that he was going to contact, and I gave you Mr. Pimentel's name and number, the county representative to make sure that he was on that mailing list, that they would contact. Now, I don't know if they contact them or not, but the FEMA people were interested in the path forward for the resolution also. So I don't know, I don't know what that means.
Okay.
But it's, yeah.
Yes, no, it's a good point. I think, Juan, you would concur with that.
Yes, ma'am, I would. And haven't
Go
got-
ahead and take your mic.
I haven't received a call from FEMA, Judge and Commissioners, but I know that we're trying to set up a meeting with everybody together, city, TxDOT, and ourselves to be in one room, along with Commissioner, the request of Commissioner Hernandez, And we are planning on having that meeting with the constituents. Am I correct in saying that, Commissioner?
You're correct.
And so we are planning on having that meeting. We just kind of wanted to touch base with each individual entity to know that what the issues are, Judge.
Right.
And what has been brought up to our attention. So we are planning on having that meeting. And we did tell the city and we did tell the TxDOT that we were having this meeting and that we're going to be inviting them to this meeting. And if you do have the information from the gentleman from FEMA or he or she, I would be willing to call her or him to discuss when our meeting.
And now we're going to have those, now we're going to memorialize it, right?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
writing.
Yes.
So that when they say, you didn't tell me, you're going to say, yes, I did.
Yes, ma'am.
That's happened to me 10 times this morning. You didn't tell me? Yes, I did. Here it is, right here. That is a very powerful tool when somebody wants to attack, is that you say, yes, I did confer.
right.
Lawyers do it all the time. In fact, they're typically required to do it. And it's just, it turns out to be, I get it now. It's a good practice, and it'll protect us from, the he said, she said, but most importantly, it's the right thing to do. And that's kind of a theme lately.
Yes, ma'am.
But-
I did want to add, Judge and Commissioners, regarding drainage. When the developers develop the ditches within their subdivision, they're required to develop the ditches for a 5-year storm. Just remember that, it's a 5-year storm. In this case, I know based on the rainfall intensities that we had in these last 2 events, they're pretty much close and or above the 100-year flood that we got. In other words, we got 13 inches to 15 inches of rain within a day. When the ditches are designed for a capacity of a 5-year storm, and then we're talking about roadside ditches, they're designed for a 5-year storm. Of course, TxDOT, I think they designed their main structures for a 100-year storm.
Correct.
City of Robstown, I'm not sure what they designed for, but I know that that anything that any major crossing is either designed for a 50-year, a 25-year, a 50-year, or a 100-year. And these are older structures. So maybe these structures don't have that capacity. And I'm talking about the downstream side, right? I'm not talking about, so in other words, we're still limited. Because I know that Jerry and I drive out there every time that it rains. Of course, commissioners, y'all drive out there, and Judge, y'all drive out there when it rains to identify and locate where we're having drainage issues. And, some of these ditches on the downstream side and the main culvert crossings, they already met their capacity. So if they meet their capacity, then even though if you add another culvert or add another structure, in my opinion, you're still going to inundate people on the downstream side. And that's why a lot of development has been going to either doing a retention pond or detention pond to hold the difference between the pre and post conditions of the rainfall intensities. And we're recommending and we're requesting for the developers to design for a 100-year detention facility whenever they do development. And pretty much all the developers that have come through our office have been fine with that. And so they've been doing that as part of their development. So that's something that has been established here in the past 3 years, that we requested for a 100-year detention pond whenever they do a development. I can't say what was done before then. I know that there wasn't a lot of that part of that being done. And the reason for that is because the downstream side already met their capacity. And if you end up putting more water through the drainage ditches or through the culverts, it's not going to go anywhere. And I'm very honest, it's not going to go anywhere. Hydraulically, it's not going to go anywhere. And that's part of this drainage study. And hopefully, once we get this drainage study from Half and Associates, it'll help us out to determine what we need to do.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Excuse me, one.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we find out when the meeting's going to take effect, when everybody comes together,
Yes, sir.
I am inviting Representative Abel Herrero and possibly Senator Chuy Hinojosa, see if we can get some help out there with what's going on, okay? But just as soon as we find out, you and I have been communicating. We email each other a lot. So just keep me abreast of whatever you find out, and I'll do the same.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Juan.
I just want to say thank you guys for everything y'all doing out there. The people that are here, it doesn't fall in deaf ears. You only can do so much at one time, but we're out there trying to figure it out and trying out to doing So, you know, and I appreciate your response. I know when we send you an email, you know, saying a work study or a work order, and I know you guys, at least within 48 hours, you're out there looking at it at least, you know, and I know I met you out there sometimes. When I have a work order, I pass it on to you, and then I'll meet you there in a couple of days, or I'll go look at it in a couple of days. But, you know, I think that I just commend everything, you know, it's take a lot of coordination, a lot of work, and, you know, a lot of people involved. So, but I commend our Public Works for at least going above and beyond at times to try to correct some of these issues. And believe me, we care about you like we care about everybody else in this community. You know, I got same problems in my area, and, you know, I get the same complaints, and we try to do what we can, and, you know, I try to meet with them, I try to meet with TxDOT. But the judge said one thing that I really support a lot is documentation. You know, especially from TxDOT or somebody else, you know, if you can put it in writing, it's a lot better. So, thank you very much. Thank you all for all you do. Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So,
Judge, before I leave, I just want to say that in regards to going out into the field, and I know y'all go out there, Judge and Commissioners, but sometimes Jerry and myself are out there at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, especially when we do have the heavy rain events. One thing that I did learn when I was a young engineer, not too long ago,
we don't lie in this courtroom.
Getting older every day in this job, Ron, every day.
I am a constitutional judge.
I'm just kidding.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
It was just a joke. One thing that I did learn when I was a young engineer is the only way you're going to learn about drainage is by going out there and identifying, especially in a heavy rain event, and drive out there to identify what is causing drainage issues. And the only way you're going to learn, I mean, you can do all your calculations and you can do all your models and stuff like that, but the only way you're going to really learn is by you yourself going out there and taking pictures and identifying what's going on wrong and seeing how you can elevate the drainage. And I'm not trying to pat anybody in the back here, but we go out there at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Jerry goes out there at midnight. He calls me and we discuss, and, you know, we're driving around to identify what's going on. And so I just want to let y'all know that, Commissioners.
Yeah, look, we are certainly aware of everybody's good efforts. We can always do more. That's why these people came to court. They didn't come to court to say you're not doing what you've shown them that you've done.
Yes, ma'am.
They're here because
We take care of it.
you can do both. You can praise people for the work that they're doing, and you can require more. And we have to do more. We cannot be satisfied that this is all we can do. There is more we can do. We're just going to have to really work harder at it. And it's important that people understand that these are the issues of our day. And there's one thing I would agree with in part and disagree with you in part. You're absolutely right. The field knowledge for any engineer, for me as well, that when I was in the field, is invaluable. However, what you cannot predict is what happened to us in May and July. And only modeling can tell you how May and July could be worse. In other words, if you know with your own eyes what happened with 25 inches, that's one thing. What happens when it's 40 inches? You need to understand what those models. And so the 3D, and I know you believe this, so I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I want to make sure that we're not leaving the wrong impression. The modeling is critical. What's happening on our extreme weather events is changing. And it's why we started 2 years ago, and we finally got what we asked for, but now we need the funding. So when we talk about inviting the senator and inviting Chairman Herrero, the reason we put, this is also all tied together. You can see how all the dots connect. We talk about our legislative agenda and pushing our legislative agenda. That is why, because no legislature on his own is going to be able to tackle every single issue every single time without the knowledge that we have specifically here. So we put forth, for example, we need to all advocate for those FIF funds, those flood infrastructure funds, to be funded again next legislative session. That is going to be critical. And so by showcasing it to them and inviting them, it's good, but the work begins now. So on the off session, well, they're actually in special session, but in the off session, that's where all the work happens to get you funded. So again, it's all part of a big, strategy. And so it's important to make certain that we're advocating for all the things, the modeling, the legislative action, the quick fix, the half and associates, getting them to give us maybe what I'm going to call a midpoint report. All of those things will work. So we'll just keep you on the agenda for next time, and maybe we can get an update again. In the meantime, if you don't have Juan's information, he can step outside with you and get, I know he recognizes most of you, but if you haven't met him yet and you would like to make sure that you have his contact information, he can share that with you just right outside. And so in that case, we'll move on. Actually, you
Thank you.
can't go outside.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Let me, was it just one item? Let me
Yes, ma'am.
double check. Yeah, just one. Okay, you can, sorry. Want to make sure we finish, that way we don't have to bring you back.
Well, thanks, Judge and Commissioners, appreciate it.
Okay. And so we're going to go back into regular order now.
Thank you, Juan.
And tackle the, let me see, I'm waiting for Melissa still, so let's tackle the minutes of April 4th, April 6th, and April 11th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And let me get, we'll do also the board appointments under item J.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item J, and that's Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities.
Judge, you've got Dr. Osbert Blow, who resigned,
Yes,
and you do have one applicant, George Buddy Ewing, I believe is his name. Goes by Buddy Ewing.
right. And if everybody will turn, I believe his application is there. And he has filled out the commission information. And he has a minor in psychology and a BS in criminal justice. His name is, yes, George Ewing, that goes by Buddy. And so I would take a motion at this time to approve him.
Quick question. I see
Yes.
where, that Alicia Cuellar is also resigning?
I think we have a second one, appointment, but
Or is
not
that-
today, but
or
I
is that
do
a
believe
bill?
there'll be an opening. Is that what you're referring to?
It says the NCMHID Board of Trustees, though. That's a different one, I guess. Or am I looking at?
But
the
I
wrong-
did hear that we will have another position opening. I'm just not sure
It may not be posted
if it's,
today?
I think it's,
Probably open today, no?
It is on consent agenda, item G.
yes, there it is. So the
3.
application process is in your consent.
Oh, to approve the application?
Right.
Because
For this
Alicia's is
next
a new
position.
resignation?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I nominate Buddy Ewing.
Okay. And do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. And if there's any discussion, we could have it at this time. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Give me just a second to see if Melissa can join here. We'll do the consent and then come back to Melissa. As you can imagine, we are now in the throes of multiple crises and preparedness, particularly since we have a name storm. Let's do the consent agenda and give her a little more time to come in. And so that is items A through J on the consent agenda. And I would ask if there are any at this time that need special discussion for removal or just comments.
D and H.
D and H. Okay, so let's have, anybody else? Is there a motion for A through C, E through G, I or J?
So moved, Judge.
Okay, thank you. And a second from Commissioner Modis for the clerk. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's do D.
I just wanted to know what the correction was. Was it just a typo, what it was, the word, something?
It was actually the year cited was, somebody caught it, 2002. I think the county attorney did the adjustment, county attorney's office. It was the wrong year, 2002 instead of 2020, I believe.
Okay, and that was it for that one?
Yes, just the year was incorrect.
Okay, so do you want to motion for that? And I'll have a second, please.
Second?
Second? Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then we have the third amendment on letter H. Commissioner Gonzalez.
I just wanted a clarification on that.
Yes.
I thought we were going for RFP on, is that the same thing that we did last time?
It is, except for the RFP is for all disasters, for all incident management services. We already have BCFS working on incident management services for vaccinations. So this is vaccinations only, while our request for proposal will be for all disasters. That's the distinction.
And is there, is there a 3 months period? What, I didn't see the agreement.
What is this contract? Well, it's to place in effect, it's been in effect since, let's see, May 4th, 2021. And it's just when we need them, we have them on contract to be able to use them. And again, when we do the RFP, we'll be looking at future disasters and disasters
But
even,
this is just like a,
it's like an update.
no, it's a,
Extension. We're doing
I know, it's
extension?
one of those
A not to
contracts.
exceed.
I can't think of the term, when we have a disaster, they're,
Pre-positioned.
thank you, this is just like an extension of the pre-position contract. So we don't,
That's correct.
we
And
don't use it unless we need
and-
them. If we need them, this is the rates that we pay them.
that's right. And what's happening is that we just got notified that boosters are going to be, we're going to start boosters on Wednesday.
And that's
And as
for-
a result,
And is that for just low immune systems to begin with? Is that what that is?
it's for immunocompromised individuals, but
Right.
it's one of those things where it's best to speak to your doctor, because what does that really mean? What
Right.
if you are, have multiple comorbidities? Would that make your immune system less likely to produce antibodies to the virus? You know, that, so these are medical questions that are probably best deferred to your
Sure.
doctor.
Okay.
But I will
that's
tell
where it's
you that
starting.
it is
And the
starting.
reality is, it's all coming again. I mean,
It's all coming.
Yeah,
And
I
so
mean,
as a
let's-
result, what we're going to do is, it happened already to us. Let me get to the next one.
I'm
and
sorry,
I'll
I-
No
got-
worries,
Just got one more question on that one.
Yes.
Not to exceed, what?
$1 million. So if you'll remember that we have FEMA advance funding for vaccinations of $5 million.
It was 2 million, I thought it was.
Well, we get 50% and then 50%. It's just like ARPA. It's like 2.4 and then 2.4.
and Dale, that's, again, just, I'm not questioning the judge. I just always like to have the auditor to verify stuff, and the county attorney wants their part. So that's a correct statement, right? This is prepaid money that we already have, that we can use this for, and it's a completely legitimate expense to use it for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I just do that all the time, so nobody take offense. I just like to have double and triple on the record so that because the auditors, that way if the auditor says it wrong, it's really, it should, it's on them to watch this stuff, so I know they are. So thank you very much. I'm good.
Okay,
I'd
thank
motion
you.
to pass if that's, if everybody's, and I'm not trying to cut off discussion, just I'm motion to pass whenever you're ready.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay. It would be helpful to me to have, Tyner, would you be so kind as to buzz Melissa? And what I'll do is I will go to, because I know we have people in the audience, we'll go to item number 1 and then go back to Melissa. And that's discuss issues related to Nueces County Animal Care Services, including its autonomy, policies, operating procedures, and best practices. And here with us today, yes, ma'am?
Judge, we would ask that that be brought
tabled?
into executive.
All right. Could I have a motion for that?
I don't think we have to, do we? For a motion for executive session? Or you just do it, you can. right?
Did we notice it? Okay.
But it's common practices now, remember?
Yeah,
we've
that's
changed
true,
our
that's true.
practices.
But you don't want to table it till,
Animal control for
What's
executive
that?
session?
Jenny wants to do it in executive
That's
session.
fine. It's got some legal implications. So let me just tell the audience. So you might have to sit tight because we're going to discuss that in executive session, and then we will come back and be able to discuss it again into open session. But there's some legal issues that a county attorney wants to go over with us, and that way we can, visit with you. Juan Ramirez is here with us from Animal Care. Okay. Okay, while we're waiting on Melissa, I guess what I'm going to do is try to give the report as best I can. And that is so everybody's following. It's going to be item H1, and that's the general information reports regarding all our disasters. We already did a lot of flooding and drainage, so unless there are any further questions regarding the May floods and the July floods, would it be all right if I allowed the conversation we just had to suffice? If you need any
For
more
which one?
information, please let me know.
For which one?
H1, the general information reports.
Information.
Oh,
H1.
I'm sorry, you're going to H1, hold on.
I think Juan covered everything there.
H1.
I think everything was covered, didn't it?
I feel like it was covered, but I'm just asking.
Wait.
Okay, and then I have nothing new to report on Winter Storm Uri at this time. And although all our statuses are the same, the state of Texas, seeks to help us with that with that disaster at the federal level. And then with regards to COVID-19, I think there's multiple pieces of information to relay to you all, some of which will be discussed in executive session today. But the one thing that I would like to bring forth is that on Friday at 7 a.m., we opened up as a state one of the 5 state-run rapid infusion centers for the antibody treatment called Regeneron. In order, and I'm going to look at my notes to get the phone number, but I want to make sure that we have it. There is a phone number to call, but of course, just like the other comment that I made with boosters, it does require a doctor's referral, and so you need to discuss with your doctor if you're eligible. But basically, if you're over 65 and have certain ailments, you would qualify, and the same thing happens, it turns out if you have other ailments and you're over 55, you would qualify. But to best understand, you just need to consult with your doctor. If you do not have a doctor, which so many of our residents do not have a primary care physician, we offer the free COVID clinic. By the way, these treatments are free, but there is appointment-based, and they do it all day long, 7 days a week. So I feel very, very confident that, yes, they want to make sure that there's no walk-ins. That's just for your safety and for your comfort. But there's plenty of opportunity. We can handle over 100 people at that facility alone, and then we have other facilities in town that can also help. I think if Melissa were on, she would also want me to tell you that it's being run by BCFS. That's on a state contract. It's a different group that is here, not the group that we have here helping us with vaccines, but it's part of the same parent company, and they're hired by the state of Texas to bring all this medical personnel to our community. And all of this is because we are in a crisis with regards to our hospitals. Over the weekend, the entire trauma service area on Friday had zero hospital beds for ICU across the entire trauma service area. We are Region 11, letter U. That means from the Valley all the way to Laredo, all the way to Aransas, there were 0 ICU beds. So that means that other health care is compromised at the same time that we are dealing with over 340 people or 330 people in the hospital and over 85 in ICU. And unfortunately, we had a record number of 10 deaths for 21. We had more deaths in 2020 on a single day, but in 21, I believe that 10 is one of the high. And that was a tragic day yesterday. So as a result of all that, all these infusion centers have a lot of prominence right now in the news, and they can be very, very helpful. And so I'd like to ask if there are any questions regarding that. You also might have heard that we're doing shots. And shots done subcutaneously, and they can also administer the same drug treatment, Regeneron, but at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds, it's by intravenous infusion. So Driscoll Children's Hospital, I believe, is also doing the infusions, and they have asked us to assist them in helping with pediatric infusions, because we have seen a huge increase in our pediatric population in the valley and here. And as you guys know, Driscoll is the regional, all the way to the valley, trauma center for children as well, carrying most of those subspecialists here in town. So look for us to assist Driscoll Children's Hospital with that need of the pediatric infusion very, very soon. With regards to the boosters, we will start that process on Wednesday, so look for Nueces County to try and help assist with testing, because we want City County Health Department and their personnel to pivot to vaccines, because they're probably going to get a lot of calls once we start the boosters. La Palmera Clinic saw a huge uptick. We were doing 1,000 a week, and then we were doing 2,500 a week. And then on Friday, we did 1,000, and on Saturday, we did 1,000. And I'm sorry, I didn't check this morning to see how many we did on Sunday, but that's a huge indicator that
People are getting vaccinated.
people are changing their minds about vaccination due to what is happening in your own community. And unfortunately, we had the distinction on Friday of being the worst in the state.
Judge, I wanted to mention too,
yes.
we have an event today in Port Aransas.
Oh,
that-
yes.
That I'm sponsoring with others, Port Aransas Independent School District, et cetera. And we will be having not only free physicals there, but free COVID vaccines there at the high school today from 4 to 6 p.m. as well. So that also is going on. I just wanted to mention that too.
Right, right. And so, again, we are expecting the state of Texas to help us with some, what they call vaccine strike teams. Also, we met with the International Medical Corps on Friday. It's never a good feeling to have to invite somebody who handles medical crises from all over the globe, that you need their help in your area. But their help is welcome, and so they'll be bringing staff, we hope. They're going back to their board. They came to assess us, and we asked them for a strike team to help us at the health department so that we could make certain we have the right amount of people to answer those phones, deal with calling the positives, deal with the contact tracing, and all the elements that public health performs for us during this surge. It's just been there isn't enough personnel. So the International Medical Corps helped us provide last year tents, and they brought us military-grade tents that we've been utilizing for the sub-Q injections. I will tell you that the air conditioning has been a big difficulty. It's so hot outside, and we've been working on solving those problems so that we can establish these surge. In addition, the AMBUS was moved to CCMC on Friday by the city fire department. That was, I spoke with Chief Rocha, that was to assist with overflow. They just were being inundated, and the personnel was just not, it was not a wise use of personnel in the field, so they brought the AMBUS in. And through the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council, they have also acquired tents in the event that we would need them. So all of this is in an effort to ramp up and to create the utmost of preparedness in our community. And let me stop there, because I'm going to acknowledge that we have guests in the audience that I think want to visit with us about what I'm going to say next. And but first, it's always helpful to, separate some of the discussions. Are there any questions with regards to any of the matters we talked about? Vaccines, vaccine clinics? Yes, ma'am. And just give me one more second, because we're going to invite you to the podium, because it has to be on here in order to record. But I just forgot one thing, is that over the weekend, you all heard a lot about the staffing that the state of Texas was going to send to us. Unfortunately, and we're very appreciative for one extra hand, but we're going to receive, out of the 2,500, only 200 for the entire service area. So from the Valley to Laredo to Aransas, we'll only receive 200 members of that personnel. We have asked DISHES to please allow the locals for the ability to help make those decisions amongst ourselves. And I know that all the hospitals are cooperating. And so we do expect that we will receive anywhere between, I don't know, maybe 50 and maybe 80. Somewhere is a good guesstimate, it's just a guess, but somewhere around that. Again, the Valley has a tremendous need, as does Laredo, so we'll have to share that. To get a perspective on what that really means is we needed 550 personnel, and we're getting, like I said, 10%, a lot less than that. Our entire region needed 1,600, and we're going to get the 200. So it just gives you a perspective on how much more need there is for staffing. If we could get the staffing up, we could open up 120 more beds. So that's the goal. The goal is do everything you can to assist your hospitals so we can get those beds online. And that's kind of where we are. But we are very grateful for the assistance that will be coming. And with that, let me introduce the next subject matter, and then also invite people who made time to come and provide comment or perhaps a question. And Melissa has not been able to join, but I do want to say to you that we did have to do double duty today preparing for this storm that could impact our South Texas area. Yesterday, the local health authority issued a mask mandate for public schools, and a copy of which could be provided and seen online. This mask mandate was issued by Dr. Ram, that's his nickname, it's Dr. Ramesh Graduni, in an effort to protect children in schools, he felt. This mandate was subject to a Supreme Court of order stay. Well, actually, technically it wasn't, because we were not litigants, but I believe that we were true to our word, which said we would respect the Supreme Court's orders. And so this mask mandate issued by the local health authority, which is called a local public health order, is not in play as of this moment. And that is because a stay is sort of legal jargon for it's on hold, it's on ice. So they did not determine or adjudicate the merits of the matter, but they said it's on hold. And so when it's on hold, it means that that you revert back to the original sort of law of the land, and that's the governor's order GA 38. Prior to the Supreme Court ruling, the law of the land, judicial authority, could be found in the two appellate courts' decisions. But once the Supreme Court ruled yesterday evening, the new status quo is the old status quo, so to speak, the GA 38. And so there was an unfortunate event of timing. So the news first reported yes, then it reported no. But the status that I would like to bring forth to all of you today is that there is no mask mandate in play in Nueces County for your local health authority at this time, because, as I said, right now, I believe they're arguing the matter in another courtroom in Bexar County. So we'll have to wait to see how all of those play out. In different jurisdictions, it's been handled differently. Some, the local health authority, issued the orders. In Dallas, it was the county judge. Here, it was the local health authority, and I support our local health authority because he is an infectious disease specialist, and also because Dr. Peterson, who's the chief medical officer of Driscoll Children's Hospital, believed it to be in our best interest. And so with that, we will ask for comments or questions. If Melissa does join and she wants to make extra comments about any of the clinics and testing, we can certainly have her. But that sort of wraps it up for us for COVID-19. And at this time, ma'am, would you like to take the podium? And do you have a comment regarding? Okay, welcome. Thank you very much. You bet.
Hi.
Hi there.
My name is Claudia Raybuck. I reside at 518 Cunningham in
Okay.
Corpus Christi, Texas.
Thank you.
I was wondering for some clarification
Yes.
upon the statements on the ICU beds available.
Yes.
And the space, and particularly in how it relates to Driscoll Children's Hospital.
Yes.
And I heard that statement at the end, that I believe the director of the hospital was concerned.
Yes.
Does the Children's Hospital also at max capacity? Are all of their ICU beds also occupied at this time?
So I would have to check with Hillary Watt on that, but I will tell you that in the trauma service area, she maintains that there's not that many, ICU beds in pediatrics like you would have, for example, multiple adult hospitals contributing to ICU beds. For example, we have 4 major hospitals, but I'd be happy to share with you the letter that she sent to me that would talk about that, but we can get you that answer immediately. It's always changing. You could have one person, go to a med-surg bed, and then 2 hours later, you get 2 in ICU. What I can tell you is that Driscoll Children's Hospital is the premier sort of regional hospital for the
For
entire.
all of South Texas, yes.
Yeah, literally, it's like everything. And so what is so super alarming is when they get worried. When they get worried about the standard of care for all the children, COVID and non-COVID, right? It's not just a matter of, we don't have ICU beds for COVID, it's just for car accidents and for terrible things that happen here. And I think that that was their main concern. But I do know, and I have asked for them to make some comments tomorrow, and we would invite you back. I'll try to have it here. I haven't heard back because I came straight in this morning, but I asked if we could do, an update, because the pediatric is so unique and it's so different than the adults. And for example, on the adults, I get the census like every day at noon. That just because remember how this disease this virus sort of progressed. It was such an adult-driven issue. Last summer, this really wasn't, even though we had sick children, it really wasn't. We didn't see the doubling of the census at Driscoll like we do today.
Yeah, and I wear many hats, and so I'm here for many different reasons, but one of the reasons that I'm here is because I sit on the board for the Citizens Advisory Health Board.
Oh, great.
And so as things progress here in our county and city, in relation to COVID, many questions come up in my mind as to more clarity we could be receiving as to the availability of beds, as to whether the adult hospitals per se, if they are shuffling the youth and children over to Driscoll to make room at their hospitals, if that is available, and all those sort of things. And one of the difficulties for me has been that my board has not been able to meet since the beginning of COVID. We have not had any virtual meetings or any physical meetings, despite many emails and bringing this up at City Council and with the Health Department. And so then I have to come here and ask my questions here.
I would love to meet with you, and I'll be honest with you, it's not that I love talking about this virus, but I feel like it dominates my life. And so I feel like I have a lot to share, and I have a lot of resources where I could, if you had that question, we could literally pick up the phone together and call. So how about this? I don't know if you feel comfortable meeting in person, but what I usually do, we could meet here in this room where nobody else, just be the board. They can social distance, and we could meet and try to get the clarity. And I could ask members of the hospital to be here with us. But there's one particular person that it really is very helpful to me, and she's the executive director of the RAC. And that person also takes, they have the best moment-to-moment info on hospital capacity. But to answer your question, because I know I could answer this part correctly, is that we flex like crazy. And I learned that word last year, and what that means is every bed can be a COVID bed if you need it to be. Every hallway can be a COVID hallway. The gift shop can turn into a med-surg room if needed, as long as you could make medical gases appear. It is unbelievable how they can pivot. And while my first inclinations a year ago were seeing, what was happening in New York and Boston and Chicago, field hospitals don't work here for 10 reasons. And so what we learned is that the best way you can help your community is to flex inside your hospital or right next to your hospital, so that you can have X-ray and, my goodness, lab, and all of the people contained right there. And if you're like at a convention center or at a gym, it just doesn't work because you don't have all that support.
And the personnel.
And the personnel. And so, but the capacity is just key, and it changes like this, right? So people, 3 weeks ago, we sounded the alarm, for instance, and people didn't really react in a way that I thought got us, ready. But it only took 1 week later for everybody to get, oh my goodness, this is happening. Because you can, I analogize it to a wave. You feel it, and it's building, and then it just gets momentum, and then there's like no turning back. And so right now, we do have 119 beds between Christus, Spawn, Saratoga, which they call South, and Shoreline, that we could open if, and only if, we get some of these needed personnel from the state. There's one thing I forgot to tell you, is that we did a STAR request, and I haven't checked on it yet, but typically it would bounce up here if we've been accepted. But we've asked for a federal DMAT team. That's how serious it is. We've asked for a federal medical assistance team. We had to do this last year, and they were super professional and super amazing to work with. And our county hospital provider had to ask me to ask for that. That's always a telltale sign. But I have an office right next door. If she's listening, because she listens in, her name is Maggie Turner. Will you stop by, and we will find a way to have your board meet here or downstairs, wherever we feel comfortable. If they don't feel comfortable, Miss Connie has the technology to put everybody virtual. So if they can't come, but we'll work with you and your time frame, lunch or evening or whatever, and we will get you these answers, because that's the one thing we respect people's opinions. They could be different than ours in emergency management, but we do respect them. And everybody that has emailed me or now I haven't gotten to the calls, but we have been trying to get people the answers they need, and we'd like to give them to you as well.
And I'm here to try to bridge that gap to,
Okay.
I come in peace, to be a peacekeeper. And I love that comment that you said, you were trying to sound an alarm a few weeks ago. But for maybe many of the families in particular, because that's who I get into contact, or who
Right.
contacts me the most, as a representative for them in these public health matters, is that it's hard for us to understand why a mask mandate for the schools,
Sure.
when we're not seeing the youth numbers, and you might be seeing them.
Yeah, no,
But-
I totally
but
hear you.
That's not necessarily being clearly communicated to the
Understood.
community and to the families.
I think that's so valuable, and it not only is valuable, I agree with you. I'll tell you one thing good that happened this morning is that I was given a little buzz that we used to have a community risk dashboard, but we ran out of money, like in March. We had all that coronavirus relief fund, and it expired, So we just got it back up and running because we had another grant that we applied for at Public Health, and we received it. And so we're able to use those dollars to get that dashboard up. Don't get me wrong, you may say, well, that's not that great, but it is something better than not having anything. And that community risk dashboard has all these parameters, and
Yes, I recall
you
that.
remember? And it has capacity, but remember, it gets updated every day, not every hour. And so that dashboard is very helpful. And by the way, to get more money in our community for personnel and grants and programs, they ask you, do you have a dashboard? So even if none of us up here think it's great, it turns out DSHS, the Department of State of Health Services, they think it's great. And so they ask us, the other thing they asked us is about a community survey. And so we've initiated one, but I don't think it's in the field, but it will be. And it's going to ask people out there, tell me what you think about everything. And then we'll get it back. And that's being run by a company called Zen City. And I'd like to share their resource with you so they can show you the weekly summaries of what they're getting back once they start. And then finally, there's a third dashboard that's not up yet, but it will be. And that showcases how zip codes reflect comorbidities. And so like, for example, if diabetes is more prevalent in the rural areas in this little section, and we know that they might want, it helps you pinpoint programs for hypertension, for obesity, for all the comorbidities. And it also includes vaccinations. So if there's a need, you can actually, and like, for example, the state of Texas said, okay, I'm sending you 4 teams. And by the way, they call us, we don't call them, right, on this particular one. They're sending us teams. They're saying, we want to focus here. And we say, yeah, that's a good idea. Here's what we can tell you about this population based upon the social determinants of health, which is all public data. So it's pretty exciting that you can marry this up, but I bet you don't have awareness to that. And by the way, it's a dashboard, so anyone can, once it's up, you can access it. So that's something I'd like to share with your board. And then finally, I spoke with Dr. Mobley from San Pat, and you know who has no healthcare clinic is our friends next door at San Pat. And I would like to see if maybe you and the regional advisory, the Regional Health Advisory Board, which is kind of like you, but they're bigger, they encompass more counties. Maybe you guys can work together as well to get the same information to our neighbors over the bridge. Because guess which hospitals they're using? These hospitals. So I hope that helps a little.
It does. It helps an awful lot. And I'm very thankful for that. There was a mention of 10 COVID deaths.
Yesterday.
And I believe that was all in one day. Was that?
Yes.
Or is?
No, that was yesterday. To be honest with you, I think it was actually 11, but I'd heard that this morning, that there was another one very late, but when we reported it, there was 10. And they range from 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, and their 70s. And then we can also tell you if they had complexities to their, there's not.
Yes, I've seen that.
It's not a
often
lot,
reported.
obviously for the protection of privacy, but we can tell you male, female, not names, but male, female, ages, and comorbidities. But it's always incredibly sad when you see people that are young.
It is extremely sad, and I was extremely shocked by that, to see those 10 deaths in one day, and also to see that there were, I believe, 5 breakthrough case deaths in, I think, a week.
Yeah.
Or it may have been 2 weeks, if that was kind of
I think it was the
difficult to-
last 2 weeks, you're right. And those breakthroughs, just to remind the audience, are people who are vaccinated, who do succumb to COVID-19, and then unfortunately, in this case, they were breakthrough fatalities.
Yes.
So they did pass away. And then, of course, some of them had serious immuno challenges, from cancer all the way to renal failure.
You mentioned the dashboard, and a lot of this information comes out in the press releases from either the city or the county on their deaths, on the cases, on the breakthrough cases. But I think it would be beneficial to the public if we were getting that information better broken down and aggregated down to, like the status, the unvaccinated. Currently, we have unvaccinated and vaccinated.
Yes.
But there seems to be 5 categories there. It's no mention of the unknown status, which they might all be known. But there's no mention of.
That's a good point.
There's no mention of unknown vaccination status, which we usually see, or I usually see in the DISH reports.
Right.
There's no mention if it's just partially vaccinated.
Right.
If they're
You mean, in other
fully
words, if,
vaccinated
yeah, if
and
they've had
waiting
one
their 2
dose,
weeks.
yeah.
Or if they are indeed completely vaccinated and post their 2 weeks.
Right.
But I think that would be beneficial to us because right now, from what's going on in our state and in the nation, and in the media, it's very vaccinated, unvaccinated. But
Correct.
that's not the actuality of people that are getting the vaccine and are waiting their 2 weeks, the people that have gotten one vaccine and maybe are still waiting to get the second, or they had a bad reaction and they're not going to get the second. Could we go back to giving the information in that kind of breakthrough for the deaths and for the COVID cases?
And I can tell you that I will definitely advocate for as much detail as we can find and we can do. I will tell you that I have sent not one, not two, not three letters. I'm sorry, not one, not two, but 3 letters requesting that the city open the HR process so that we can hire an assistant health director who has a background in public health. And that has been a big issue of mine because guess who really could really help us with that? You know, when you have a gaping hole and you're dealing with a crisis, you need that second person who has a master's in public health or a background in public health to help you with the statistician piece of it. And I would agree with you that the more that we can know, the better it is. And I will tell you that I'll also ask, we have kind of a hierarchy at the Department of State and Health Services. My favorite person actually got promoted, and so I've got to go find out who this person is. But I will ask Dr. Pro, who's our regional health authority, to help me find that name. And let me see if the state maybe might have some of that data as well that we could also provide. You know, with regards to the 1, the 2, I guess it's all about the information that the patient is willing to provide, right? Since we can't, but most of the time you do find out through their doctor, through the hospital, you know, when they were vaccinated and if they wish that to be known.
Yes, it's if they wish to provide, but we also, by state law, keep track of.
We do?
All COVID
Right.
vaccines given.
Through MTAC too, right? I'm just saying, it's easier if we know it here, the data comes quicker. It's just like when you see the delayed COVID positivities, you know, sometimes you see the backlog.
Yes.
You know, and you think to yourself, well, how come you didn't know about that? Well, because the process is somewhat complex, there's some that they take away from the public health. And so they handle those positivities, right? From the private labs particularly, and the same thing with the deaths. If the death certificate came as a result of it being local, we would know it. But if it doesn't, then it comes back around to us 6 weeks later, and then now you're logging in another death. All of those things are, like you say, very apparent to those of us inside public health, but maybe not to anybody outside, and it's our duty to make sure that they have that information. And all the things you've asked for are very reasonable and should be attempted to be brought forth in the manner that we can. And I would just ask that, you know, you work with me so that we ask together and we see what the answers are. But I'm willing to get that information to you.
That would be great. Yes, we would love to work together in the future to help the community.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Get
just-
the information they need.
Yeah, and we'll ask the hospitals to help further explain. That's why I think it's so important. This is a healthcare crisis. Let's put healthcare experts in front of it. If we want to make sure our community can be guided correctly through it, then use your medical health experts and not anybody else.
Yes, because I think also the RSV portion
is
of-
huge.
Of what's going on right now, and I
Uh,
think that was also missed in the declaration
It-
on
You know
yesterday.
what? You're so right. I got asked about that super late last night. I mean, honestly, that's a good point. RSV is running rampant inside our community. That's the rhinovirus. It's upper respiratory virus. And it's very predominant in children, but believe it or not, I as an adult had it several weeks ago, maybe a month ago, when I was very, very sick. And so rhinovirus is also contributing to the hospitalizations in our community and also upper respiratory in the schools, no doubt. There could also be maybe like a status call that we could have, if you would be willing to represent the board.
I'm not sure that it is a rhinovirus, just,
The RSV?
yes, I believe it's a different family of viruses.
Okay, what is it let me look it up here. It's got you're talking about the one, though, that affects children.
Yes.
It's respiratory syncytial virus.
Yes, not rhino.
Rhino, sorry. Okay, there is a rhinovirus.
Yes, there
But the one that's right here is the upper respiratory one. The
Yes.
respiratory,
It's common to children.
and actually, I think it's called succinctal. Very inflammation of
Yes,
the, yeah, oh, right, inflammation of the lungs. But anyway, that RSV is definitely here in our community as well. And you're right, we ought to be broadcasting those symptoms and making sure that, our families get that information.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Very welcome. And again, please don't forget, since I don't have your number, would you mind stopping by next door and providing all that?
Yes, I will. Thank you
And
very
you
much.
can take one of our cards as well. Okay, commissioners, do you have anything else to add at this time? Okay, so we will then, I'm double checking, okay? We've got items to move forward in the regular agenda, and that is to receive a report relating to Nueces County Animal Care Services, including its autonomy. Oh, gosh, what's wrong with me? Sorry. I'm just following the numbers here. Number one. Number two is receive a report from third-party reviewer regarding Johnson Controls, Inc., Phase 1, Phase 2, energy savings performance contracts. And Tyner, who do we have on the line?
We have Bill Coe with Johnson Controls. And third-party reviewer Al Garza, which is he's online. And I'll let them, each one of them has a report.
Was that provided to us?
I'm sorry?
Was it provided to us?
Yes, it was, the Bill Coe's report was attached to the agenda, correct, Connie? And
You got it this morning.
and then Al Garza just submitted his this morning, and I will email that out.
So we got the other one just this morning? How did we get that one this morning because I don't have it?
Let me see if, I thought we had Bill Coe's in time. Let me double check that.
No, I didn't see that one either.
Got it
I'm
this
in.
morning, Tyler.
I didn't see him.
So you didn't get them
Got
till
one
this morning?
I don't know.
I don't have it, so.
I'm sorry, Commissioners, these came in
Okay, so
late.
what we're going to do is we'll listen to your presentation and we'll have you back again next court so that we have the time to really review and ask questions.
Judge, I'd
And,
move the table because I don't even have the report as I sit here. I haven't had a chance to read it or digest it. I
Okay.
don't even know how to ask questions. So I move we table this because there's no backup.
That's fine, Commissioner. I agree.
Okay, all right, so we would like, I've got a motion, I've heard a second. Commissioner Gonzalez, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the date will be next court. And Bill, just so you understand the process, the commissioners, it's the will of the court to make certain that they have in advance the presentation so they can be better prepared to listen to your presentation and ask appropriate questions. So we're going to have you back next court.
That's okay. I appreciate your consideration and let us present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, and so the next item is receive the update on the energy savings performance contract with ABM Building Services for capital improvement program. And they are here in court with us. I see them walking in. And so we will move to ask Tyner if, who will be presenting today.
For ABM, that would be
Mike
Mike Bailey.
All right.
Judge, this one's, I want to do this one executive session too. I don't know if I should, I'm kind
Well,
of, I'm
this
looking
is,
conflicted on
I
some of
think
my-
there's two issues. Maybe you have a legal, but this is the update on the contract itself. Do you want to have,
Yeah, I had
is,
asked,
you don't want to hear how would you not ask the legal question?
no, I want to hear, but I'm trying to do it in what order, kind of like the other one we're doing with animal care, because I know I'd asked Ms. Dorsey to prepare some information for the court to review in legal session, and it might be, I think.
All
it
right,
might be
well, if you
helpful to
think
get
that it's related,
first.
we'll hold.
Oh, it's definitely related. I mean, this is on
Right.
the presentation on the,
There are two separate issues, the finances and what has been done to date could be addressed completely apart from the executive session issues if the court is desiring that.
I would like to hear,
I definitely want to hear it. I'm just trying to figure out what order, because I
Well,
definitely like to
I
hear.
think I'll just ask them, please, to just give us an update on the progress, and then please make yourself available, then we will go into the dollars and cents and the contract at a later point in time in the meeting. So let's just stick to, think of in your mind, I'm going to bifurcate both. If you drift into the wrong area, I'll stop you.
There you go.
Okay?
I'll
So,
be
no, we
prepared.
just want to make sure that we honor both the legal questions in the executive session, and we'll have a chance to come back and ask you. But go ahead, Mike.
But this
Hold
is.
on, this is, one more question, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Also, the CIP, is that for 2019 or what? And when we put
Well-
CIP, I think we need to probably put the year or whatever, but.
Well, the capital improvement program just refers to those projects that were a part of our capital improvement program that are then a part of their contract. So the CIP is just a living document, but if you want to know which ones they were working on, I would probably say they were 2019, 2020.
Yes, ma'am. And this
You
is,
could- and
this is related to the debt service payment that we have in our budget, right? All of this is included in that.
all of the work that you're about to hear about.
Okay. All right, let's give it a shot.
All right, we ready?
Okay. All right, Mike.
Judge Canales, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning to present an update on the progress of the project that we are delivering to you. The presentation that I'll be giving today is one that goes through the scopes that were originally approved in the contract. And then for each of those scopes, we'll be providing, a progress report or where we are on the installation of each of those. In this environment, it is critical that, we be transparent, that communication is essential. In this, we're still dealing with COVID supply issues, that are, will delay a project, will cause issues to come up. And so we believe that it is important that we have transparency and active communication with yourselves and with Public Works. Go to the next slide, if you will.
And you're going to talk about the cost savings involved in this too, right?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
that's permissible.
That would be a big part of it for me.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if I was supposed to go there or not at the end. That's at the end. Okay. So as I was saying, to be able to provide that transparency and to provide that open communication link, one of the things we prepare is on a biweekly basis, a project status report. That project status report has been provided to each of you, and along with a binder to keep up with. It is also provided to Public Works, and it serves as the basis for the biweekly meeting that is occurring with the Public Works Department. In that report, we provide a status update for everything that is under construction. We look at any issues associated with that are documented in that report. We also provide a snapshot of what is planned to occur in the next 2 weeks. And so that there is clear and accurate communication between ourselves, our delivery team, and Public Works on what is happening and what is going to happen. And if there are any issues, those are documented in that, and so that we're able to address those going forward. Next slide, please. As I said, we're going to do a quick review of each of the scope items. It's by facility. This is the scope for the fairgrounds. Replacement of a 70-ton AION unit that had gone out at the fairgrounds exhibit hall. Installation of the stratification fans, LED lighting, both interior and exterior, roof replacement, paving, landscaping, concrete repair to the walkways, carpet replacement and painting, and also outdoor stage and stage lighting. The court did approve a change order that allowed us to also replace the ceiling tile within the exhibit hall. That is along with refurbishing the columns within Exhibit Hall A. Go to the next slide, please. This is an overview of all the work that's being done out there. It kind of gives you a feel of the magnitude of the work. If you look at all the light green areas are all the concrete paving that's being replaced. The blue is asphalt paving that's being replaced. Every one of the red roof areas that you see on all of the facilities are going to be replaced. The landscaping is in the darker green areas that you see in the middle and around the circle as you come in to provide an aesthetically pleasing environment. We're going to be installing additional lighting in the parking lot areas. As you know, that is one of the areas that is well underlit. It was in the parking lot, and so we're enhancing that. We're, obviously, as we said, we're replacing lighting within all of the exhibit halls and in the barns as well. We are installing color tunable LED lighting in the center area outside. And then as you see just to the right of the circle and to the left of the flagpole was our original placement of the amphitheater that is being proposed out for this facility. Next slide, please. One of the things that is up for discussion today, or not today, but that we will be seeking a decision on is the final placement of the amphitheater. You saw where the original placement was, and that's shown again on the left. There has been discussion with land and with staff about the possibility of, because of some utility issues, to move that amphitheater on the opposite side of the flagpoles that you see there on the right. And that would address some utility easement issues that have been brought up. No decision has been made. That is something that we are going to be seeking a decision on so we can final design and commence construction. Next slide, please. This is a timeline. You can go through there. You can see that we are about 25% refinishing the columns. Ceiling tile is just starting. We have, as we just discussed, the outdoor stage has not commenced work yet, pending final location decision. Carpet replacement and painting is significantly done. It's almost 100%. The sidewalk, concrete repair, and landscaping, those will be delayed because of a staging issue. We want to make sure we have the outdoor lighting and everything done before we commence that. We don't want to do work that's going to be then saw cut. So that's why that hasn't started yet. Parking lot replacement, as you see, is well along as well as the roof replacement on each of those facilities. We have started doing some exterior lighting in the parking along the outside of the buildings, as well as some of the walkway lighting. The LED lighting is just starting within the facility. One of the things that we have kind of faced, again, with the COVID situation, the supply chain, I'll give you an example, is that like with the LED lighting, you know, the timeline for the supply for that is usually fairly quick. You know, those deliveries have been delayed significantly. Roof installation is another one, because roofs are a part of this. Roof installation, especially on the built-up roofs, that is delayed by 8 months. And so we're constantly having to adjust our schedule and move and prioritize things. We are still on timeline for a completion April 30th. But it does require us, back to that open and transparent communication, to say, to make sure everybody understands. The destratification fans are done, and the replacement of the AON unit, that was done very early on because that unit had failed. We actually came in and did that ASAP to serve that area as a service to the county. Next picture, please. This is a picture of the roofing going in. It's a standing split seam system that is going in to replace the corrugated tile look that was there before. Of course, all this is wind certified, and we feel like this is a very good solution to address the roofing issues that have been occurring out there. Next slide. Obviously, as we said, paving is moving along quite rapidly. This is a picture of the farming that has taken place, as well as some of the completed paving. The next slide is the same thing. We'll show that one. Just more of the same. And then the next slide, please. This is the asphalt going in between the concrete and the existing asphalt to prevent water penetration damage that could occur. Next slide, please. I think this is I saw this picture and it really kind of stood out to me, guys. If you've been out there, I know, and you saw the carpet and what it was before. You can see the new carpet in and the dramatic change that it has made to the interior of that facility. You can see the paint that has been completed. This is a picture in the hallway. You can see with the wainscot gray and then a off-white above that. You can also see in that bottom right picture the columns and how they are coming along as far as being refinished. The picture on the left was before that was done. And again, the whole purpose of that is to improve the aesthetics of that facility and to improve the rentability of that facility for Spectra. And I think the replacement of the ceiling tile along with improved lighting will culminate in a facility that you can truly be proud of, and that will be a great asset to the community as well as a very rentable space.
Yeah, and that rentable space is huge. I was at a 4-H banquet, and they were telling me that the Holiday Inn downtown had raised their rates, and so they were going to be moving, once they saw this space, this was another group, but they were participating in the 4-H banquet. They were going to be moving to this space, because now it met their criteria for their, events, and it was more economical. And so rentability, as it turns out, is what we need out there in order to make that maintenance and operations work.
Go to the next slide. Is going to get into some of the lighting fixtures. This is in the barn area. We already are replacing the lighting. Be honest with you, it's hard to provide pictures before and after that really do justice. I mean, at any point in time, we would invite you to, schedule a time to come out to the site to see the progress personally. You'll get a better feel for the work that's being done, as well as, the change in the lighting. Next picture. This is the building envelope. One of the things that was out there as a concern was leaking around those windows at the top. And so we are reglazing those windows. We're replacing the gaskets systems around the roll-up doors, as well as the entrance doors. And I can see my screen better than y'all, so I'm going to flip ahead if that's okay. Go to the next slide, please. This is an example of the lighting that you see both before and after. You can see before you had the dingy lighting on the left. We now have the LED fixture, which provides much greater lumens and greater light levels within that facility. Next picture. The next one is the outdoor lighting that is going in. Again, we're replacing the existing heads with LED fixtures to, again, provide greater light. We're also going to be, as I said, adding fixtures to the parking lot areas as well. That will provide additional light levels, which will also provide better security and better safety for those in attendance. Next slide. Moving to the courthouse. This is the scope of work that is at the courthouse. Replacement of the 3 steam boilers, there was one it's designated in the CIP to be replaced. By doing the 3, we are able to provide redundancy that will allow maintenance to occur on one of the boilers while the other boilers are sufficient to service the demand. And so we wanted to create a redundant system. Installation of the tire treatment system, again, one of the things that is critical in a chilled water system is that you have clean water. The failure to have clean water or treated water that's going through that system would cause calcification. It would cause the chiller to lose efficiency and can result in downtime in your equipment. So the installation of the tire treatment system will address the water side of the chilled water system. Air curtains are being installed at the doors. This is to allow for to prevent the hot air from coming in and allow for more efficient cooling within the interior of the building. We're using HVAC armor to coat and extend the life of some of your equipment that is not at the end of its life. And I've got some examples of that. We're replacing some pumps. We're going to be installing LED lighting within this facility, within all the offices and throughout the entire facility. Within the 3 floors of the courthouse, we're actually replacing all those fixtures to a new aesthetic fixture. So that will be occurring as part of that installation. There's some building envelope modifications here as well as transformer upgrades. And I just want to point out the transformer upgrades here are not associated with the transformers that are being addressed as part of the generator project. These are within the building now, but they're not the transformers that y'all are looking at that has to be replaced for the generator installation. I just want to make that clarity. There was a no-cost change order approved by the court. That was to provide additional hot water needs. One of the things in discussion with Public Works was that they had an ongoing maintenance issue with some of the heat exchangers that were generating the steam to be able to heat the water for the jail side. We came back and did a design at no cost to address that, to take that maintenance issue off their plate and create a more reliable system. And so that was done and was approved by the court. Next slide, please. So right now we've done 100% of the building envelope. HVAC armor is at 98%. And the steam boilers, that work is commencing, and I have some pictures of that. As a matter of fact, the new boilers actually arrived on site this morning. So that process is moving forward here quite quickly, and so we'll be getting those placed and piped in, hopefully within the next 2 weeks to get that established. Next slide. So this is actually in where the boilers were. We went in and have demoed out those boilers. We're totally going to, as we say, we're bringing in 3 new, efficient, dependable boilers. In making that selection, one of the things we wanted to make sure was that you had a system that was dependable. There were some boilers in there in the past that were, I'm gonna say finicky, hard to maintain. So we have made a selection of boilers that we believe will be more dependable, be easier to maintain, and again, will provide the redundancy so that maintenance can occur without interrupting service. And so you can see here where we've already demoed that out, and as of today, the boilers have arrived on site, and we are commencing the setting of those in place. Next slide. County Jail. So at the county jail, we're going to be replacing some old pneumatic controls with new DDC controls. As you know, pneumatic controls are quite problematic. They have a lot of leaks. They're not very dependable, very, very old technology. So this will be a great asset for Public Works in maintaining the comfortability within this facility. We're looking at replacing 18 air handling units and 5 FCUs. We're looking at refurbishing 18 air handling units. We're also going to be addressing, and this was added kind of as we went through the design phase, smoke purge fans and controls to ensure that we're meeting all jail standards. And so it's critical that that take place. LED lighting there as well, building envelope modifications, piping insulation, We're doing water conservation within this facility. As you know, water is a precious commodity. So we always want to look for opportunities to save on water, which provides savings as well as reduction in your sewer and the costs associated and fees associated with that. And then we're putting in a new ozone laundry system. And again, as it relates to the jail, in the no-cost change order, we're actually replacing 2 additional air handling units. Next slide. This is our progress there. The water conservation is pretty well wrapping up. Building envelope has been done. Refurbishment of the air handling units is commenced, and replacement of the pneumatic controls with DDC controls has also begun. The smoke purge will be dependent upon final installation and refurbishment of the air handlers as component to that, and the controls will obviously be necessary to ensure that they work properly.
On those air handlers, Mike, on the replace, how quickly do you think, is that a supply chain issue, or how quickly can we get those going? That's a biggie
believe
here.
we ordered those. They are ordered.
They are.
So
Okay,
we're
good.
waiting for delivery of those.
Okay, good.
I'll get an update on that and provide that back when that work will actually commence.
So you're going to concentrate on the refurbishment right now while you try to wait for these new ones to come in?
We are looking at moving forward with both at the same time.
Both at
pretty
the same
much.
time?
Yeah.
Okay, super. Okay, thank you.
This is a sample of, next slide, I'm sorry. I went to the next one. This is the water upgrades that are taking place with the control systems, China replacement, and those things. Next slide. This slide here gives you a feel for the HVAC armor. It's kind of a progression from right to left, if you look at that. The one on the right, you see, is very rusted, very, and so the middle picture is cleaning, and then the picture on the left is actually one that has been totally refurbished and recoated, which will extend the life of that unit rather than having to replace it at this time. Next slide. McKenzie Annex. This is one where we are doing, again, tower treatment system for the chilled water system. We are actually totally replacing the chilled water system within this facility. We're bringing in 2 new 200-ton chillers. We're replacing the 2 cooling towers that are roof mounted. There's one DX system that needs to be replaced. Again, you can see we're doing the armor, refrigeration system optimization as part of the chiller installation, LED lighting, water conservation, again, ozone laundry system there, and we will have a parking lot replacement there as well. Next slide. So this is the progress. You can see that water conservation is pretty well complete. LED lighting is getting very close to being complete. HVAC armor is 100%. Replacement of the cooling tower and the 2 200-ton chillers is moving forward. It's 50 and 60%. We're probably a little further along than that at this point. And you'll see the pictures of that here in just a second. Next picture. So in doing what in replacing the chillers at the McKenzie Annex, the CIP identified the replacement of the chillers. When we did our walkthrough and analysis, we noted that the chiller plant as it was originally installed did not provide the opportunity for redundancy because you could not isolate one chiller and one set of pumps to run the entire building, which was the way it should be set up. To be able to address that, what we have done is we have totally gutted that facility. We've removed all the piping, all the pumping, the existing chillers, and we'll be installing totally new pumps, totally new piping, and of course the new chillers and cooling towers. So you will have a totally new functioning plant that should serve you for the next 20 to 25 years easily. And so
And I just want to say that it gets to be 98 degrees when you don't have your chiller running correctly in about, I think we figured out like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, there was an
I mean,
issue.
It was insane how
Yes.
quickly hot it gets. And of
Yes.
course, not only does that violate every bit of jail standards, but it creates an an untenable situation for law and order and safety.
Yes, it does. And so there was an issue with the temporary chillers with the first one we brought in, which is not typical, but that first chiller that was brought in as a rental chiller did fail. We immediately moved to bring in a second chiller, temporary chiller, to get it up and running. Our team worked well into the night to get that connected and up, and now we have 2 temporary chillers on site to ensure that you don't have that issue.
No, that's terrific. I wanted to make sure the court knew. Thank you.
Yeah, next picture, please. Again, this is the chillers themselves going in. You can see the piping and the new pumping systems going in. Again, to provide a completely new state-of-the-art plant. Next picture. This is installation, really, the chillers arriving on site, the cranes putting the cooling towers on the roof and mounting those. And the next slide just is another picture, kind of a different angle of the piping going in and different angle of the tower-mounted cooling tower. Next slide, please. Galahar. So at Galahar, again, we're doing a cooling tower refurbishment there, HVAC armor, the refrigerant optimization, doing LED lighting, roof replacement at this facility, which is critical. There is a lot of issues with the roof there now, some laundry machine upgrades, and a parking lot replacement and repair there. Galahar, next slide, please. When you look at that, the LED lighting is complete. The HVAC armor is also complete. We'll be moving, once we complete the fairgrounds, we're staging up to start the work at the parking lot. As I mentioned, the roof replacement is contingent upon getting the installation, which is, as I said, has an 8-month lead time. It's on order, obviously, and will be arriving and won't impact our schedule. Again, that is a critical component over there with some of the roofing issues that they have had. So go to the next slide, please. So in setting up, again, just as a refresher, we use Texas Local Government Code Section 302 is where we use what we use for the county for performance contracting. That legislation authorizes the use of performance contracting to address and fund facility needs. It also allows 3 sources of savings to be allowed. One, of course, is energy savings. The second is operational savings. And the third that is allowable under that is capital cost avoidance. The legislation also allows for the addition of facility improvements that are ancillary to work provided by the performance contracts that does not have to be funded by the savings. And I'll use the amphitheater as an example of that. Obviously, we're working at the fairgrounds, so the amphitheater is ancillary to the work that's being done out there. Next slide, please. This is the cash flow that was provided for the RFP. You have a construction period savings, which is the savings that is realized during the construction period prior to substantial completion. Again, substantial completion is scheduled for April 30th under the terms of the contract. Once substantial completion is completed, then you go into the measurement and verification phase, which would start after the completion and sign off on April 30th. We would begin a measurement and verification, and the guaranteed savings that would be provided would go into effect in that year one being after completion of construction. So again, back to just kind of defining what the savings allowable under the legislation are. Energy savings, which is the reduced energy consumption for electricity, gas, and water. Operational savings are reduced M&O expenditures realized through the installation of new equipment such as lighting. Lighting has a 10-year warranty. Our HVAC systems have an extended warranty on them, plus just the fact that it is new equipment, we'll take that out of your budget. Roofing, as I say, like at Galahar, for example, has been a significant issue. So you will no longer be having to fund, roofing repairs there or at the fairgrounds with the new roof installation. So those are just examples of types of operational savings that you could realize. Capital cost avoidance is the avoided cost that would be budgeted annually for capital improvements provided by the project. Again, you look at the things that are included in this, there are certain things that generate no savings. Obviously, the amphitheater generates no savings. There's limited savings on some of the items that are done. The roof is a limited savings item. There is some, but again, capital cost avoidance is the cost that you would have had to budget to be able to address these issues, as an example. And then we included a small amount for revenue increase for the rental projected rental increases at the fairgrounds. I believe that was set at about a 10% increase at the fairgrounds over their current rental. So those are the main components of that. Next slide. So that is the information I have for you today.
Okay, thank you so much. And since we're going to take this up in executive session,
I guess I can ask some questions out here that are not executive. I've got some legal too, but I've got some for Dale. I'm confused on this, Dale, in regards to the way this looks. We're going to realizing this 1.775 in year one. I know we're in year 0 now, in year one, okay? But a part of that is this annual capital avoidance. So how is that really a savings when we're spending $1.5 million a year in debt service to pay for this? And I guess I'll ask it that way. How is this, I don't understand how this is an annualized capital avoidance.
The way I understand this would be that you will not have to apply this as a budget item to repair, for example, if like he replaced the chillers or the water coolers or something that came up and it would require a significant amount, like unfortunately like our generators was a $3 million, $4 million issue. That would be something we would have to normally do, and normally for the general fund, we don't appropriate this type of large capital expense. These are normally stuff we put together on the CIP, and then we go out for a certificate obligation or other type of financing to do this.
Right, so are we really seeing an annual capital avoidance of $1 million in any of this based on our past practices?
Well, with the replacing the information and the cost we have right now, you would not have to repair this or replace this for 5 to 10 years. So you wouldn't have to appropriate or consider this for items. This would be something else you would have to consider, another location or another building, another item that you would have to then consider. But for these particular items that we're talking within this contract, you would not have to go out for capital expenditures for an extended period of time.
So are you saying that there is an annual capital avoidance potentially that you're seeing in here or not?
No.
There's not.
We normally do not appropriate this capital expenses like this type to the general fund, so we would not see this. It's just that this will not be needed to be required to be in addition to the CIP. So there would be a cost savings there, but not to the general fund.
Right, okay, so then, and the annual increased revenue, we don't really know. That's just a projection. That's just kind of a hopefully, because we're making it prettier and nicer, that people are going to come.
Well, that particular revenue they're talking about is revenue that the fairgrounds receives through Spectrum. We do not see a dime of it.
We do not what?
We don't see any of it.
So we as a general fund will not see any of this either.
The revenue, no. That all goes to Spectrum through their rental of the facility.
So, and then on the annual operational savings and the utility savings, those are projections based on what, in your opinion, if you've looked through all this?
Again, we have to figure out because they're doing a significant amount of work at the fairgrounds to replace some chillers, to replace some LED lighting, and to cost some savings there. However, similar to the revenue side, the fairgrounds pays for that expense and goes through their cycle through Spectrum. We do not see the bills for the utilities, so they'll see the savings, not the county. So we would still have to consider how much of that would be. We definitely will see money when we talk about the courthouse, the annex, and all our billing, definitely, when we get to all that process. But the savings for the energy savings for the fairgrounds, we will not see that because the savings will go to the Spectrum on their bills.
So I'm trying to figure out where the savings are to the county at this point. Now, I know in this contract, there's some sort of guaranteed offset, and I haven't looked at it, but you and I visited about it last week, and I think you said it was on page 24 of the 31-page contract, and you read to me that there was a potential offset, but I guess that's in year one, not in year zero.
That's correct.
And so that offset was guaranteed of $650-some-odd-thousand, I think, is how you read it, but I don't know if that's how Jenny-
$645,000 if you do year one and you add the annual utility savings and operational savings, those two together are $645,464, which is the amount I presented to you.
But what you've just explained is not all of that
Will
would
be
go
for
to
the general fund, correct.
Right, go to the general fund. So as I look at this and wonder now, in retrospect, why we did it this way when it, to me, was, and I take full responsibility if I didn't understand it right, and I'm gonna go back and look at the presentation. I've asked for that video so I can go back and look at everything. Don't have it yet. And so I take full responsibility for any action that I took on this, right? But I'm just saying, to me, this was represented, maybe I'm not understanding it right, but to me, this was represented that we would have a lot of cost savings that would offset this, because I would have never, had I not either A, made a mistake and didn't read it right, or B, it been presented the correct way, I would have never voted for something that put $1.5 million worth of new debt service into the general fund, because we haven't done that in years. We've been doing COs for that very reason. And so I will tell you, I sit here today feeling a little, I don't know what the right word is, betrayed, and again, accepting my level of responsibility for it. But I feel a little betrayed by this, because to say that there's any way I can see us having a $1.5 million every year put into our budget for the next 20 or whatever we've committed this for, 16 on this, is not something that I have any interest in continuing with in the way that we're doing it. Unless someone can tell me, Dale, and I'm looking at you because you're the auditor and you're the guy that I'm asking this, and I'm asking you these questions because you're the expert on all this, and I'm not asking you because I think you've done anything wrong. I'm just asking it because you're who I want to have the answers to. No offense to anybody else in the room, but everybody else has vested interests. Not everybody else.
Who has
Not
vested
every-
interests?
Mike has a vested, not everybody else. ABM has
Hey,
a vested interest.
not anybody up
I
here.
said- I corrected myself. I'm sorry.
That's-
ABM
that's
has a
kind
vested-
of
No, I
like-
corrected
but-
myself. I apologize. ABM has a vested interest in answering the questions, and I don't mean that offensively, but it's gonna be a little offensive, and I don't really care at this point, to be honest. I'm trying to be as nice as I can about this, because I'm really bothered about it. So Dale, I need to know where you see, if anything, how this is gonna work financially for us, other than us having to look at this for the next 16 years as a $1.5 million general fund hit, with maybe offsets, maybe totaling 645. Maybe there's some increased revenue, but that's not gonna impact us. It's gonna go through the Spectrum side, you said. So I don't, and Spectrum, with all due respect, that thing operates at a loss, so it might be operated a little bit less of a loss if we get some new revenues, and that might help the general fund indirectly, could, a little bit, but I'm just not seeing how we can ever do a budget and put in, that's like a guaranteed tax increase every year for the next 20. And I mean, I'm sorry, like I said, if I made a mistake on this, I will stand up and say, I made a mistake in supporting this.
Well, you made the motion.
And
It
I'm
wasn't,
saying,
not a
okay,
mistake. You made the motion
and I
to
just said that, Judge. I'm saying,
approve Bank
and
of America for that financing, and your comments were that the financing was very, very reasonable, as
The
it was,
financing was
under
very
2%.
But I did, and I'm saying
And
to
they
you,
were financing a payment schedule that includes the 1.5 million. And mind you, this is all happening
but it was supposed to
because
be with an offset, Judge. I believe, and I haven't seen the video, but I believe the presentation was, we were gonna get so much offset of this that it was going to not be a net to us at 1.5 million. It was going to have a $1.5 million fee, and it was gonna have an offset and one would argue of $1.7 million, according to this very sheet in front of us. And if that's the case, then that was a no-brainer. But now, what I'm finding is that's not the case. It's nowhere near the case.
Well, I don't think
And so I
substantial
think that-
completion has occurred, so I think everything is speculative at this point. But I do think that if you would,
Judge, I'm asking Dale, if you don't mind, and I'll let you make all the comments you want, but I'm gonna finish up with
I
Dale.
think it's
and you
fine
can
to
make-
ask Dale.
Okay. So
But I
Dale, do
think you should
see
give him
any-
an opportunity to
I-
bring back to you after thorough,
No, Judge,
uh,
I talked to
analysis.
No, I talked to Dale last week and had a long conversation with him, said, this is what I'm gonna be asking on Monday. If you need more time to answer my questions, then tell me and I'll wait.
Okay, well,
He
I
hasn't
didn't know
told me
that.
No, that's why I'm explaining. So I've had a lot of conversation, a long conversation with Dale, well, semi-long. So Dale, and if you don't have the answers, you can say, we'll bring it back another time. I'm happy to hear that too. But do you see any way, shape, or form that this is gonna be a 1.77546 total annual savings in capital avoidance to the general fund? You see any way in year 1, 2, 3, or 4 that this is gonna be anywhere near this?
Since we do not ever appropriate funds of $1 million in capital avoidance, I would say no.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Then my legal questions I can ask in the back, Judge. Thank you.
okay.
You know, and one more, I got a couple of questions, and Dale. In addition to what Spectrum might be making, we still give Spectrum $800,000 a year, right?
We budget that amount. It depends on their gains and loss, and that goes through Commissioners Court Administration. Teresa looks that over very tightly, and I think the last few years, it's been anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000. It's never been $800,000. But it's been significant funds based on their profit and loss statements on how they work. So it's a constant budget we have in 0141 to cover some contingency that they might have. So this could possibly reduce some of the costs we have because they're expecting a possible revenue. But again, they have to be able to start renting these facilities. Again, the utility savings for this new equipment that they're installing will definitely be seen by the Spectrum. So their expenses to revenue may be less, so we might have to contribute less, but we still have to budget the transfer to cover that should there be a need.
But yet we still pay for everything we use in addition to the $800,000.
Well, I don't think we've ever exceeded $800,000. Teresa might be correct me if I'm wrong. Looking at 141, they're like I said, it's been averaging $400,000 to $500,000 a year.
All right, the other question, I want to have one question. What's the projected cost on this theater? Who can you all guys answer that?
I'll have to get that number, Commissioner Gonzalez. I don't know that number offhand. I mean, I can provide that to you and be glad to do that, but I just don't know the number today.
I'd like to have it.
And
Okay.
did
Yes,
we
sir.
approve that one? I don't remember that one. I'm sorry.
I don't remember either.
I apologize on that one. That was the other question I had. I don't remember. If we
I'm sorry?
approved, did we approve the amphitheater as part of this construction? I don't remember.
Yes, sir.
that. Okay.
Yes, sir. It was part of the scope that was in the contract. What I went through is the scope, that included the amphitheater
I don't remember
at the
either, but I-
fairgrounds.
Maybe we did. Okay. Thank you very much. That's the only thing I have.
Okay, so we're going to discuss it further, all the legal questions that might come up in executive session. So I might ask that you, as they say, stick around or at least be close by in case there's a question that you can answer.
All right.
And then we will come back. I think we should probably put it on again, Tyner.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's only a presentation today, Judge.
yeah, just-
I'd asked for it to be
you-
on, and then they just said it happened to be on presentation, so.
You can put on again so that we can have an opportunity. It's
For an
like
action item,
anything, when you have one side of the story and not the other side, there was a third-party entity that reviewed the energy savings.
That's correct.
And so we need to be mindful of that. But let me just say that whether it's roofs or boilers or air handlers for the jail and the annex, HVAC, transformers, or anything of the like, what we were able to accomplish and what this court voted and vetted thoroughly and Public Works voted to bring it to us and recommended it took over a year and a half. So the idea that this wasn't thoroughly vetted is really just not the case. We might have a difference of how you're going to, what you're going to realize, but make no mistake, you're paying for work that was identified and needed. and you are financing it through an energy savings performance contract. So whether you pay it on the debt side or the GF side, when you add when you add M&O plus INS, you get your tax rate. So it doesn't really matter whether it's on one side of the coin or the other.
I disagree
It
with
all
that.
adds up to the tax rate, and you only had so much you could give on that tax rate in the last 10 years when it went down. And the other thing that went down was this courthouse and the jail and the county facilities on the maintenance, and we're paying the piper now, but we've been able to structure it in keeping the tax rate lower than it was in the last 2 previous years. And that is what the story is. If you remember that this was a way to actually not just straight up get your financing, but you got your financing at historically low interest rates, plus you got some energy savings, this court thought that that was a win. And you abstained, but there was when we came to the actual financing of the plan, these questions were asked, whether we could not only afford it, but whether or not it was a good, I would say, financing mechanism. And you made the motion and Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it. And I
Judge,
think it
I'm
would be
aware of
helpful to
what
go
motions-
back.
I'm aware that I've
We're not saying
abstained.
we didn't, Judge, I'm just saying, you know, again, you know, I looked at it perception differently. You know, anytime I ask different questions now, I get different answers, and there's a reason about the theater, I don't remember it was part of the package, maybe it was. I voted for it, I'm in a group that voted for it, but I still, if we can change something now, we can. I mean, I hope. If the theater is not gonna give us any kind of savings, it's not really a need, it's probably a want. So, you know, there's nothing that says we can come back and look at this thing over again, you know?
Well, we call that a contract that we
Well, it
honor,
might be a
and so that'll be a
contract we honor,
legal
but-
issue, and
Judge,
so.
that's a legal question.
That's a
and
legal
I've asked whether or
question.
not we have a contract that's binding, and we're going to get that issue
Right.
answered in legal.
Wow.
Whether we do or whether we don't, I'm
Okay.
going to find out. That's the questions I've asked, so that
Well, then
I'm
I
very
would ask that
I'm very
ABM,
transparent.
knowing that that's the question, to please get your lawyers on call and on notice based on that comment alone.
Please feel free. So,
Okay.
and here's the other deal, Judge, what I don't.
But anyway, I
don't-
think at this point, excuse
Judge,
me.
can I finish
Just,
mine?
I will, just give me just
Okay,
one moment.
sure.
What I want to do is make sure that we know that we are going to go into executive session to deal with legal aspects of this contract. And what I was asking Tyner to do is just to make sure that we get a chance to bring it back next court so that we'll have more opportunity to discuss the financial positives and negatives as you see fit. But I will say that it would be helpful to maybe get the court's minutes. We can look that up. That's the greatest thing about having our minutes. We can look it up and we can make sure. I just want to make certain that the public understands that we're bringing this up. These folks are in the process of their contract. They haven't substantially completed. They are scheduled for April 30th. And the buyer's remorse is because it doesn't fit nice and neatly into something that I think you had a perception of, but it was presented openly, publicly, transparently. And I think if we go back to the minutes and roll the tape, you'll see that. So I think that's important to place on the record, because you wouldn't want to leave the impression that we did not have a discussion or a thorough discussion. We had lots of discussions and pretty good PowerPoint presentations. I think it'd be good next time to make it part of the packet. And that's what I was asking Tyner to do. And now I'll let you continue.
Thank you, Judge. That is exactly what I said when I started my comments, which were, if I made a mistake on this, then I'm going to stand up and admit that I made a mistake. I abstained on that first vote when I really probably wanted to vote no, but because I didn't want it to appear to be that I wasn't trying to help other parts of the county, I just abstained. I think I had that discussion with you privately so that you knew that that's what I was trying to do. Didn't have it with anybody else, didn't violate any Open Meetings Act there. When it was presented to me in a fashion, and I took it as if there were going to be a significant amount of offsets. There's no question that the financing mechanism that we passed was as good as it could be, but the question now is, Whether or not we should have done it as part of the CO or part of the general fund, in my mind, maybe not in yours, but in my mind. And I don't think there's anything wrong with going back and looking at things to make sure we did them right. And if the court continues to believe we did, then that's great. I can live with being in the minority on that. I'm in the minority on lots of things, and I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with not bringing up points and being transparent and open and honest, as you said, and transparently, openly, and honestly. I'm very concerned about this contract. I'm very concerned that we put it in the general fund when in fact we could have put it in COs and potentially used this money for COs and reprioritize some of the other things that we had, and it would have very much had an effect, as it would not have affected the general fund if we had kept it in the number that Noe said we could have done. It may have been reprioritizing other projects. We may not have done that. I may have lost on that too. So if I missed out on that, I'm gonna be man enough to stand up and say, you know what, my bad, but I'm not gonna perpetuate a my bad by not looking at something that I think is in the best interest of this county, and I'm not sure today that this is in the best interest of this county, and I am not ashamed about that, and you can try to shame me all you want, Judge, and say we have a contract and so forth and so on, but sometimes things change, and things have changed dramatically in this community, and what we need and what we want, and whether all of these things need to be done in the manner we're doing them is simply what I'm going to look at, and I make no apology for that, no matter what you say or what you imply about doing it, because there is no way in this world do I ever believe we will see an annual capital avoidance of $1 million a year, which was part of this proposal, and I believe part of why this court supported it, because of the fact that this number looked as though we could cover our debt service. Again, we didn't read it all. I didn't read it all. Again, I'm not saying we, I'm saying I. If I made a mistake, I'm going to admit it, but I'm not going to perpetuate it by being ashamed to admit it and seeing if there's a way to work it out.
I
So
understand.
that's where I'm coming from,
I
Judge,
understand
and
your.
maybe it won't go that direction.
I understand your position. I do want to correct the record, though, on one thing. We did put almost $9 million of our CO funds
Yes, we did.
towards this
I think it
contract.
was about 10 almost, actually.
Maybe so. I know it was not, I don't
Yeah,
have
no,
the
I think it was
exact,
about
but
10.
somewhere around there. And the other thing is energy savings performance contracts by statute cannot be on the INS side. You have to be on the M&O side. We made that abundantly clear with Estrada Hinojosa on our debt overview.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm saying
and
we
that's
didn't have to do
also
it as
very
energy
important.
savings.
So those are two issues. We did acknowledge, and we could have made other choices, but we made a conscious choice to put $9 million towards this contract for COs, on CO money, so we did make that investment. And then again, when you decide that you want to try to make energy savings, so you want to try to help your county by creating energy savings, bringing dollars back in, you're not allowed to go on the other side of the fence. You have to go on the M&O side. And so I think that those are two things that are very important. And I think that we should work hard in the next 2 weeks to work with you, ABM, to help bring the justification forward on these utility savings. But one thing is for certain. Typically, when you complain about something, you actually have the equipment and the processes that you're complaining about. In this case, you're complaining about savings and capital avoidance and maintenance that you haven't realized yet because you haven't even allowed the contract to begin. And when we talk about making mistakes, it's okay if you feel like you made one, but what's not okay is to say, I'm going to break a $23 million contract, because guess what you would owe? $23 million.
Judge, that's legal, and I don't think
No,
that's. No, Judge,
that's
I've
a
actually had
fact.
conversations, and that is not.
That's liability.
No, that
It
is not
doesn't-
a true
you-
statement.
Even if,
think we need to
that's
go
my,
behind
that's my
doors.
legal opinion.
That's your legal opinion, not.
That's
This
right,
is-
and
this
we're
is-
gonna,
We're gonna hear from the
I would
county
ask that
attorney.
legal opinions be kept,
no,
for
your
later.
legal opinion can be kept inside here. We get to ask you, but if
and this
I
is
have one.
recorded for use against the county at
Right.
a later date.
Well, this is absolutely ridiculous.
Judge, that's why we're supposed to be in
having
executive
this
session, except you
conversation.
like to throw out stuff that inflames it.
No, I
And-
think
and-
what's
And I don't think
happening.
what you're saying is true, and I think the county attorney will give us a different opinion, and I look forward to hearing that in closed
Well,
session.
wow, that you would know that already. That is also a legal opinion. So we'll just stop and move on.
No,
If
well,
you've made a conclusion and
oh,
we've made a
Judge, I've asked the
conclusion.
county attorney to do the research on it,
The
and I'm
problem
looking
is
forward to
that this
hearing her-
doesn't
her
fit
opinion.
nice and neat into your effective rate stance that you have every
Nor does
single
it fit
time.
into your,
Go to the next
nor does
My
it fit
stance
into
is to
your
always
debate
be the
over
lowest
spend,
tax
spend,
rate.
Spend,
Go to the
spend,
next
spend.
No, No, I always want to keep the lowest tax rate, which is why we've done that 2 years in a row. What you're trying to do is justify something that you should have brought up if you felt this way. This exact chart, I do want to ask Mike that.
Judge,
This exact chart, did you?
I've admitted, every once in a while, it'd be great if you admitted you made a mistake and just own it. I may have made a mistake here. I don't know that I have yet. I'm trying to get to executive session. That's why I wanted to do this in executive session first, to find out whether or not it is a mistake or not. But I can't even get there without you bringing
You
in the legal
can't
stuff.
get there because the equipment hasn't even been installed.
No, because I can't get Jenny's opinion on things before I know where we stand, which
You
is what I wanted
can't-
to do first.
You have to have substantial completion. The purpose of today was to showcase that you haven't even gotten there. If there is a problem with the equipment or a problem with getting the savings, we'll be the first ones to agree that that is not a good thing. But you haven't even given them the chance to finish substantially. Today was a presentation to showcase where we are. You want to say this contract is not good without them actually installing all of the things that they have promised to do.
Judge, I want to know how in the world we're going to avoid $1 million in capital, which is what they presented when the auditor says we never do it. I want to know how we're going to see increased revenue, which was presented. I want to know how this is going to be 1.775464 in savings and
Well,
capital
and I would like the
avoidance, which is
opportunity-
what presented, and that has not been shown
I
to me.
would
And I'm
like-
more than happy to bring this back and let someone show me,
Let's do
because I
that.
can't find
That's a good
any
place to
savings
find
of
agreement.
substance.
That's a good place to find agreement,
Go to
is to
four.
bring it back and to try and find the substance. But what I'm saying is that I want this court to recognize that we've had these conversations before, and bringing them up again is not only, it's unusual, given that you haven't given them a chance to complete their work that you hired them to do.
Judge, it's good government. It's doing something. When you find something that you may have made a mistake on, or I may have made a mistake on, it's good government to be transparent and bring it back up for discussion, of which that is what I have done. There is nothing wrong with what I have done. I know you don't like it,
No,
but it is
I have
good
no problem
government
with
when
it
you
at
bring
all.
it back up.
I
And
have no
not
problem
made a
with it.
conclusion. I'm trying to figure out how this is going to work
Right,
and
and
how
let's
this is going to
actually
save
have
us
that.
money.
ABM, would you be able to help address the utility savings were done by a third party? Is that correct? Can you identify, let's go through each of them and just, we're not going to have you go through them right now, but what we are going to do is have you provide some documentation as to how we arrived at those numbers. And I'll ask also for documentation and whether you discuss that with this court. I'll also ask you at a later date whether you discuss that with Public Works, but the policymakers are sitting in front of you. And I remember asking whether or not we could afford this, and the answer was given that we could. And so, again, it required certain things of us, which we performed. The $9 million was one of them. In other words, it required, in order to keep our payments at the minimum, it required us to make those capital contributions, which we did. Go ahead, Mike. I want to ask you that.
We will be glad to provide that information. There is a specific, the contract has two parts. One is what we call our project agreement, which outlines the scope of all the work that is to be delivered. And that was presented to council as well to the court for approval. At the same time, there was a second contract that was presented, which is the energy savings contract. And it goes through specifically how all the savings are calculated, how they will be guaranteed, how the baseline was derived. So it is very specific, and it is that second contract that was reviewed by the third-party engineer to verify that the calculations were done correctly. So as far as the energy savings, that is the process that was used for the energy savings.
And just remind us who that third party was, and we were given a copy of that report, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, you
So
were
we
given
use that to rely upon.
Steckler and Associates, I believe.
It was Silber.
Silber and Associates.
SIL.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, so,
Yeah.
okay.
I went blank there.
All right. Okay, so we'll go over the Silber and Associates. We'll refresh everybody's memory, and we'll come back and we'll have this discussion again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Excuse me, Judge, I just want to clarify, I was not a member of this court when all this transpired.
Noted.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see, it is already 12:30. Kara, I'm gonna do yours first, because yours are so, like, after another, and then that way I can take a recess, and then we will come back and do the American Rescue Plan Act, which might help
Judge, we'll go
in
number
the
4, is
discussion.
there gonna be an executive session though?
Well, I would like to see, as the presiding officer, I would like to have some overview. Otherwise, you go into executive session with no background. They can also bifurcate it. If you have any
I don't know why.
legal questions,
I don't know, I don't remember why that was going to legal.
Well,
or
it's already
to-
there.
well, it doesn't, the idea is if you have a legal matter, we can certainly discuss it in executive, but we owe the public the opportunity to have as many things in open session as possible. That is, we talk about good government, have it open.
Judge, I don't have any legal questions on ARPA funds. I don't know.
Do you have any legal questions, Commissioner Gonzalez? Do you have any legal questions, Commissioner Hernandez?
No, ma'am, sure don't.
Do you have any legal questions on ARPA, John? Okay. It's still noticed, we can still always go there if we need it after the presentation. But meanwhile, let's go to Kara, and you have a few items to talk to us about. All of them have to do with the constitutional election. I'll let you take over on number 5.
So number 5, thank you. So we have the upcoming constitutional amendment election, and that will be held November 2nd this year. So right now, I think number 5 is the early voting polling locations. They're the same that we've used in 2017 and 2019, except for the Valencia. The Valencia, we cannot use them for early voting. We are looking for another location in that area. We've made some calls. We're waiting to hear back. Yes, so we're waiting to hear back, but it's going to be a little difficult with the numbers going up, the Delta variant. It's a little difficult to find another location. So I ask that if you will approve these locations.
And that's this one?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, let's get that.
And that,
Yes, if you approve those locations and then give me the leeway to add another, if we can find one over where the Valencia is. It's
Judge, I would-
located,
How about the Petronila area?
that's different, that's the next one. I've already added it for you. Yes.
I would make a motion to approve.
Wait a second, wait a
Oh,
second.
sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and make your motion.
I'd make a motion to approve the early voting sites, giving the county clerk the flexibility to add another voting location in the Valencia area and Petronilla too?
Petronila.
Oh, you got Petronilla,
Valencia,
okay.
yes.
without
It's on
Petronilla.
here already.
Okay,
Petronila Elementary.
okay, that would be my motion, Judge.
Second.
Okay, and so, just to make sure, and I'm sorry I had to step out to get that emergency message, but did you say that you had already vetted these with our parties and?
Absolutely. We work
Great.
with the parties. They've all agreed. We have emails.
Right.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
great. It's just good to always say that, that way
Yeah.
people know.
Yeah, thank you
And
for
so,
clarifying that.
what was the other one besides Petronila?
Well, no, Petronila is going to be the next item.
Got
That's
it.
going to be on for Vote Center on
Got
Election
it.
Day. And that
Okay.
has been added.
For early voting, is there anything in place for the Banquete Agua Dulce, Blunser area?
Well, we do have Robstown, and so what they can do is travel, but there are places on Election Day. Remember, this is a constitutional, and it's very low turnout.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, if we can add on, I mean, Agua Dulce on election day, I would be,
I think they're on there,
Happy
John.
with
It's on
that.
the second page.
is it?
It's on
Community
Banquete.
Center, David Berlanga.
Oh, looking at David Blanc, I'm just
Right.
looking at
So
it.
not for
okay. So
early
when we
voting,
did-
but
Thank
for
you.
Right,
regular.
not early for Election Day, it is
Yeah.
there.
Election.
Then I'm fine with that, thank you.
And I would just ask that, you know, we reach out to Mayor Howard and to the new superintendent in Banquete, just to let them know that they are going to be covered on Election Day.
We talked to them. We've already handled
Yeah.
that.
No,
It's
I
all
just
done.
meant Commissioner Modis,
Yeah.
you know, just to let them know regarding the early vote. All right, so if everybody, having heard that the both parties have agreed and having you all look at it, I've got a motion. Was there a second?
Yes.
Second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Pose same sign. Okay, Kara, go ahead.
So next item is the Election Day Vote Centers. And so from what was posted, I'm recommending a few changes. I've given you all the updated list. So what you'll note, there's actually 52 locations instead of 50. So added two. The two locations being added as vote centers on Election Day are Petronila and Colda Elementary. Also recommending changing McGee over to Cal Island ISD, replacing McGee with Cal Island ISD, and replacing Ella Barnes with Atkins Middle School. But the entire list is on, I've handed it out, or Piner handed it out,
This
thank you.
one, right.
And
On the Valencia, did you mention, I mean, I don't want to get, if there's, I mean, what was the main reason for Valencia?
they just
Oh, they're
can't,
just
they
booked.
can't, Valencia's been great. They have accommodated us over the years, and we're just grateful they don't charge us. So when they're booked, and I think, businesses are trying to get reestablished, I mean, they're doing us a favor, right? So they can do
Well,
Election Day, but
it-
just not early voting.
Well,
But they're on this for Election Day as a vote center, so.
well, I'm just thinking in next year's election, right, because you're right, I mean, this is a low turnout, so
Right.
hopefully they block
Yes.
off some time to ensure, because I mean,
Right,
people
we're
go
already
there.
talked with them about
People
that.
love that location.
Oh, it is a great location.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely.
Motion to pass?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and now I've got the appointment of election judges and apportionment of election judges, number 8.
Judge, was that one 6? Or
Am I wrong on the
now we go
numbers?
7?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you just said you're on 7 now.
Sorry, my bad.
8 is election judges.
Do 7 now? Yep, right.
Go ahead, sorry, now do the order. You're right, I'm ahead of myself. Go ahead, do the order.
Number 7, Kara.
Yeah, I passed that out earlier, and in coordination with the county clerk, we did the order. Once approved, we'll publish this in the newspaper.
Motion to adopt?
Second.
Okay? Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we've done 5, 6, and 7, and now we'll go to 8.
The parties have provided their election judge list. The law says we do this in August. So we're hoping the court will approve the election judges that are attached to the agenda item. I don't have any information on apportionment at this time, and we'll work with the clerk, and I'll bring that back later.
And
But
again, these were submitted by the parties as well, I believe, correct?
yes,
So, motion to pass?
yes, thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and just for completeness, is there, 9 is going to go to executive session. Okay. And item number 10 is the considering of the overtime pursuant to county policy for essential exempt employees. And you'll notice you have a paperwork here that is for 9 hours and 9.83 hours for $452.
Judge, I'm just curious, 9, same question that you raised, to be transparent, what are we doing in executive session on 9? Is that, I don't know.
It has to do with courtrooms and the
Oh, okay.
judiciary.
Okay, just so people,
No, okay, that's a good point.
I mean, and security type issues is what you're.
It does.
Okay, just so
That's
people know.
correct.
Okay.
Security and courtroom issues. On item number 9, we'll go to executive session. Then item number 10 was the one I just mentioned, and I'm looking for an authorization payment regarding this 9.83 hours. And I've got a motion and second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then, is this a two-parter? Yes. And then authorized payment of overtime for city county health. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
And I'll second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I've got one no. Okay. We are going to take a recess, and then we were going to come back. Sheriff, I apologize. I need to do this research. I need to do this recess to handle another emergency matter. And I will be back. We will be back. If everyone can do a quick lunch, we can try to come back at 1 o'clock. We're recessed at 12:35. Maybe just Is that right? 12:35. Let me go this way. We're going to get started.
Tars told them.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, I'm okay moving to the budget change order number 19 as he comes in. And that's item D1. We're back on the record for the clerk at 1:16 PM. And if Dale would take us through the budget change order number 19, that'd be great. That's D1.
Yes, Your Honor, we have budget change order number 19 for our current fiscal year. There's several pages for this report. The largest ones are some of our buildings that need some repairs and maintenance. For example, on page 2, you allow the building superintendent moving some money around to cover some building and ground maintenance cost. And on page 3, you see our road and bridge departments moving some money around because some of the older equipment's needing some very expensive repairs, as well as the same thing we're doing for coastal parks. These funds are in the particular departments and are available for moving. They have the funds available, and that's submit budget change order number 19 for your approval.
Okay, I think I've got a motion, and do I have a second? A second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, that seems reasonable. Dale, how about number 2? That's our monthly financials for May, and they're found in item number 2.
Yes, Your Honor, on page 4, it shows you your balance sheet, so for all your general fund and all your operating funds. Your general fund for the May 31st is $55,927,929 as your fund balance. That is about where we expected it to be for this period of time. We expect it to be right around 27 million at the end of the fiscal year, when all things are finished. The next item we always go to is our health insurance fund on page 10. Page 10 is our workers' comp, our general liability, as well as our group health. Our group health is where we're always our concern. For May, we have a deficit in our fund balance of $566,441 deficit. And that was because during the month of May, we had over $1 million worth of medical claims. And unfortunately, when we get to your balances for June, July, and August, you also see those same balances. So right now in our fiscal year, without showing you here, we're about $1.8 million in the hole. So we want, that's where we're going to probably have to move some funds at the time. And you'll see that on the schedule on page 12. You'll see your charts. You see your April, your revenue, and your expense. You see how large your expense is for the month of May. And you'll see that when we provide you June, July, as well as August. Our revenue's on page 16. For our revenue for 16, we're right now we're at 88% collections. Our taxes are at 97%, which is about where our tax assessor believed they would be. And we feel that our current taxes where that is. We don't see that going up significantly, but it will go up slightly. We're projecting our year-end totals right around 97, 98% about our collection-wise, even though right now we're at 85% or 88%. Now we started our budget expenditure, so we find out which ones that are possibly in a deficit on expenses, and there weren't very many this particular month. The first one's going to be on page 38. And it's our legal aid department, which is our normal process because of how we had to pay the rental payment, so that's a good portion for it. The next one is going to be on page 50. That's just the piece, precinct 4 at the top, and majority of it is because of employee benefits. And why that might be an issue is they might have had one of their employees might have left, and the new person they brought in, or whoever the replacement is, the person that might have left either had no insurance or had single insurance, and the person that came in with insurance or doing the family process. And when you do the family process, it's about $12,000 more than your single process, so why that could be a possibility of being that negative on it. The next item is on page 55. Constable precinct number 3. Same process. They're having a few expenses because of some newer employees that had to do some training for their tasers and stuff. So their other expenses are a little over budget, as well as their benefits. Same thing for the benefits on that particular item. On page 57, our senior community services. That's where we have our home delivered meals. And as we know, when we go to the grocery store now, all of our costs for our groceries are extremely high. And that's where the majority of the overages are for this particular one. You'll see food and kitchen expense and also some utility expenses around 29 and 30% down. So that's why they're at a negative. On page 58, you'll see emergency management over budget, and that's because of some other overtime that they've had throughout the process, as well as some of the other contractors they're going through. And the most important page I want to show you is page 61. 61 is our total general fund. Our total general fund for the year is remaining 44.7%. For the month of May, we're actually at our fiscal year remaining is 33.3%. So as you see, we're 11.4% above our year end to do, which is about where we're projecting our total years to do. Our next item is going to be on page number 75. That's our beginning of our capital project funds, and this shows you a breakdown by each of the precincts as well as the county judge on what the projects are, whether they're on information technology, which is your computer issues, or our roads as well as building facilities. The main portion that we always want to look at is on page 80. This shows you the remaining funds available in the particular certificate of obligations. We've almost expended all of 2004, all of 2007. That's very minor. That's probably all of the interest left, so that's really not a concern, but we still need to get it spent. Our 2015s are 3.7 million. We need to get that processed and paid. I know we're working on the 2016 COs and our 2017 COs. Now, these say available funds. Now, these funds are probably already appropriated. They just haven't been spent yet for our 2019 certificate obligation, our tax notes. And we've already incorporated our 2021 numbers in here of $50 million, and we've yet to do that. So that's the monthly financial report for the year, for the month end of March 31st, and I submit that for your acceptance.
Okay, are there any questions to begin before we get to the motion to accept?
Motion to accept.
Okay, and we're going to be talking about health insurance, so I think that's the monthly report is a good parlay into getting to talk about that, but you sure there's no questions about losing $1.8 million in health? Okay, well, just trying to point that out, that would be maybe something you might want to ask a question about.
I have one question. Is it gonna lose, or we have like $3 million?
Right now, our balance is showing for our health insurance, we're at a negative $1.3 million fund balance, which means for the fiscal year end, year to date, we've expended $1.8 million more than revenue.
1.8
million.
More than revenue.
But as far as the health status right now, as far as the budget for that, we're to be what we're supposed to be, we're like, what, 3 million behind?
No, we're right now, we're over budget on medical and as well as prescriptions.
Over, under?
Over.
You mean, oh, okay.
If we go through up to the 8 months we're talking about here, so yeah, we're over. We have to get to the year end and know exactly where we are, but if my estimations are correct and working with everyone I know, I believe we'll be closer to $2 million in the deficit.
$2 million.
And we were 2 million, we also lost money last fiscal year due to COVID-19, at least 1.6. So that's why I say, when you read these reports.
You know, I've heard too a couple of things, you know, when I met with Duran one time too, that we're probably a little closer than $3 million.
It depends on how our balances are. We've able to receive some money back from our stop loss this last month. In August, we received close to $400,000 in stop loss, but we were still very, very small over of revenue expense. If we wouldn't have had the stop loss money, we would have been negative by at least $200,000 or $300,000. And we've been averaging at least $300,000 or $400,000 every month negative in the last 3 or 4 months. It depends on how our medical claims run as well as our prescription claims run. And that's why we're trying to, when we went out for the bids for our current health insurance, we're trying to reduce some of this cost. And we'll be talking about that when we come up to our health insurance rates here very shortly. But it's very imperative that we know that there are some years that we have catastrophic injuries that we have to account for. And our stop loss means that we have to pay $375,000 for the first portion of any claim up to a certain amount, and above that, we get reimbursed for, but it may take a month or two to get reimbursed. So that's where the process is, and working with Tomas and myself and Michael, we're projecting that the year end will be at least $2 million negative.
Man, I don't know, I think that,
Well, he'll be here shortly if you want to talk to Tomas.
you know, well, I'm talking to Del, I mean, I just, because I don't I talked to Del, talked to Tomas, and, you know, I get mixed messages here, but, so you're saying, Del, that 2.2 million, or, 2 million, like 2.5 million, we'll be okay in that area, that's what's gonna be, right? That's what you're saying.
With what my history is, we're looking at the balances are, if the revenue to expense proceeds where it's been right now, would be closer to 2. But if it gets higher, we can be anywhere from 3 to 5.
Yeah.
That's how expensive some of this medical claims are.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, all right, so I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye to accept the monthly report from May 2021.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Julie, run us through E1. It's one item, and then you can get back to your work. It's discuss and considering adding a car allowance of $96 per pay period for the Director of Mental Health, and it would be from March 22nd, 2021. Are there any questions of Julie? It's kind of self-explanatory. It's a matter of policy. You're welcome to talk to Julie. But
This
will
is
be
funded
reimbursed
by
from
the
the
hospital district.
Hospital district will reimburse.
Really, 200 a month?
Hospital district will reimburse this.
all right, even better. Is there anybody who has a policy decision not to want this? All right. And then motion, we just need a second.
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we're going to go back in
Thank you.
time. Thank you. If you'll go back to your regular agenda, item number 4 is where we left off, and that's receive an overview and discuss permissible uses of the American Rescue Plan Act under the final interim rules. And we also could, if we choose, to discuss and consider project prioritization of these funds. And we have Kristen Kerr from Haggerty online, and there's some other folks, I think. Rachel's on. I saw Rachel's name, and there might be other
Caitlin's
people.
here too.
Great. Hey. So
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we wanted to discussion with you about permissible uses, and I know you've got a small presentation to get everybody on board, so you can remind them of those. And then I provided you with J1 from our budget book, which showcases some of our budget challenges. And I think it was the will of the commissioners to maybe discuss openly whether some of those budget challenges could be funded by this American Rescue Plan Act for funding.
Yes. Thank you very much, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. So I just wanted to go over very briefly, especially for those who are from the public attending, what the American Rescue Plan Act and coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds are and what they can be used for. So just for everyone's background and context, under the American Rescue Plan Act, the coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds were allocated back in March 11th, and $350 billion were allocated to states, local governments, tribes, and territories across the country. And the primary goals of this funding is to really help support ongoing response activities to the COVID-19 public health emergency, replace lost public sector revenue, and strengthen the support of public sector jobs, to support immediate economic stabilization and recovery efforts for your communities, and also to address economic challenges that have contributed to unequal impacts on certain populations within the community. Of these funds, Nueces County has received $70.3 million, and these funds can be utilized in under 4 eligible use categories. The first being is to support the public health expenditures and address negative economic impacts. And so included within this category of use, these funds can be used for ongoing response activities related to the public health emergency, and also be used to help fund businesses, nonprofits, and really the households in your community who are really still feeling the effects and the impacts of the pandemic. Additionally, these funds can be utilized to replace lost sector revenue. And in particular, this is lost public sector revenue for the provision of government services. So any identified lost revenue can then be, once received by the U.S. Treasury, can then be programmed to general government uses. The third category of use is to provide premium pay for essential workers. This includes up to $13 per hour, up to $25,000 per person. And it can also be paid as grants to private employers, including those in the food industry, essential workers who are supporting public health care clinics, mental health clinics throughout the pandemic. And the U.S. Treasury identifies a non-exhaustive list of those who would qualify for premium pay within their interim final rule. And then finally, these funds can be used to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. There are a few ways in which these funds cannot be used that the U.S. Treasury identified in their interim final rule and supplemental FAQ frequently asked questions document. So these funds cannot be used to make deposits into any pension funds. It cannot also fund debt service, legal settlements or judgments. They cannot be used to deposit into rainy day funds or financial reserves. And then they cannot fund other general infrastructure spending outside of water, sewer, and broadband investments unless they're allocated under the revenue loss provision for the provision of government services. So as you all know, Judge and Commissioners, we've been working with your departments to collect kind of some of the department's ongoing priorities and needs over these last few weeks. And as you know, the county was allocated $70.3 million, but to date has received $35.1 million. And of the requests that we did receive, we did highlight out a few of the projects that were discussed in last week's budget workshop that are for your consideration. And so I wanted to have them here on the slide here for you all to be able to view and have discussion for. And please let me know if you have any questions.
And Kristen, I'm just going to tell you that I made a mistake on the Veteran Services Officer. That is correct, but the amount is incorrect, but we'll get you the correct amount. Okay? That's different than the J1 challenge, which said Veterans Treatment Coordinator. That's the right amount for that one. But as I understand, that's grant funded. And so this one is for our Veteran Service Office that lost its grant funding. And so I just need to get the right amount. So if you don't mind, make that mental note here. We'll get you that correct amount.
Thank you, Judge.
Are there any questions for Kristen at this point? How about any comments?
I have one. When you say
For
water.
Kristen? For Kristen? Yes.
Kristen, when you say water, are we talking about like wastewater, drainage, out in the field, in certain areas?
If I heard correctly, were you asking if they are for water, wastewater, and drainage type projects?
Right.
That is correct, and you can utilize the funds in that fourth category of use, correct? That is all included under water and sewer infrastructure.
I don't know, I know you said broadband, but I don't know if you said parks or not. Did you say parks?
Did you say parks?
Oh, no, so in particular to parks, if you are seeking to do park infrastructure, that would have to come under your revenue loss provision.
Okay, so going through this, Commissioners, I mean, I know that Commissioner Chesney, you had wanted to see about prioritization. Do you have any questions about any of these as far as if they were to be included in prioritization?
Dale, my question would be for Dale. the ones that we talked about last week, are all of those in here?
Yes.
Because that took out roughly $1 million, I think, from budget challenges, I think.
Yes, Your Honor, we actually took out the $1 million boundary dispute. We've got some resolution numbers from our appraisal district, and with the numbers we provided, we already have a liability in our books for that amount, so we didn't need a necessary of $1 million, so we reduced that from the list.
I'm sorry. And then that was for that one.
Yes.
But then the other ones we talked about were lifeguards, and I'm sorry, I left my list.
Risk assessment officer and Metricom.
Yes.
Those were the three
Those are-
that added
those are
up to
three,
the
yes.
million.
Yes.
So that was another $1 million?
Yes.
Right, so basically, taking out the million for the
Boundary
boundary
dispute.
dispute and $1 million-ish for the other ones, that took out about $2 million of that initial
3.7 million.
3.7, whatever
Yes.
the number was. It took out $2 million out of that.
Yes.
Roughly. So I just wanted to make sure everything was in here, and that, and then I knew that we had, Jenny had talked about the two attorney positions, and is there anything else in our budget? And understand that this somewhat kicks things down the road, kicks the can down the road a little bit, because we're gonna have to fund it at some point. But it gives us some time to do that. Is there anything else that we've seen in here, Dale or Kristen, that we think can come out of that? Because the ones that I talked to about with Dale last week, they're in here, so that's awesome.
Yes,
Yeah.
we did put the lifeguards, and we did put the risk assessment, as well as the other position that we have for Metricom. Those are all here. But as we know, the Metricom is slightly less than the 546. Teresa and Michael and Tyner has that exact number, but the number I had was 546,000.
Well, the three things that we talked about equaled about more than that. It was lifeguards, it was, God, I'm sorry, I left it in the other.
It was
It's right
Metro-
here.
It was
These are the
Metricom,
three
it was
right
risk.
here. That's what it
Those three
is.
were
I
there,
had a
yes.
list that I'd made. What's that?
Those are the only one items that we had on the list. The other ones are reclassification, as well as our new positions possibility, and that's not here because that's still up to discussion whether that has to be included or not. So that's another item of contingency on our challenges.
And if we looked at everything and anything that we can think of, because, you know, we've had all these budget meetings where people came forward, and I know several times I and others said, hey, we need to look at that, and we looked at some of the stuff that for grants and for other, for your office and things of that nature that we talked about including in the ARPA funding, because if they were legitimate, in the ARPA funding as well for this budget. I just want to make sure we've looked at everything.
No, we haven't done that yet. And this is the only thing that we've done right here that we can, with honesty, say that, and there's still decisions to be made. So if you're making your notes, the software qualifies because there is a provision regarding technology. So you should write technology by it.
Right.
Metricom software qualifies because it's technology, but the other piece of it is personnel salary increases. And those salary increases could qualify under potentially premium pay. The next piece is lifeguard services. That qualifies if this court chooses to do lost revenue government services allocation. Same thing with veteran services, although we need to further talk to JJ if that person really is working on that homebound veteran due to COVID, that could be something that we could qualify as government services.
Talked to JJ, I believe he wanted a temporary services in his office, and at the most it was 16,000.
Okay, so that's even better, as we can change that number. And then the risk assessment could qualify under mental health. The attorney positions, we should clarify, are very specific. One will be a COVID contract attorney, and the other one is to help in backlogs. And there are specific provisions that Hagerty has shown us that allow for that. So that's what this is right now. And we're still needing to go through. You could qualify probably some more. And so this is not the universe, but it is a good place to start. And it would help us in budget to know that this court wanted to move forward with these items. That's what I think. And that's why it says on there, discuss and prioritize, because once you get this done, you can go back and say, okay, what other positions might qualify? But I'm glad you recognize that it's kicking the can down the road, because it is. and sustainability is huge.
It's kind of like a grant-funded position. You know, while we have the grant, we have the position.
Right.
When we don't have the grant, we have to figure out if we keep the position or if we don't keep the position.
Right, except for that there's no going back on lifeguard services, because
Right,
that's a
right.
state mandate.
Well, and software's a one,
And that's a one-time shot, so that's why this is being brought to you, because it truly looks like something that, A, we could afford and become sustainable with over time, or find other funding for. And remember that risk assessment officer is there to help with mental health and decompress the jail, so we hope that that might happen in the future. So anyway, I think these are the ones that, before you even get to, Kristen's gonna tell you about how many millions and millions of dollars are needed when identified by the county. This is where it would be a good place to begin.
So should we include their drainage and wastewater in there somewhere?
Okay, but let me go back to say this. So we're trying to, of course, that would be a consideration, but you don't have a project per se. What we're trying to do here is prioritize so that you can get these off your budget challenge list right now.
right.
That's the whole goal, is get that number as low as it can go. These are the ones that are inside your budget challenges, that if you don't address them right now, they're gonna continue to be a budget challenge. That is the issue.
Now, Commissioner, there was a request from IT before Daryl came on staff, around $700,000 or $800,000 of increase of IT. I've worked with Daryl at the moment, where we've identified 3 or 4 that I'm sure he'll be talking to Haggerty about adding to the list at the moment. That deducts about $360,000 from that expense, but there's some other updates and stuff that's required for continue on with. I've got a meeting with Daryl next week. So we'll definitely work with him and work with Haggerty on what we can and can't include in the ARPA funds. But we believe we've already reduced the budget by $360,000 of IT-related expenses that definitely are qualifiable to the ARPA funds.
So that's something, that's what I'm saying, we'll keep updating it. But we can keep going so Kristen can showcase what else she's got. But do you guys
Yes,
have any questions with regards to this so far?
these look good.
These look good. Okay,
So let me ask again, Christian, again, we talked about this all day long and the judge brought it up several times. How do we know this is gonna be approved? Who's telling us this is okay?
Kristen is.
Kristen, do you hear me?
Yeah, Kristen is. Haggerty is.
It's
And
kind
Dale.
of hard to hear. I can hear a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This item's here, who's telling us it's okay that they're gonna fly, or we just think they're gonna fly, but, have we got anything in writing from anybody from the state that's saying this is okay?
Yes, Commissioner. So there is no applications required to spend these funds or requests for approval of these funds prior to use. It is under your appropriation of how these funds can be used, and it's up to your jurisdiction to make a decision on how these funds will be used. We are supporting the county by reviewing the project proposals that have come in and looking to see how they fall within the eligibility criteria as set forth by the U.S. Treasury. And so we've been going through that prioritization process, as Judge Canales has mentioned. And we, in coming weeks, would be working to bring back a spending plan for you and determining that the project's proposals that were received are allowable under the interim final rule. We cannot make a final determination, but we can provide a recommendation for approval for your final appropriation.
Okay, so you're gonna give us your recommendation in writing, right?
This is it.
And the recommendation will come to you as a form of a spending plan. I think prior to that, there has been an express interest in a series of conversations that will happen prior to that. And then the final recommendation will be a spending plan. And it should be in a format in which the county would like to approve it.
So if we approve it, there's nobody else that's gonna come down later on and say,
yes, they can.
this is not in our category.
They send teams of people
I know,
to audit.
I'm just asking to, how it works, I mean, I don't know.
Right, well,
I'm just
I'm-
asking the way it works, so, I'm just trying to, again, you talked about documentation.
Right.
You know, and we
They're-
want to
they're
document.
not gonna give
that
you a
everybody-
guarantee.
Judge, can I talk, please? Hey, I'm just asking Kristen, since you guys are the ones, reviewing all this, and it comes from you, that the recommendations are okay, and then later on, for some reasons, they're not okay, so it comes back to you guys?
No.
Comes back to us?
Yes, we are the
Okay, well, I'm
policymakers.
just asking a question.
I know,
You
but
have
the
to get
litigious
upset.
nature, I'm upset because the litigious nature of your question is to try to say that we would put it back on Haggerty. We cannot do that. I mean,
I'm
you
just
think these
asking the
dollars are coming
question.
from the state of
Judge,
Texas. They're
no,
coming
I'm
from the
not
United
accu-
States
I'm-
Department of
Can you
Treasury.
just let me finish, please?
It's just very
Yeah, I
difficult
don't-
when you
I
have
don't
everything wrong.
Judge, I don't interrupt you when you're talking, when you say a
Please
bunch of things.
continue in this line of litigiousness,
Christian,
please.
excuse me, but and I'm sorry we're going through this, and I don't mean to put you in a spot or anything either. I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm just saying because sometimes when we got things and said, we're not sure, but we should get it, it looks good, then it doesn't look good, right? I mean, I just want to make sure that when it comes from you guys, again, I'm going to say what we've been saying all day. It's just documentation, right? I mean, it was okay to mention somebody else for documentation, but whatever we do, we got to have documentation, right? So, again, I appreciate all you guys are doing, I really do. I know you guys are, putting, and I think that the bottom line is going to come back to us because we're going to tell you this is what we want. And hopefully
Well,
that.
and it would help.
And hopefully it's going to fly in the long run. Hopefully that's going to fly. And then later on, where a team comes down, we don't have to worry about that team coming down, right? So, but you never know.
No, they always come down. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
explain to you, is that
you
if you
said,
would
but
read your packets.
I just said that
You
team
don't
comes down
read.
to review it, Judge. I didn't
You
say
don't
anything
read.
else. God.
You think that this money is
Do you have
coming
to
from
be
the
so
state of
negative
Texas?
about everything?
I-
Come on. We
well,
got opinions too.
No, it's not that your opinions are
No.
not appreciated and
Oh, yes,
valid.
they
It's
are.
that
You
you're
don't
trying to
appreciate
pin
it.
this young lady, and I'm
No.
trying to protect the integrity of this process.
So we're not supposed to question nobody or what?
No, you're supposed to be informed.
Well,
It's your duty as
that's what I'm
a
trying to
commissioner.
do, be informed.
Well, then it would help to read.
To clarify, well, why do we have her here then? If I can't ask her any
No,
questions?
what I'm telling you is that there are no
No, Judge, this
guarantees.
is really ridiculous. We've gone through,
no
all day
guarantees.
long, you've been arguing and arguing and arguing with us. And
Well,
every
because
time
you're
we ask a
passing
every
notes
time
to
we ask a
set up
question, it's
people,
not
and
a
I
good
don't
question.
appreciate
You-
the passing
you
of the
ask
notes
questions,
to
they're all
set
good
up.
questions, so.
You're surprised
I
by
think you
that?
need to just, no, I'm not, really, tell you the truth.
I will, I
But
can
think
collect
when you
those
just need to
notes
go
under
back
the
to-
Open Meetings
Thank you,
Act.
Christian, I appreciate your help.
Let me read you the note. What I said in my note was, it was
Well,
my turn to
no-
get yelled at today. That was
Okay.
my note, right there.
That's-
If you would like to
that's-
collect it,
that's
please
not-
feel free to collect it.
Just so you know, your
Good
all
Lord.
your notes will be collected.
Oh, I don't care.
Um,
I can't talk to him because there's a
Thank you,
shield
Kristen.
between us.
no, you can't
Appreciate
talk
it.
because it's.
No, it's not it. No, I can talk to one person.
Right, and I'm
but I
saying,
can't
you-
talk
you
between the
can do
shield.
that.
And so I sent a note that says, my turn to get yelled at today. That's what I said. You can collect it, you can have it.
That's
Tell
fine.
everybody. So it
It's
just was my
fine.
turn today.
The most important thing is that you understand that these are federal dollars, not state dollars.
We understand that.
Well, you asked her if the state would be.
I didn't ask her, I said somebody, I didn't
did.
say the state. I said, would somebody
Said
come
the
down and
state.
look at it? I didn't say state, I said, would somebody come down and look at it? I
did.
don't know if wherever it comes down, state, federal, but if it's federal, I guess it's federal. If it's state, it'd
Hi.
be the state. So,
Commissioner,
yes, ma'am.
I apologize. I apologize for interrupting. I just was hoping maybe I could provide a little bit of clarity on the
Sure.
process of using these funds.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so these funds were allocated by the U.S. Treasury as a
Right.
direct allocation to the county.
Sure.
The funds can be used for the 4 primary categories that I mentioned above, and the U.S. Treasury gives broad flexibility to how these funds are being used within each category. There will be a series of reporting that the county will have to submit to the U.S. Treasury, and they may come back with questions, as you mentioned.
Right.
For any final determinations, or at least recommendations for determination that we may provide to you, we will not provide a recommendation in where we don't think that the funding can be used under the allowable uses within the interim final rule. And if we do have questions for further clarity, we can submit questions to the U.S. Treasury on behalf of the county. That's typically how we provide support to our clients.
Thank
So if you have further questions, what we have been doing is documenting everything along the way. So all of the project proposals received from the departments, we've documented and started preliminary conduction of review of eligibility for those items. And along with any other ideas that may be shared within within these meetings, or any future community engagement events, we can take those items for review, and to directly tie back the decisions that the county makes to the interim final rule to hope and verify that those are being allowable under the interim final rule. I hope that provides some
It
clarity.
does, and thank you for your response. I really appreciate that.
But you're not guaranteeing
I know.
anything,
I
Kristen.
heard her.
Excuse me, I'm speaking to Kristen.
I heard her.
Kristen, Caggerty is not here to guarantee. That's why it's very important that we understand how each of these are going to be used. The concern that I have that has not been articulated yet is that there's only a finite number of lost revenues. And so when you see something like lifeguard services, it's very important to understand that once your lost revenues are up, then that's all that you can attribute to government services. And that's why I think it's so important to almost create a third column to suggest your recommendation, although it'll be our final decision-making. We get to be the decision makers. It can qualify under 3 categories. And you can recommend that all 3, for example, mental health, IT infrastructure, and loss and government services. I can think of one in particular that might fit that bill, all 3. And it'll be up to us as policymakers which ones to choose, even though your recommendation might be that all 3. But if it comes back later and they say, you should have chosen bucket A, you chose bucket C, that's our decision, that we're here to, that, by the way, that's the way it is with all grants. This is not unique. All grants have a compliance and an auditing type of process, and that's why it's so important to be so careful about which bucket, if you will, or which category we use. And I don't think that that's really something that we've gone into, and I think I'm worried about it because as we go into government services, if healthcare services, and we talked about this, could be established as one of them, that could eat up all of our government services, which is why I want to make sure that these priorities come forth. And that's to help Commissioner Chesney in particular with lifeguard services because they apply so much to his precinct.
Judge, may I also, if I might, if you were done, I did want to clarify. What I'm counting on is that Haggerty and our auditor are vetting this so that they can make a recommendation to us to tell us that these are legitimate choices to make. So I'm not asking for a guarantee or trying to be litigious, but I do want to know, because I've read these rules, but man alive, I'm no expert on
You
it.
have or you haven't?
I have, but I can't, I'll be honest with you, I'm having a hard time making heads or tails. So I am relying on our experts to say, hey, these funds legitimately fall under the Treasury rules, and Dale confirms them. Now, that's not to like blame them if it goes wrong, it's just we hire experts on things, and maybe even Jenny needs to get involved in, as our county attorney, to say, because like what I've learned about grants in this place is, and I can't remember what it was, if it was Go Mesa or one of these funds where Dale was real hard on me, which he should have been, because he said, hey, I've got to approve these funds because if these funds don't if they ever come back, then it's on me. So before I can recommend that you spend, and I think it was the Go Mesa conversation that we had, Dale, 3 or 4 years ago, and he said, Commissioner, I'm not trying to be a hard case on this. I'm trying to simply say to you, my job is the auditor is to make sure you guys as commissioners and girls don't make mistakes. And so I'm going to tell you if I think it works or doesn't work. So that's all I want to see out of this. And I think, and I've had those conversations with Haggerty. We had a good conversation. They've assured me that this fits. Dale has assured me that this fits. And so my comfort level is because A, I want to do it, but B, because our experts have told us that these fit in the bucket. So I don't think that's all. That's why I'm asking about it, because I want to make sure that if, that I'm not the only one that gets blamed on this down the road if it's wrong, that we that we've run all our traps in. Like I said, maybe we got to get Jenny to weigh in on this too, if she hadn't already.
But, yeah, Jenny's been working with Haggerty on those
So-
attorney positions in particular,
And I
and
think Jenny-
Dale's been
yeah.
working with everybody
Right, I think
as
Jenny actually
well.
came up with the attorney positions to her credit, because she needed some help based on the budget, which I appreciate. And I'm assuming, Jenny, that you're saying also that these other dollars fit into the rules of which we're supposed to spend this money on. That's all, you know, as policymakers, we have to listen to our experts and make a decision based on, and so far what I'm hearing is everybody's saying these fit. Is that wrong?
We're looking and learning and working with Haggerty on all of these. So far as we can tell at this moment, yes. We have been looking at specific questions, not these specific issues, but we are happy to do that.
I would like for y'all to sign off on this too. Am I looking for another layer of protection, Judge? Absolutely. I'm not, you know, I'm okay with doing that. And so if our lawyer and our auditor and our expert all come in and say, these all fit, then I'm gonna feel pretty darn good about it. And I mean, that's where I'm at on it, but.
Yes,
if they
Commissioner,
all-
that's why we requested to go out for a proposal for qualifications for a CPA firm locally to help assist myself on this, because the amount of resources is, and the amount of stuff we have to go through is, you know, up to the roof, and that's why, and I know Michael's working on proposing the bids very soon, and we know some local CPA firms that definitely are qualified because they audit different governmental accounting firms, and so we know we can find someone, and we've got several experts that we will be contacting here very shortly because we have our Association of County Auditors coming in town on October, and there are going to be some definitely experts on ARPA funds. And we're going to make sure we have their identification, their numbers as well.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Dale, or, I just want to make sure, will we be able to use some of these funds for drainage and parks? Because I do have parks that have a creek in it. How would that work?
Now, parks may be not an issue, but as she's saying, the main issue on water covers wastewater and drainage. So if it's part of the drainage study that we're currently working on, and it's something that qualifies under the drainage function, I'm sure it can be. But again, we have to go through and vet everything to see if it does qualify. If it's drainage within the park, it may cover, but if it's just for park improvements, probably not.
Okay, no, this has a creek, so, thank you.
All right, so go on to your next slide, I guess.
Hi, Judge. So this was just the summary of
Okay.
the items that I believe that you're requesting for conversation
Got it.
today. So my final slide is just a slide for any questions that you may have. I did want to mention, because I heard you noted it earlier on the call, of the total requests that we've received from departments so far, and we are still waiting for a few departments to submit their project ideas and proposals. We have received requests for over $150 million. And so, of course, this is exceeding the allocation, which is why I think, as everyone is in agreement, it's going to be important to prioritize how these funds will be allocated, and how the final spending plan will look like for the county. As we're receiving those project proposals, we are reviewing each of the projects in alignment with the interim final rule. And the supplemental FAQ documents that the U.S. Treasury provides. And for each and every project, we will cite specific guidance of how it could tie back to the U.S. Treasury guidance. So I just wanted to, I heard that there may be a concern there, and that is a part of our normal process. We are vetting through each of the project proposals. And from my understanding is the ones that are on this slide today are the ones that were, I guess, came up from your budget workshop last week, that you thought maybe a potential option is to use ARP funding for. So we have added them as well into our prioritization list for all of the requests we've received.
And let me just point out, for example, the veteran service piece of it, that's one that needs a lot more vetting. I do believe the risk assessment officer, the lifeguard, and everything else that you see on here has been properly vetted over and over and over again, but I will say that I need to do more proper vetting of the veteran service piece of it, and we can work on that. But if there, again, hopefully next week, we can have another list that might be for your consideration. Is there a will to consider project prioritization of these funds? Obviously, we can prioritize them and in a way like we do for so many other things, escrow those funds so that we know that off our bottom line of 35,185,681, you would be deducting 6364988. Is that a motion that somebody would have at this time?
Judge, I would make the motion subject to any other confirmation that Dale needs to do with this outside auditor to move forward with these funds based on the representations made today.
Okay, so that auditor is not gonna, I mean, that auditor is gonna take some time. I mean, I think it's very clear that if the auditor comes in and says, you can't do that, we'd have to fund it again. But I think the prioritization is important so that you know it's no longer a budget challenge. We haven't even gone out for the RFQ yet, that's what I'm saying.
I guess, I thought you were looking for a motion to,
Just prioritize this amount of money
right, so as ARPA funds.
for these items.
Right, subject, again, yes, that'd be my motion, subject to if Dale goes and hires some outside consultant that says one of
That's
these
right.
isn't good, then that would be the only caveat, but yes, based on what we've heard
That's
today, it
correct.
all looks very positive to me.
And I'm going to give you the caveat about the veterans, that could come off or could stay on, and I can let you know about that very soon.
Do you want to pull that one for now, or do you want to just, or how do you want to do that so it doesn't mess up
Yeah, I
the
can
clerk's
pull it for
motion?
now. I can pull it for now.
Well, then, my motion would be that, other than the Veteran Service Officer, we would move forward with these as ARPA funds, subject to any further verification by the auditor, county attorney, or Hagerty.
Reinstate my second.
Yeah, and the only, forgive me, but the correction is on that software, just so you know, that's not the price for the software. We should probably break it up. It's software plus salary increases that are anticipated when I have my MetroCom meeting, which, in other words, those salary increases haven't even been approved yet. So this is in anticipation of.
And the ERP part, right?
No, in the,
And the increase in MetroCom software.
the increase in MetroCom, that's a combo number, Teresa.
The ERP is the one-time,
That's the one time, we
That
won't
does
have
not-
to buy it for a long time, but if you don't have it, our system will crash.
right, and then the increase in the MetroCom software, you're saying includes some salary increases, and I do concur that that should be broken out and explained, and,
And of course, approved by the board.
correct.
And that'll be a, a meeting that takes place in late August, I think like the 27th. So we should break that up for the group, Kristen. And then the lifeguard services is only an estimation, Commissioner Chesney. Nobody has brought forth a proposal, but we could prioritize earmarking, if you will, this 300,000 for that. What if it was 305? We could bring that back, or if it was 280, obviously.
If these numbers change, they just need to come back. We're gonna see them in budget anyway.
Now, for lifeguard services, we already have some factored into 180's budget, so those can be appropriated there too as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but what's important is that if it comes off the table with this motion, then you know that's no longer a budget challenge, you have a budget funding source.
Right. So, again, the intent would be if these numbers change, just please bring them back to us so that we know. Otherwise, I'm certainly good with those, with the concept of what these numbers are.
All right.
Pulling out the veteran service.
Yeah,
office.
and again, we'll bring those back and any others. There are others we've identified that should be considered by this group.
I don't have that with me, God dog it.
What?
No, sir, I don't have that with me. I had some, but I
Yeah, I left my budget stuff.
didn't bring it with me.
I've got mine if you want it, it's right here. If you want if the book. Okay, so if that's a motion and a second, are there any other discussion?
Not really.
What?
Discussion.
Not really?
No, I said, I'm second my, motion, I second it.
Okay, motion and a second,
my
and all
second.
those in favor, and just to make it clear for the clerk, except for the veteran service, maybe use this as an exhibit or some sort of a reference, that this court is electing to prioritize ARP fiscal recovery funds received by Nueces County for the following, and I'm just going to say it on the record: ERP software, increase in MetroCom software, and potential salary increases, lifeguard services to be defined, and risk assessment officer for 1 year of funding, and 2 attorneys and 1 legal assistant, 1 year of funding. And this would also be further described as a attorney to assist in the backlog of cases. In addition, attorney to concentrate on COVID contracts, and the legal assistant would be serving in both of those capacities to those lawyers. And I'm actually in favor of making it a 2-year funding because I don't see it going away in 1 year. But having said that, we can bring that back at another time. And that's the description for the clerk. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, so Kristen, now you know that that's what the court's will is, but I think we need some more definition, and we should have a third category of what, I would just quote the language and also put it in by page number, paragraph, right? That way, everybody understands when we see it again, okay, ERP software, here's how we're funding it within ARP, right? That
Yes,
part, we can bring that back to court as well.
Yes, we'll have a package ready for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, great. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move on at this time to item B1 that's remaining, and that is discuss and consider the jail population and how it impacts our budget. It has to do with out-of-county interlocal agreements, and to help us through this is Sheriff Hooper.
So, yes, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, so I saw this item was put on the agenda, and so what I'm prepared to do, I guess, is give a general report that as of today, this morning, our jail population is at 95%. We have, and this is not counting 21 inmates that are currently being housed in either Victoria County or Aransas County. Since we started exercising these MOUs, we have housed a total of 29 inmates between Victoria County and Aransas County. And the expense to the county, to Nueces County, for these housings we're about $21,000 at this time. And so our goal is to get the Nueces County total jail population down below 90%. And we're not there yet. And so what we're doing with these MOUs, there's a very specific type of inmate that will be accepted in Victoria or in Aransas. And because of our current demographics in the jail, in the main jail, and also at the annex, we're having a hard time finding inmates that Victoria and Aransas will accept. And so the jail staff, jail administration, classification people are working real hard to identify current inmates that can be moved to Victoria or Aransas. But at this time, as of today, we only have 21 that fit the criteria to be accepted. So that's where I'm at today. And if you have any specific questions, I stand ready to answer them.
And that's dramatically reduced your jail population percentages, Sheriff? Has it?
Yeah, so 21 inmates is about a 2% reduction, given just rounding off our maximum capacity at a little over 1,000, it's actually 1,164. So for every 10 inmates we move, percentage-wise, we're losing about 1 percentage point. So if we were able to maximize the MOU, the capabilities, that's 40 inmates, and that would result in about a 4% population reduction.
Okay, so obviously, as they say, things are triple difficult in the jail because we have high jail population. We have standards that we have to meet, and we've got a backlog of cases compiling, a very already difficult situation. So we're monitoring it. I'm concerned because I think someone said it was at $1,300 a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's, okay, so we are paying $74 a day to Aransas County, and we're paying $60 a day per inmate to Victoria County. So it is expensive, but another element, Judge, that you're fully aware of is the current COVID,
Right.
the COVID cases in the jail. And I was informed about an hour ago that we have 29 confirmed cases in the jail. And this complicates things even more because now we have to set aside certain floor space in the jail, certain dorms and certain pods for quarantine pods. And so that makes it even more difficult to house the inmates safely. And so, but the good news is, Judge, we don't have any inmates, and I'm knocking on wood, we don't have any inmates at this moment in time that are hospitalized because of the COVID.
Good, good.
The Armor Medical has been very successful in treating the symptomatic inmates in our medical ward or in the quarantine areas. And so, but that's.
And I know you're doing a good job on vaccines too, because they request them and we get them over there. So I know everybody's doing what they can, but it still doesn't change the numbers of how many people come in.
Yeah,
So-
and we don't have we don't get to pick and choose
No.
who gets arrested. That decision is made by the offenders.
Right. I
And
just wanted
so-
to make sure that we had a sense of the budget. We're sitting here trying to figure out how to work budget and what the allocation should be. And I think we ought to prepare for this type of situation. I mean, even if we asked you to, have a high jail population, you couldn't do it because jail standards don't let us. And so it's not like, I don't think you want to send people out. It's that you have to send people out.
Absolutely, we need them. We need to be able to house our own inmates. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
Right.
It's very expensive.
So,
And there's also some variables that we might not be able to control, and that is if one of our inmates gets injured or sick in that Victoria County facility, we've got to compensate for those expenses, and that's part of the MOU. So there's some variables there.
got it. So maybe that's something Dale will crunch some numbers and just try to create that allocation because it's a new one and it's COVID related. And I'm just wondering if, again, that could be part of our lost revenues. That's why I put it on, Sheriff, is because we're trying to document what problems we have due to COVID-19. It not necessarily helps us, but it helps us log in what's considered money out that maybe we could, it's not that we get it back, it's that we get it sort of, you can bank that amount of money to be used on other government services. So I don't know if that makes sense, but,
Hey, Judge, yes, it does. And another element that we haven't discussed is, and I know we've discussed it in the past, and that is a COVID-related slowdown of the criminal justice system. The courts
yes,
are not moving as effectively because of the COVID. And there are 130, we're up to 130 murder cases now that need to be heard, 130. And 57 of those that have been accused of murder have bonded out. And so that leaves 73 that have been accused of some type of homicide case that are currently in the jail.
yeah,
And so, those are extremely complicated and time-consuming cases for the courts to deal with. But the fact that they are sitting there, 130 of them, that's COVID-related to some degree.
yes. And that's why I say it's an awareness, and also they jumped off, but I'll make sure that we talk to the Haggerty folks about it too, but it was just something that came to mind when we started looking at the numbers. And I know that you're gonna do your best to bring them back to Nueces County if you have more space, because it saves us money. But at the same time, it is what it is, and so if they're out in a different jail, I just want us to think about whether or not that would qualify as lost revenue, and whether or not we could apply those funds for ARP, and that's why I brought it up.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Judge.
you.
I understand that.
Yes, we'll definitely look at those issues, and I've been working with the sheriff on his budget. His budget is very, very tight, but unfortunately, I don't believe they'll exceed the budget levels that he's have, even with having to have inmates in the location, but we're extremely watching his budget over thoroughly to make sure that the funds are available for what he's doing.
That's great. And again, your area presents probably the one area that we should go back and look at budget, on your new budget requests, and see if any of them would fit in there. And we'll definitely do that. Again, sometimes if you don't take one bite of the apple, you can never get to the second one. So today we took some bite out of the apple and said that there are some funds we know we want to prioritize in these areas. And now the goal is, that was the lowest hanging fruit, because that was already identified under J1. Now we can go back and look at other positions that are, and you might help us here, that are specifically focused on COVID, and maybe we could, at least for 1 year, take a burden off of our budget. And that was the last thing I was going to say. So,
Hey, Judge, I had a question. I was watching the Haggerty presentation, and one of the 4 areas where the money could be used, according to the nice lady from Haggerty, was premium pay. And I'm curious, and it gave a number of $13 an hour of premium pay. And I'm just curious if that money could be applied to the men and women of the sheriff's office in this critical infrastructure environment who could not work from home and who suffered through the first round of COVID, and now who are fighting their way through this second outbreak. And when it comes to, and I've talked to y'all before about bonus pay or some type of hazardous duty pay for the men and women who are keeping this jail solvent. And I'm curious if that premium pay element that was mentioned by Haggerty could fit that bill.
I think it can. We have talked about it. I will tell you that I'm not saying that this is what we should do, because again, the rules are very particular, but there is one county in South Texas that declared each and every employee essential and did just that. And there are formulas, and I can give you a copy of the formulas. So it's like 150% of this, and there's different, premium pay has guidance depending on the different elements of what salary. One thing we know is you can't pay wages, but you can pay premium pay. So the answer to your question is, I believe you absolutely can. And if you would like for us to consider that, that's something that I could share with Kristen, and we could bring that back to court very soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is the essence of that. I just want to make sure everybody's got that awareness. If you're not getting your jail population every day, your census, definitely ask for it, because it's provided, and it's a very good metric. It tells you what's going on, and you don't want to see those numbers high, because it makes for very difficult circumstances in our jail. Okay, I
So,
don't.
Judge, Lieutenant Cooper in jail admin, he did create this spreadsheet that is a living spreadsheet, and every day he plugs in the numbers and the dollar amounts. The
Awesome.
math is done on the spreadsheet, the formulas are embedded, and we're gonna see to it, I'll see to it that you get a look at it every single day.
Awesome.
So none of these expenses come as a surprise to you or the Commissioner's Court.
That sounds great. We appreciate that. So I think that's all that we have, but I'd like to go back and double check. I'm going to go back through the beginning, the middle, I see this now as just the final item under D3. Does anyone see anything else that when we hop around, sometimes it's easy to miss, but we are back on D3. 9, did we do 9?
You've got a couple exec sessions, 2 execs.
Yes, that's correct.
That are on the agenda, I mean.
9 will be an executive. Okay, so now we're going to work to D3, and that is discuss and consider insurance premium rates for health, life, and ancillary services for the 2021 and 2022 fiscal years. And so we do have Tomas Duran, and he's been waiting all day, but we're going to bring him in. He's here to kind of give us, be a good resource here in the room. But if you want to set the stage, did we miss something?
I'm sorry.
ahead,
Then,
go ahead. Hold
then
on,
the
Tomas.
sheriff's item,
Yes.
it's discuss and consider, so no action is being taken.
Let me double check that, Kara. Yeah, we're good, because he's got his interlocals, and
Okay.
I guess the only thing we could have done, and I kind of asked Dale indirectly, is just to say, please consider that in the budget, that we're gonna have these out-of-county prisoner costs that we've not had before. But it's really not anything more than just, please make sure that that's in the budget, and I think you said you would do that. Okay, thank you very much for catching that.
No action taken.
And so now, Tomas, last we met, you brought forth the proposals, and we selected as a court our EPO, our exclusive provider organization. We were able to select our third-party administrator. We were able to get our buffet, if you will, Aflac. It's ringing on cue.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's ringing on cue. And so now, please talk to us about, what's going on and what the recommendation, at least set the stage for us so that we can have this discussion.
Okay, do you want me to give you background before what I recommended, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
think
Sure.
so. I mean, as they say, start us off, and I think people will,
Well, let me give you, if I may, let me
Go
give you a
ahead.
picture, and if you think I'm too detailed or too much or not enough, please let me know. Essentially, you've had some exemplary charges, expenses since COVID started. That has affected your historical aspect of it prior to and through now. The impact of that directly to COVID has been about $1.7 million, hold me within 100,000, somewhere in there, over the last, since COVID started, so it's carried over from one fiscal year to the next. You have generally never funded for any kind of reserve or for anything that unexpected, but rather you have always funded what we refer to as cash basis, meaning you determine how much cash is gonna go out, or I give you a recommendation as to what the cash is gonna be going out for a fiscal year, and you have always tried to fund to that cash expense. So there've never been any substantial reserves. Sometimes there have been, but not on purpose, but rather you're a cash basis client, which is essentially what most self-funded people try to do.
so we've been funding ourselves over the past few years to the tune of millions and millions of dollars.
For 20-plus years,
Okay.
Judge. And go back to Bob Barnes' period here on that, and that's always been the case.
Yeah,
The COVID obviously threw a real monkey wrench in your expenses. Again, like I said, about $1.7 million. So when we were coming, due to go out to renew, the contracts were coming up for the final renewal ability, except for the reinsurance, I believe. All others were due and had to be renewed, so we went out to bid. And we put out a package that was essentially trying to figure out a way to do both, sustain your existing program on the health, I'm gonna speak first to the health side, that would attain the lowest cost possible on the health side, and seeking options as to how we could possibly reduce expenses without affecting benefits.
Typically, the only way you can do that is by coming up with what we have come up with, which is an EPO. And rather than go straight to an EPO, and I'll get into that in a minute, we're suggesting that you offer both options so that if you don't want to save money, you get to select and stay in the PPO which, as you have it. And if you want to save money, and the county obviously probably needs to do that, we've developed this EPO that's at a lower cost, both to the employees and to the county. In this case, the way it has been proposed to be funded is that there'll be no increase to the EPO and to pass through to the employees the full savings of having an EPO. And if they want to go on the PPO, which is the current program, then they would participate in the impact. Now, frankly, the impact that's been recommended may sound like a lot of money. The fact is that that's going to require the county to fund the difference of what's been asked the employees to bear to the tune of well over $1 million a year. So I just need to make sure that you all understand that. And I'm sure Dale or Mr. Ashley would probably have a closer, I'm speaking from memory, okay? So I apologize if I'm not giving you exact numbers, but I know Mr. Ashley has the exact number available there. Now, I want to make sure that I explain what an EPO and a PPO is. A PPO is where you define the benefits available to an employee or dependents, and you have basically unlimited access to any provider in the area that participates in whatever network we have. In this case, we have an Aetna network, which is a national network, and it's pretty well open to almost every provider in town, or practically all providers in town. Not all participate, but most of them do. Then the EPO is where you limit the providers. By doing so, the providers give you a better financial arrangement, and in this case, the estimate of financial arrangement going to the EPO. If all employees were to move from the PPO to the EPO, the savings to the county would be, and everybody that I have had look at it, as well as myself, we estimate a savings of $1.2 million the next year, the following year, okay? Obviously, it could be more and it could be less because the variable is going to be how many employees choose to go to the EPO. If all of them go to the EPO, you save $1.2 million. If only half, we don't know. And that's why it's critical that the charge to the employees to remain on the PPO be as high as you think you can accept and give to the employees while retaining the EPO as an avenue with no employee increase whatsoever.
Does the EPO, Tomas, have the variety that one would want?
That's the next piece of it.
Okay, go ahead.
Under the EPO, you have a limited number of providers. In this case, it's Christus providers, not just here locally, but wherever they're located. And you have a substantial discount on them. The limit is that you need to stay within the framework of their network, okay, of the plan itself will provide for an avenue where if an employee or dependent requires outside of the Christus, outside of the EPO providers network, there's a process you go through and you go and apply, not apply, but essentially you provide the information and a determination is made by the company. In the case of this, it will be the pre-certification company, which is Boone Chapman, independent from Christus, and the determination will be made if that's necessary or not. If it's deemed necessary, then it will be covered just as in network and transparent to the employee or dependents. Again, that's not because you want to go someplace, but it would rather be because there's specialized needs that you cannot get provided or they're not adequate to the situation that you're encountering health-wise. I'll give you, for instance, let's say that you develop a rare form of cancer that's not treatable here or that is not simply specialized in some specialty here, and we identify a place to go to, then the paperwork will be submitted just as in any case. It will be also submitted on a PPO, On a PPO, you would just go to it. On an EPO, it will be reviewed again in light of that, and the decision will be made as to, yes, it's valid and it should be done and you should pursue that. And you can go and attend that at the same co-pays, co-insurances that you would in the EPO, which is the same as the PPO. Those types of circumstances are not unusual. It happens. We have had a similar situation here a few years back when we had a basic network and a wrap network around it, and we did the same thing. It was very routine. It's standard in the industry on how you do that. There are very set standards and protocols that have to be followed. The difference is that on one side you save $1 million, $2 million or more, or a little less, depending on how many people move over, and the other side is you do limit coverage, not coverage, but you limit providers. But there is the mechanism to go outside of that. I'll give you, for instance, for example, you have someone that lives out of the area for whatever reason, a dependent that's going to college in somewhere, and they would have to, the employer, the employee, the father, mother that's carrying that person on their insurance would have to register that with Ben Chapman, and they would know that he or she lives X place, and that's essentially the way it works. And we used to have this, but in a much more restrictive a few years ago. Now it's going to be a little bit more, a little bit different.
So given our economic situation, we're down COVID 1.6. We're currently down 2 right now because of some catastrophic claims. You got COVID plus claims, right?
Yep.
Income.
The whole idea,
right.
Josh, is either you raise rates substantially and an influx of cash to support what has not been done over the last 10 or 15 years, because this is not something, this underfunding didn't start yesterday or today.
No, of course not.
It's an accrual.
It was a gift that keeps on giving around here.
It is, and
Yeah.
it's not something to laugh about. It's smiling because I used to remember over the years, I always said, whether you need it or not, you have to increase premiums 2 to 3% every year because some year you need it, And the average is that about every 4 to 5 years, you need the 2 or 3% that you increased for the last 5 years, okay? It doesn't happen every year, but you accrue basically a little extra cash so that when something happens, you really have it. And it doesn't happen every year because we can give you a very accurate prediction of what the costs are going to be next year. And had COVID not happened, you would have had probably less of the problem that you have now.
So Tomas, you've made some recommendations, you've visited with jail, you must have some sort of an idea on a floor and a ceiling so the court knows what you're talking, or what you're thinking would make a difference. What I mean by a floor and a ceiling is, what do you think we have to do, and what do you think would be the most we could do? And then this court could at least engage in a discussion of what they feel would be the right thing to do.
I don't want to upset anybody here, but I'm going to tell you what I think.
Well, it's just a recommendation.
I recommend that when Mr. Ashley and I met, I think we arrived at what we thought was a reasonable amount of money that would shift enough employees into the EPO, okay? And that amount was $40 a month or $20 a pay period with 24 pay periods.
And is that just for one person? In other words?
No, that's for the employees, and don't bother with the
Okay, so
dependents.
it wouldn't be 40 per
No, it would be-
insured. It would
that's
be
right.
40 all in.
All together, but let me explain something. My initial discussions, not with you, I don't believe I've said this to you, but I'm gonna say it now. My initial discussions, I think with Mr. Ashley one time, just once, and I had my discussion with the underwriters and with staff at Ben Chapman, and by underwriters, I mean literally the underwriters, people that actually project this every day, is that if you want it to be very, very effective in shifting employees to the EPO, the number should be $80 a month. And we arrived.
I'm glad you didn't tell me that.
When you say to shift them to the EPO.
To encourage them to go.
So in other words, if they go to the EPO, they don't get the increase?
It's zero.
That's right, zero.
Okay.
You do not get impacted financially
Okay, so
at
then-
all if you stay in, if you go to the EPO, sir.
Okay, so
Yes,
then
sir.
explain while we're on camera, so that people can go back and watch this.
Oh, my
what-
goodness.
I know.
It's okay, I've
No,
been
I
on
know, but
camera
I mean, just so
before.
that people understand the differences between this EPO, because everybody's gonna say, well, people are gonna think, well, we're trying to get them into a bad plan or something. And I don't want that to be the perception. I want you to explain why the EPO is good or if it's not good, whatever you want to explain, just briefly again.
Let me make it real clear, Commissioner Chesney. The difference between the EPO and the PPO has nothing to do with the benefits that you're going to be accorded in either plan. They're going to be identical. The difference is going to be whether you have to go to a limited list of providers, i.e. Christus facilities, i.e. doctors that practice at Christus, i.e. doctors that accept Christus network. That is the difference. The co-pays will remain the same. The reinsurance remains the same. The eligibility remains. There's absolutely no change other than the provider participation.
Provider participation means they'd all have to use Christus.
That's correct. And if there's not an eligible provider, for example, then you can go to an out-of-network provider, and it'll be treated as if it was a provider in the network.
And tell me why, again, because I don't want to look like I'm trying to do something for Christus, right? So explain a little bit about that, because that's going to be the next thing.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Let me tell you what we did, and it's again, it's standard. We're not doing something that hasn't been done before. I've done it for the county before too. Essentially, what we did is we took 18 months of paid experience of claims, and we sent it out to everybody that's interested in bidding on this program. And they had to reprice their claims based on their extended contracts. And that estimate came back through the bid process, and I've shared it with Mr. Robinson, and I've shared the results, I think, with Mr. Ashley. And the reason I say that clear, and I want to make it clear, they consider the results of that analysis proprietary and confidential. And I believe Mr. Robinson can confirm that on the bid responses. I don't know, I'm not an attorney, I don't know if it's proprietary confidential, but I'm not going to address specifically, but I can tell you that the difference between the Aetna network and the Christus provider network under the same conditions and the same procedures, same number of hospital days, same type of surgeries, same level of complexity of surgeries, the difference is well in excess of $1 million if everybody went to the EPO.
And what percentage of our workforce currently uses the Christus providers now?
It's almost split. It's almost split, sir. The only problem is that we're not paying, the Christus discounts that we have are going to be better than what we have on Christus through Aetna,
Through the EPO?
through the EPO, yes,
So-
sir.
So the people that are already on Christus, they're going to want to go to the EPO because they're going to get better discounts.
If the doctors are in it,
If
that's
their
correct.
doctors are in it, if they're already
Yeah.
using Christus.
Yeah.
And if they're not, then that's going to be the problem.
That's correct, yes, sir. That is exactly correct. Then they have to make a decision. Do we save enough money by going to the EPO, or do we not? And that's a personal decision. They get to make that decision. Yes,
Just to
Commissioner.
make it clear, on the PPO, you have an option. You can go wherever you want to go.
You can go anywhere,
You can use any doctor you want. You can in a hospital, whatever hospital.
so long as it's in the Aetna network.
Right,
Yeah,
but you're not limited to providers or sponsors.
they have to be in the Aetna
Right,
network,
right,
Commissioner,
right.
and some are not,
But-
okay?
yeah, but wherever they are, you can go in different places, right?
If you go out of network in the Aetna, in the PPO,
Right.
you'll have lower benefits.
Okay, now if I jump over to EPO, I might have to change my doctors,
It's possible.
right?
And if you, like, let me give you, for instance, it's going on right now.
Yeah.
And you may have heard about it. I may have talked to you about it. Right now, in fact, I know I did. Right now, a major provider in town was in negotiations with Aetna back to May 1. That provider should have told employees that they had a no contract with Aetna on May 1. And I'm not going to say who the provider is, but it's a major provider in town. And Aetna failed to notify the county, as they should have, that they were in negotiations with that major provider. And so what's happened is employees kept going there and incurring expenses as out of network because they're no longer in the network. So it happens both on the Aetna network, it happens on any network. That's just the essence of the programs. It's a constant thing that we have to deal with. And in fact, over the weekend, we negotiated an agreement that I hope that will probably have to come to you for final approval, so to retroactively pay those claims back to May 1 as if they were in network for that major provider. That probably will have to come back to you.
So really, the main thing is that, either you're gonna keep your own doctor or you're gonna have to find a new doctor.
Yes, sir, if that's true. But most of in practice,
And you can't go anywhere you want, you gotta go to Christus.
you got to go to the Christus network. Yes, sir, that is true.
So that's the two differences there. So
And the difference is $1.2 million.
And if you're PPO, you pay more, and you're EPO, you don't pay.
That's right. There's no premium increase to the EPO. It's flat.
Hey,
Yes,
Tomas,
Yes, sir.
I know that Julie's not on, but I mean, I would hope that we can have it that simplified. I know a lot of employees probably tune in or will get updated if we make whatever decision that you're recommending, but I want to make sure that employees have no doubt, like this very simplified little placards or something, Judge, that we can put
a good idea.
out and maybe obviously put out an email messenger and then maybe obviously get it through the chain of command. But I would want to make sure it was that simplified, because
I'm so glad.
that are voting on it, we may forget when we get up there and pick the wrong one, but just so we know, you can keep your provider, but you're gonna probably pay you're gonna pay more, not
more.
probably, you're gonna pay more. Or
You
you
can move over here.
can keep the cost the same, but your list is gonna be limited only to those providers who are recognized or use Christus.
Commissioner, I'm so glad you raised that issue, because that's an express concern of the judge to me. And I have shared that concern with her too. And I have lined up groups of people, specialists in the field, okay? And we had an offer to make some additional cuts to support the transition. And so I've looked for these people that know exactly what they're doing, as I do. And right now, it's about 4 or 5 of us. And what we want to do, and what I have suggested to the judge, and with all respect, I hope you all agree with it, I'm very concerned because this is a major change, and it is critical, and really the judge has insisted on this too. It's critical that we communicate it properly. And I was concerned because there's been considerations of doing an electronic enrollment and all of that. And what I had planned to do, and I still plan to do unless otherwise told, is to have meetings here at the courthouse or wherever other facilities you have substantial numbers of employees, where we actually go and explain and make presentations regarding exactly that, the changes that we're proposing to do, make sure that they understand it and are clear, have an opportunity to ask questions. And I think it will take that kind of effort. I'd hesitate to do something like this on a computer, off-site. I would rather everybody wear masks and have social distancing. I think that's what the judge told me. He says, if you do it that way, we do it that way, it sounds better, but we need to make sure that we comply with social distance, masking, and not, I think you said, Judge, 20 people?
Well, I said, like if we're doing it, I would like to see it done by some method that makes sense, like by
That's right.
department or, in
That's
other
correct.
words, the idea is to give you enough personal care and
Care,
information,
yeah.
but not make people feel uncomfortable. We
That's
could use
right.
the jury room downstairs.
Yeah.
I asked Tomas, how many times would these people want to do it? And he goes, it doesn't matter. We'll do it 20
It is going to be done
times.
however long it needs to be done.
Right, and so if people.
I
will
really
fo-
appreciate that issue coming up
Yeah,
because we
we-
had discussed it.
That
Yes,
was a
ma'am.
huge issue, and that's because anytime there's a change, you don't want there to be an issue that comes up that they did not know. I do want to say this because I have family members that there's no subspecialist here for kids who have brain tumors that she had, okay? That's a great example. So I'll use my own anecdotal
Well, I
story.
didn't want to erase it, but that is,
It's fine.
that will be
It's a-
handled the same way,
Right,
Judge.
and so there are, I'm very sensitive to the, hey, what if you have a strange something that requires something here? That is still, and you choose your EPO, that's still
It's-
available
it's-
to you.
Absolutely.
And that's what needs to be really articulated. So this is important for the county, because when we talk about driving savings, guess what we're talking about? That $2 million that we lost in COVID and the $2 million that we lost in when expenses were greater than revenues, those are dollars. You want to know why we can't just fund salary raises and fund all these things? It's because there's no dollars. And if you keep doing the same thing for the last decade that you're doing, it's hurting. And you want to know why we've gone from 19 million to 27 million on cash reserves? Is because we've had better fiscal management. And that is why this conversation is important. But it's got to be that the employee buys in. We're in it together. They need to know that we're putting in, how much would we put in? Quite a bit.
It's,
100,
it's, oh no, it's 94, how much is it, Mr. Ashley? 124, I think?
124. So
124 per person, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I want the employee to have
Yeah.
that opportunity, like you said, whether it's a visual aid or whatever. It should start by saying, if we ask this of you, let me tell you what your county is going to do for you. And the other thing, is it all right to talk about the clinic? Because
Sure. I mean,
if one of the things we talked about is if you ask people, even if it's a choice, even if we ask you to go PPO and may I just throw out a number? $20 extra per family, per month, $10 per pay period. You still should ask your county, what did you give me for that? Did I get anything extra this year that justifies my choice and lets me feel good about it? And the answer is that we're going to bring a clinic to Nueces County employees. And I think that is going to be a huge value added, and we need it for 20 good medical reasons that helps. But that wellness can't just be, oh, we're going to have a wellness program and we all
It's-
come have lunch once a month and talk about wellness. We actually have to perform acts of wellness. And that is where I think you could get, if you don't want to go that way, you don't pay anything extra.
Well, that's part of.
right?
Well, we're bringing, at some point in time, we're right now still, I am still working on the clinic component. And the whole idea is to provide incentives when we bring it, but not just for attending at lunch, for example, but rather for some type of result-oriented, where you get, something happens positive to you, whether it be a reduction in premium or something, that's touchable on the people, not just by participating, but by success. So if you decide that you want to attain X thing, I don't want to be specific, but there'll be a goal-oriented nursing facility to determine what you can and cannot do if you want to improve your health. And then there will be a goal-oriented compensation of some form. A lot of companies do time off, do flexible time, do reduction in premium participation, all types of things are available. And so we'll have a list. And when that clinic comes forward and the wellness program comes forward, we will be at that time providing you the types of incentives that we think that you should consider providing employees, you know. Let me, and I think this is a major thing and it's a positive thing. I don't see it as a negative. And I've been around for a long time and I really care about the county and its employees. I really feel like I do. But that's not all you're doing. For years, you have provided other benefits to employees, but they have not been provided in a manner which is the lowest cost at the highest benefit. Because they're disjointed, they were not consolidated, you had competing interests on vendors offering benefits. And what we have also done, and it was really an effort, and I have to give him the credit, with Mr. Robinson, of putting the bid proposals in a flexible fashion so that we could work together to put together packages that might be able to let us take more advantage of premiums savings and by consolidating some programs, and we have done that. And so that's another component, and I know some of you had discussed with me the problems of the disability and all of that. So all of that has been essentially, you had multiple programs available, we're competing with each other, and therefore you never attained the volume to receive discounts or group discounts. And now you have that, and we've consolidated all of those programs together, and it is a substantial benefit to the employees too. And we have consolidated also the programs, for example, with the dental, for example. By combining the dental with your life program, you attain further discounts, and the vision program becomes quite, I think we have like a 20% discount on the vision, resulting from that consolidation of benefits, okay? And all of that has been passed through to the premiums to the employees, okay? And they're throwing some other stuff, I mean, like the enrollment services and stuff like that. But I want to make sure that doesn't get lost. And the plan that I have been developing, really working with both Mr. Robinson and you, Judge, in the comments you've made, is to put together a presentation package for however long it takes to explain it in detail to employees. And what we contemplate doing is having a presentation every hour on the hour, every hour and a half, or whatever it takes, and then also have people available to answer questions that are knowledgeable of the system so that the presentations can continue every hour and a half or two, so that we can, and those that have real specific questions will have staff to be able to address each one of those specific questions to the full extent. So there's a very clear understanding of what we mean and what we're doing before they make a selection.
Okay, Tomas, so let me just open it up then for comments. We need a timing situation. You need an answer from us today. You need an answer because, explain why.
Well, let me, at this point, in fact, I just spoke with some of Mr. Ashley's staff because I'm getting calls from the providers right now, meaning Christus, et cetera, because we need to set up the communication links and load the information, and all of this is critical to be able to move forward with that. And I mean, I'm literally getting calls from both sides saying, hey, when are we going to get going on this? And so it is essential that we get a response and know exactly that we're moving forward with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, your recommendation is $40, and I'd like to hear from the commissioners what their thoughts are. Commissioner Hernandez?
Well, Judge, I'd like to see this insurance benefit the employees, especially the lower paid employees. So right now, I don't have a recommendation, but as slow as you can get it, Tomas.
You're about as low as you can, Commissioner, on the EPO. The PPO is very expensive. It's just that simple. In order to attain the savings that the plan overall needs, we need people to participate in the EPO, and by doing that, you don't have a rate increase at all. So an employee that goes to the EPO, they'll have zero increase. They'll be paying what they're paying today.
So would you support the $40 is the real question?
It really is.
For the
yeah.
PPO, Commissioner?
For the high-cost plan.
$40 a pay period, you say, Tomas?
Sir?
$40 a pay
No,
period?
$20, 24 pay periods. You have 26 pay periods, so it would only be $20 deduction for 24 times a year. There'll be two pay, right, Dale? Ms. Ashley? Yeah.
Approximately
But you
40 a
get paid
month.
Employees get paid twice a month. You talking about $20 twice a month?
Yes.
It's $20 twice a month, yes, sir. Yeah.
I guess you can't get any cheaper than that.
It's look, it's a steal.
Again,
okay?
that's on top of what they're already paying, so it's an added,
Yeah, the PPO, the EPO is zero increase.
yeah.
Yeah, the EPO is zero increase. To stay in the program that is high cost, that we currently have, it's $20 twice a month.
Yes, sir.
And what are they paying now?
1921, I think. 1955?
Per month.
Okay.
Twice
Twice a month, yeah.
So
Twice a
really
month,
gonna look
yeah.
at $40 a pay period.
Yes, that's correct. It'd be doubling what they pay now. Now,
They
try,
pay about $40 a month that they pay.
now keep in mind, the equivalent, how much is the county paying, Dale? I don't want to, I don't have it in front of me.
For what period you're talking about? Tomas?
The equivalent, if the employee pays 19, what do we pay? What does the county pay?
Now, if we go by the current rates or proposed rates?
Karen?
What are we
Current
paying?
rates is $325 per pay period,
Okay, and they proposed?
$387.
Okay, so.
What is the county's portion of that is what the.
387.
$387.
387, that's
person.
my point.
Twice a month.
Yeah, the
Right,
point I
so-
was trying to make is that the county's
So
picking
it's
up,
Trying to be a little more equitable here.
We're picking up 80% of the premium?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, that's
And we've
correct.
been doing it this way for so long that we're upside down all the
Actually,
time.
Judge, if I may correct you, and I hate to do that, you've been paying more of the premium, but you've also been having to subsidize
Even more.
even more. So
Right.
you-
It's even
you-
double bad.
It's double bad, okay? You've been very look, I've said this to, if I may say it, I'm gonna repeat what, a discussion we had when you originally
Yeah.
became judge. A very strong concern she expressed to me was that you want to take care of the employees. And I recall specifically when we discussed, in fact, on the rate increases and the additional contributions. And I also discussed that I thought that we needed to address how to do that because you can't continue to do that forever.
Well, and some years are better than others.
That's
And
right.
we got lucky.
You got lucky.
We got lucky because what happened is that, and then we got unlucky,
That's right.
right?
The
We got
$1,700,000
lucky
COVID,
and then
it's
we
still
got
here.
unlucky with COVID.
That's right.
And even if we can get COVID dollars brought back through ARP qualifications,
Mm-hmm.
it still doesn't address the overall issue of always being upside down.
Upside down.
But the idea here is that nobody has to lose because the EPO is a great system. And they've just absorbed the two other major subsidiary systems here in town.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
May I mention that?
Yeah, but.
Okay, I won't right now.
No,
But the
you know.
point is that this system is a large healthcare system. And so they have a lot of opportunity and variety. And they also have, you know,
There, Judge, I'm
I
not
don't know
gonna
how to
say
say
either,
it
but
without-
this I'm gonna say, there are a lot of people right now in the PPO that are dying to go to the EPO because of what you just talked about.
right. And
A
so,
whole lot of
But they
people.
can if they want to, right?
Yes, sir, yes, sir, October 1, not today, but they can October
October
1,
1.
yes, sir.
but they get, so I just want to make sure everyone understands that it would be, if you vote for $40, what you're voting for is,
$80.
no, you're just voting for an additional 20 each pay period.
I know, but they pay 20 now and 20 increase, it's $40 a pay period.
Right, but it's the increase, right? We're only voting on the increase here.
And the increase is only for the PPO.
I know, I understand that, Michael, I understand. I'm just saying, you pay $20 now, you're gonna increase it $20.
Yes.
That's $40 a pay period.
No, a month.
A month,
$40 a month,
40 a month,
40 a
20 a
month,
pay period.
$20 per pay period.
but there's two papers.
There's two pay periods per month.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when it's two pay periods a
Let me-
month, 20 and 20 is 40.
Yeah.
$40 a month.
But you're gonna add another 20.
No,
No,
no.
You have two pay periods that have deductions for insurance. And on those pay periods that have deductions for health insurance, the deduction will be $20 more.
As you see on the screen, you'll see that you have the EPO on the top and the PPO on the bottom. You'll see twice a month. If you're an employee only, you're paying $19.95 per pay period. If you're the PPO, it's $39.55 per pay period, or the $20 difference.
Commissioner Chesney, I want to go back to something you said, and you recognize the amount of money the county is going to be putting in. And one of the discussions that I had with the judge and Mr. Ashley at one time or another is really highlighting that is that you have been supporting the self-insurance health fund outside of the rates that are published, so employees don't know that you're doing that. And they need to know that, because for years now, you have been subsidizing it, and you don't get the credit for it. You mean in the county, I don't mean you individually.
No, but I used to have this discussion with Lloyd, because every year we would talk about this, and he always wanted to help subsidize the employees, and I kept saying, but they don't get it.
Commissioner, I
And
remember
don't mean
those
that- I
discussions.
don't mean that rudely,
I do.
but, you know, most employees don't know how much, I'm kind of mad at myself right now for not being on the county health plan, to be honest with you, because I should have been on this all along.
Will
'Cause
you
this
write a
is-
little note?
Oh, my gosh, this is really a great plan. So to answer your question, Judge, I mean, every year, we're falling farther and farther behind because of the fact that we're subsidizing so much and because of the increased cost in healthcare. I don't think this is unreasonable. It would be more unreasonable if we didn't provide a zero
Correct.
alternative.
Correct.
And because we're providing a zero alternative, and I get there are those people who aren't gonna wanna jump off because they have a doctor that's not on Christus. Although I will tell you, that as much as Christus is buying these days, there isn't much left that Christus doesn't own. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, I'm just saying, you know, they just bought the other one, Bay
I
Area.
know, I was
right?
not supposed to say it. Don't say it.
Oh.
There's too many complications right now, it'd be best not
But
to go
yes,
there.
you're right.
Okay, well,
We're still working on resolving that
Okay, I won't
issue.
go there then. So, my bad. So, but the bottom, yeah, I think that's very reasonable because we're providing because we're providing our employees an alternate to stay at a zero cost basis by going to the EPO. If they choose to stay in the PPO, it's $20 a pay period. Based on what we're putting into this, I think that's very
It's nothing, I mean, it's
And,
just.
and just so you know, I asked Thomas, listen to
It's-
me.
you're
I'm
calling
thinking
whatever.
about, I know, but
Hey,
I
you,
asked.
I answer to hey you,
I know,
okay?
but I asked Tomas if it was possible to do 20 instead of 40, okay? Because I felt like it would be a shock to the system to go to 40, all right? But here is the argument, and that would have been my preference. Unfortunately, that number 40 does really come from somewhere, and it comes from we're also putting in extra on the other side.
That's right, big time.
And so I just wanted to make that very clear that we really started off with, in my mind, 20 being the number. And that's why I say we're working overtime in the midst of everything else to give you where you feel good about that $20 every pay period, that you have made your choice, but also that we got something else as part of your plan. And that's why that clinic is so important. The city has a clinic. We used to have a clinic.
We're gonna have a better one.
And, well, that's wonderful. I know the employees are going to appreciate that, but when you're having all the public health issues that we're having, we need this. This is going to help our community of employees get the value added that we'd like to bring to them. So remember that we also gave them disability this year, short-term disability, with the opportunity to get more. I just feel like this is a good package overall, Tomas, but I do want you to know that our goal was to get it as low as possible. But it's my understanding that if we were to go to 20, we would not achieve the savings
That's right.
that we need. And so the 40 is matched by us also coming up 40 as well.
That's correct, Judge and Commissioners, this is not gonna be, look, you've gotten to where you are over an accrual of several years of not dealing with the funding of the program, okay? And I think Mr. Shesky, Commissioner Shesky, you alluded to it. This is a really good step to get us in the right direction, okay? And it really is. It's a really good step because it kind of it changes the where we're going, you know? I'm not saying that this is gonna be the end. If we want it to be the end, we would raise it to 80, okay? But 40 is good enough, okay? But it's just changing the direction of your funding mechanism and your
I told
expenses.
Tomas, the people that I think it's going to affect, because I don't think we should hide from any of this, are the people I think maybe that are, huh?
Above, the ones on top.
What?
The ones on top. The ones that will affect more because they can pay more, right?
Well, no, what I was gonna say is that it affects people who maybe have a OB doctor.
It'll be, well, and let me tell you, there'll be a.
Because that is
well, I'm
where, no, I just want to say, and Tomas helped me understand that, but that's where if you have a specific OB doctor, and that doctor, because remember, there's the Christus system and then there's the other system, and they have a strong
The other system.
system for women's health. And that's where I thought we could see the, hey, I didn't really have a choice because my choice is over here. And Tomas, to that you say,
There'll be a transition process as we see, when someone is already on a course of action, and I'll use someone else that I spoke with, and I'll do it on something non-controversial, but there's someone is working on a dental program that is going to take multiple years,
yeah,
and now you may have a new provider. It'll be individually looked at to maintain the continuity of that program. Treat that way on a multiple year dental work, or treat that and that's under the new dental program. But in the health, it'll be the same way. You're on a trajectory already on a physician for obstetrician or whatever. That will be individually treated and dealt with, and those are transitions that will take place. And it'll require, it's going to require the first 6 months. It's going to require to do that, and they'll be resolved individually. Yeah.
okay.
So there should not be any issue.
And that was what I brought up.
Yeah, that's right.
I might be done by having babies, but I'm very sensitive, given all the ones that I did have, how important that is for a woman and how important it is to make sure that you maintain that continuity with your physician during your childbearing years. And so I just want to say
Yeah.
that was something I really appreciate you addressing. And again, going back to why it's so important to have these one-on-ones, in addition to the group information, it's critical. And we're going to pledge to make sure that that happens in a safe environment.
I would like to add to those presentations a very brief explanation of, really brief, of how much an employee pays versus how much the county pays. So that they have a clear understanding. Yeah, they may be paying $40 or $50, but you're paying $1,000.
Yeah, because if you don't know how much an item is, then there's no value to it,
There's no
because
value.
you don't understand what the value of it is if you
know,
have to go outside.
Yes, sir.
I won't
It's so
consider
funny.
$40 a pay period, but I might consider 20. But you and I talked about it, and there's a medium there, right, at 30?
No, it's 20.
Well,
it's
I think
20
my
per pay
recollection of
period.
our discussion, Commissioner, if I may,
Per pay period.
was that I explained the whole thing to you, and we, what the same thing I've said here, and you thought that 30 would be more acceptable. And I said, well, Commissioner, if you think it's 30, recommend that. I think 40 is ideal, but if it's 30, it's 30. And I think
80's Well, you think 80's ideal.
80 is ideal, that's correct. I would like to see 80,
Yeah, I mean, let's be
But it's not
honest, you're
realistic.
saying- No, right, yeah.
Yeah.
The issue is the savings. He
Yeah,
said, I
it's
asked
to
the
drive
same
people,
question.
yeah.
He said it needs to be.
She wanted to go to 10 or 20.
Well,
I think you want
said-
to go to 20.
I said 20, which
You
was
said 20, you said
10
20.
each pay period. Because I thought that would be a no-brainer, okay?
I
The
know.
problem is that it doesn't drive the savings.
So I'd rather say.
And so the question is not whether we would all love to, it's like tax rate, right? Who is against
Low tax
who's
rate.
against low taxes? I mean, who? Please let me introduce me to that person. We're all for that, and we're all for the lowest deals here, but where are the savings? And that's the reality of our budgets. And so I just want you to know that I asked those questions, and it is up to us, but I asked Tomas, and he feels like only 40 would get us to
well,
where we need to be.
Judge, you and I had that discussion. A week later or two, I had it with Commissioner Gonzalez. And you wanted 20, he actually wanted 20 too at one time. And then said, and I explained to the why. And then he said, well, what about 30? I said, well, if 30 is better than 20, it's not as good as 40,
So what do we need to do today?
But
We have to
Sir?
choose.
All right, I'm on.
Yeah.
I'm okay with 40, whatever everybody else wants to do. But
All
I
right,
mean,
well,
we
is
need
that
to
a
make a
motion?
motion, or we need to?
pay period?
Yeah, yes, correct,
no,
sir.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
20 per pay period, right.
Can you make that as a motion?
Yes, so made, as followed the recommendation, Mr. Duran.
All right, and motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Please give us info on when you're going to set these up. We can maybe take turns as commissioners to attend them. Would you all be willing to do that, commissioners? Attend them so that you could hear how the information's being delivered.
That would be great.
And you can also give feedback. And I'll try to attend all of them, Tomas, depending on the schedule. But make sure that commissioners know when they are, so they can be a part of the feedback.
will.
Okay,
We will. I really think it's critical that we really advertise what you're doing and financially too. I assume that's an okay thing to do.
okay, I appreciate it, Tomas. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm giving public notice that Commissioners Court's electing to go into executive session. It's under the provision of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. And in the event that we decide to go into executive session, in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, which are Sections 551, 071, 2, 3, 4, 745, 76, 86, and 87, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, real property, personnel, including termination, county advisory parties, security devices, and economic development negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in open session, take any appropriate actions as deemed in executive session. For the clerks, we'll let you know as soon as we can. This one's a little harder. There's a lot of items here to discuss, but I would say no less than 30 minutes, and who knows? But we will keep in touch with you. And if I could ask the courtroom to be cleared, only the members of the court and their counsel and any resources that we've asked, specially invited, should stay. And we are off the record at 3:12 PM, and if you take those mics off. Okay, Connie, thanks for bringing us back on the record. It's 4:59 PM, and we do have some items to address that we handled in executive session, and then that's going to bring us into an item that was brought into executive session on the regular agenda regarding animal care services. But first, on item A, is there a motion regarding the settlement demand of Frontier Communications? I'd like to make a motion that we deny such settlement demand and would ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, and we still have a quorum, but Commissioner Chesney is not here and Commissioner Gonzalez is not here, for the record. The second item is item regarding item E. And item E is regarding the health insurance and workman's comp law. And would you guys want to make a stab at that?
Yeah. Sure. Is that just consult? Was there any action?
Well, I was going to suggest that it would be a directive by this court. I make a motion that directs the county attorney to create a policy such that we could achieve both in two arenas, both in the health insurance arena and the workman's comp arena, the 100% coverage that we believe is afforded to our special class of officers that are listed in the Constitution, and those include the sheriff, the sheriff's deputies, the constables, and those that are listed with regards to special county officers that are law enforcement related, that both their compensation be at 100%, even though injury occurs, as well as the insurance for their medical coverage. And so we're asking as a commission that the county attorney develop a policy to bring back to us so that we could achieve both of our goals that I just articulated.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then is there anything else with regards to, I don't see anything. It was a consult only for B, was a consult only for C. And with regards to D, the county attorney has been asked to produce an advisory, and she'll do that and bring that back to us regarding the ABM contract. And that's all the action that we have. I'll double check that. Okay, there was by the way, I did not say this, but we, let's see. It was 5:03 now, so I'm guessing we went back on the record about 5:01 for the clerk? Is that okay? Did I say 4:59? Okay, that's great, that's great. And, okay, and then, also, I'll sign for you whenever I get a chance, but we do have one issue, which was that, believe it or not, this is where we really feel bad. This was item number 1, and somehow it got to be item number last. But it was discuss issues related to Nueces County Animal Care Services, including its autonomy, operating procedures, and best practices. And Juan, you're here to represent the department. We have members of your advisory board with us. Would you like to say something in regards to this item, or do you want to hear from us? How would you like to start? I know, let me just kind of set the table so you can say, oh, okay, I know where she's going here. There was some concern that maybe we had not properly really done everything we could to make certain that everybody knows this is its own department. You have autonomy, or you're your own department head. You have your own department number. That's how you know things are real around here, when you have your own department number. And that means you have your own budget. And the only nexus that we have to really respect is that nexus that happens when you're dealing with medical issues and animals. And in that realm, and only that realm, there will be a nexus between the health department. Those would be like for your rabies and some of the other diseases that we try to, prevent.
Correct.
And in that capacity, there's a connection. But in all others, it's kind of a nice way to remind the audience and remind your board and everybody, you guys are your own vehicle, right, to do very good things with animal care. And so I noticed that there were some issues that had come up. One of the things was a website, that the website really isn't correct. Do you want to share the information that you have that we could maybe as a court fix for you or direct you? Do you guys want to talk about that? I know that it's not correct. Somewhere it's not correct. And if you'll share it with us, I can ask the court to make that directive.
Okay, I think Juan is passing the mic to me.
Okay.
I guess I know why, but, and anyway, the issues that we have been running up against for a number of years are the fact that the animal services department, if you will, falls underneath the umbrella of the city-county health department, and therefore, as a result, it's not a standalone department in the fact that Juan has to obtain approval for a variety of things, or is supposed to obtain approval. He doesn't have the decision-making capacity, and yet he does, simply because the health department has allowed him to operate autonomously. They're overwhelmed, needless to say, with the pandemic, but prior to the pandemic, it was always considered that, well, that's over there, and they're taking care of everything, and we don't need to be involved in all the decisions. So even though the supervisors, Mr. Herrera prior to Juan and Juan now, have always made those decisions, on a technicality kind of basis, he's run into situations where he felt like, well, am I supposed to obtain approval? Am I not supposed to obtain approval? Example, we wanted to do a big adoption event. Well, am I supposed to obtain approval from the health department? Do I have to go to Annette? Do I have to go to Annette every time I want to? Lisa wants to bring the media in to do a TV interview. Do I have to go to the health department, to my supervisor for questions regarding, can I send this animal to the veterinarian? Does that fall under my jurisdiction for medical? So there were a lot of questions that he had along the way, and
even though he felt like that he's had that autonomy, and he has, and more or less, it's always been, well, sure, Juan, whatever you think. It's always been whatever you think and whatever you want to do, we trust your judgment. But it would also come down to, like, say there was a complaint. So someone would complain, well, who do they complain to? Well, technically, they'd say to, Mr. Ramirez, they'd say, well, we want to speak to your supervisor. Well, my supervisor's Annette Rodriguez. So now if somebody was upset because, they felt like their dog shouldn't have been picked up by the dog catcher, well, who are we supposed to refer that complaint to? Or if a rescue was upset, perhaps with the work that I was doing with the rescues, and they wanted to speak to Supervisor Ramirez, but then they didn't like what he said because maybe he was supporting me, then where's he supposed to refer those? So, we ran into some of those kind of issues, but then we also realized that by being under that umbrella of the City County Health Unit, he is a Nueces County employee. He is paid by the county, but he's being supervised technically from the City County Health Unit. And then the other issue that brought forth when I joined the advisory board was, who does the advisory board report to? So it lent itself to a whole other set of questions that I've had that I've not been able to get answers to. For example, the advisory board is mandated by the state of Texas, and so on a technical basis, then we should report to the City County Health Unit, and then they should be the ones to come before County Commissioners Court and present, a quarterly report or a annual report or what have you. So it just it raised a lot of questions, and over the years, I keep bringing forth those questions, to different commissioners and to Juan, and I spoke at length a lot of times with former Commissioner Vaughn, and it just seemed to a lot of us in different discussions that it should be its own separate department. It wouldn't affect anything budgetarily speaking because they do have their own budget and everything like that. So it isn't a monetary thing. It's more of a chain of command thing and a who's the supervisor of who thing and that sort of stuff. So that was the initial reason that it was brought forth. Now, Juan I don't want to sound like Juan doesn't really care which way it goes. He's operated all these years underneath the City County Health Department, but Edward Herrera spoke up at a prior Commissioner Court meeting. I believe I appeared here back in March, and he concurred that it was never under the City County Health Department to start with. It was a standalone department under the county, and there shouldn't be any reason it couldn't just be that, and we could take them out of the equation. That way, the advisory board can move forward, restructure its bylaws, which is something I was directed to do by yourself and Commissioner Vaughn probably close to 2 years ago now. But because in order for us to redo our bylaws, we have to signify who the board is reporting to. And because that board was set up under the state mandate, technically, because they're under the umbrella of the health department, then we report to the City County Health Department. So Mr. Herrera concurred that it had never been established that way, that the animal control department had originally been established as a department, and somehow through attrition or whatever, it was arbitrarily placed under that umbrella. And several people have informed me that there probably at that time wasn't any formality to it.
Yeah.
So I don't know that, a lot of times, Juan will say, well, these are all things you want, Lisa, so you get up and you talk about them. And it's not that he isn't concerned about them, but to him, his job function isn't going to change a whole lot, whether it stays under one or it becomes another. It's just that these are some of the issues that keep coming up.
Right.
There'll be things that he and I will sit down and discuss, like a promotional opportunity or a clear the shelters event, or how we're going to handle it. He says, well, am I supposed to get permission? Am I not supposed to get permission? And what if the one time he doesn't get permission from his supervisor, that might be the one time that, he gets his hand slapped.
Right.
Well, you didn't follow proper protocol, or, so it sets those kinds of things up. But
Right.
it also has a bearing on the advisory board, and I've been trying for a very long time now to do those revised bylaws, as you had asked me. And that's been the holdup. We did them. Excuse me, we redid them, and the board actually approved them in anticipation of this being approved. So the way the new bylaws are written is that we report directly to Commissioners Court and to the judge.
That's good.
But we haven't been able to pass them because we have never been told officially and formally that that is how you folks have made that decision and that's been done.
Yeah.
So,
So it's my belief, and we have asked the county attorney to confirm this belief. It is our belief that you have autonomy, one, to create events, but, to do all these great, wonderful things. But I think it would help you if you had a list of things that you can't do, because everything that's not on the list of can't would be in the list of can. And I think that it's very clear, at least on our minds, that you don't need to ask, that you are not under the health department, except for if you have a rabies, or can you give me some of the other ones? I know there's like 2 or 3 other ones. What are the other diseases that you would work normally with the health department?
Well, normally it's rabies.
Right.
I've
That would be
talked
the,
to Commissioner Modas before in his office, and normally when we do not rabies observations, but if we have specimens, they go to the health department in Austin.
Right.
We're not really attached to the health department here locally.
Right.
It's Austin, the state health department. So if something comes out positive with rabies, then the health department from Austin will send the veterinarian for the region, and then we start working together. So the health department's still there, and we can work together if we have to.
okay, look, the bottom line is, I think you need some sort of like standard operating procedures, and we're gonna try to give them to you. But I want you to know that it's been the intention of the court since we did it, that you are separate, and you should really create that department the way you, with your advisory board, dream it to be. And if you have a concern, or you don't have to hesitate, you can always, ask. The county attorney or court administration can help facilitate it. But I think you need to hear it from us today, that animal care services is its own department, with the only exception being that there's going to be times where the health department will intersect with you, and they would be the authority on rabies and authority on those communicable diseases that sometimes animals get. But other than that, Juan, you have that ability to act like a department head, and department heads have rules too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those rules you're very familiar with, but I don't think that you need to worry that you have to clear it with the health department, because you're separate from them. And as busy as they are, you're right, Lisa, they would love to normally maybe help you do some of your prevention, events, but they've got their prevention events going on COVID-19. So I think it's super important that you are, as proactive as you can be. And if it helps you, maybe, we haven't been able to have our department head meetings, but I'm willing to go ahead and just to kind of help us along, why don't we schedule one per week, just to kind of get you, hey, this is what we're thinking, and that way you get the go, 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 and then we can bring it to court as a quarterly presentation of all the good things that you guys have done or want to do. It was brought to my attention about the website, that we haven't corrected the right name on the website, and we can ask Connie to help us with that. It should read Animal Care Services. And then I think there was one other issue, Matt, that you brought to my attention. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was just the fact that it doesn't have all the information that we need.
Right, so that the website, it's not just the name, that the content is not right. And so we'll need to ask you, if you all will provide the content to court administration, we can get it to Connie, and she can upload it, hopefully, on the website. That's one thing. That was a request, and if Connie can't do it, we'll figure out how it can be done. But if that's one way that you can feel like people need to be able to know what Animal Care Services is all about in Nueces County. And I also want to challenge you with something, and that is that in your autonomy, that I think you guys as a board desire, there's been a lot of discussion about this new Animal Care Services building. And whether or not other entities would be interested in working with us. And whether the answer is yes or no, what would be very helpful for the court is for you guys to come as a board and say, with your department head, hey, we vetted this completely, and that's not possible. Or you would say, hey, the city of X is very interested in paying, they can get rid of their department and they can pay to come be a part of ours, right? And we have already, as a court, hired Shelter Planners of America to design a new animal care services, and we've prioritized $3 million to build a new animal care building. Those are actions the court's taken. In order to make those actions a reality, I think your help would be greatly appreciated. And what I mean by that is that we want to make sure that if anybody wanted to, coalesce with us, that we would know that. But I wanted to ask you, the board members, and Juan, there is a great need or a little need for animal care services in Nueces County. What is your opinion? Is there a great need or just a small need for animal care services?
Is that a question?
Yes.
It's a great need.
It's a great need. Okay. And so if I asked you, hey, could you just call Corpus and they could handle your animals that you have right now, what would the answer be?
You mean to service the county?
Yes,
They would not be able to handle it, no.
because they don't have the space, they don't have the personnel, or both, or?
Well, first of all, the jurisdiction doesn't go into the county. They only work the city.
Right. It was just suggested earlier, probably when you weren't here, that there might be some will to work together with the city. And I'm just wondering if that has not been my impression at all, visiting with all of your board members, visiting with you, working all the issues that we do in my office every week. But I want to make sure that I'm being fair and that I'm hearing from you guys, if you think that we have a big service area to provide for.
The service area is very large geographically. The shelter definitely needs to be enlarged, which is a great thing that the court has approved the new facility, because it's not adequate. So we do need a bigger facility. The differences, as I see them, and that is also because I help both shelters and I am on the Mayor Guajardo's ad hoc committee for animal care services. The big differences that I see, comparatively speaking, are Corpus Christi's animal care services is light years ahead of Nueces County's just in the following areas. They have a greater budget, they have a much, much larger staff, and they do have a bigger stray problem in population because it's in a more concentrated situation. It's, not so spread out. So you've got a big, much greater population and stray population. But what they have that what the county is lacking is all the programs and the services. And so it's frustrating sometimes because I feel like to move into a big $3 million facility is great, but that's going to necessitate policies and procedures and additional staffing. And they have so many of that in place already that we could learn from or borrow from or plagiarize, whatever you want
Sure.
to call it. There's a lot of things that they are doing that I don't know that the county would be able to. So it'd be nice to find some common ground and maybe some ways to work together. I mean, for example, they employ a veterinarian and have a comprehensive veterinarian clinic on the premises, and I just personally don't see that that's even feasible for the county. Definitely not in the near future. I mean,
So maybe working with them on those, that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
think that rather than sit up here as a court and argue all the time about, this idea of we move forward on projects and then they become, we can never get to the reality of them because there's so much, I guess, they're always like on the chopping block, right? Even if you approve them. And it's very counterproductive to actually getting your goals accomplished. And so I would just ask that the board look, I mean, I wanted to reinforce to you today, you are your own department. You need to act like your own department, but let us know, but like daily, hey, this is not working, that way we can change it. But let's bring those bylaws next court. We can get them on the agenda so that we can look at them, but give them to the county attorney first, because she's good at just making sure that she can help you before they get to us. She appreciates plenty of time, so it might be 2 courts, but it'll get here as fast as it can. Let us work on the website, but give us the content. We'll get that done. I think that's a quick fix. And then we'll figure out how to really work on these ideas of what collaborations could really be memorialized. Not just what someone wants to do, but like, could we share the veterinarian, right? Could that be a possibility?
And I honestly, at this point, they probably wouldn't be able to. She's overwhelmed and she's busy.
Right.
But what could we learn from that? Or maybe there are other opportunities there.
Right.
You know, I don't know. They're very
Right,
backlogged
or
over
maybe,
there,
or
you
maybe
know,
by
it's-
working with our ag extension agency through Texas A&M, right? In other words, I want you guys to be forward-thinking enough to say, I'm gonna get this building, and this is how it's gonna be, the budget's gonna look like this in 3 years. And this is gonna boost us up by $100,000, and so therefore, we gotta go figure out how to attend to that, or we gotta grant our way, or could we create an interlocal agreement with another jurisdiction, like Bishop, who doesn't have a proper facility, they've told us, but maybe they can pay us so that we can offset some of those staffing costs, right? But by taking their animals. If we have a beautiful facility, we can foster and adopt and move animals through in a way we can't do now. There are so many ways, but we need your help as much as you need ours. And so today I'm glad you stuck it out, because you needed to hear it, and we're here to answer any questions. But besides the website, the content, and the standard operating procedures, what I'd like to do for you, Juan, is make sure we have a list from the lawyers that tell you what you cannot do without authority. And that's gonna really focus on rabies. And then everything else, it would just go through the normal processes of procurement that you would normally follow. And sometimes you do have to leap. And I think it's okay to leap. Just go out there and, you know, if you're worried about something, just pick up the phone and give us a quick call. And then over time, Lisa, that confidence will build so you can see yourself as being a decision maker. The one thing I could suggest to you as a board is, why don't you guys come up with a plan, a 12-month plan for everything? And that way, it can come, if you feel uncomfortable about making these decisions on your own, bring it to court. Let us approve it as the 12-month plan. It's perfect timing, by the way, because we're about to start our fiscal year. And you don't have to be spot on, but just generally, we want to have 5 events. We want to focus on spaying and neutering. We want to focus on animal care, right? Whatever but put it together, and then we bless it, and then Juan gets to go just execute. I think that could be helpful for Juan and for the board. You could bring it with the bylaws if you want to in a couple of weeks. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's exactly what we needed, because I feel like he's lacked some direction in that regard. And, you know, much to his credit, many of the things that the board is wanting, and myself as a volunteer as well, are things he's already doing. I mean, you know, it all falls under quote-unquote other duties and responsibilities. And, you know, we're very blessed that he has been so, you know, accepting and generous with time. I mean, they're doing so many wonderful things over there. But it's all basically because they've wanted to be helpful, and they've wanted to be a part of, you know, moving the ball forward and looking at, you know, like the emerging trends in the industry, things that have to do with best practices, standards, and shelter management. They're part of a lot of that right now, but there's so much more that's out there on the table. And a lot of the things that we would like to see happen are coming from other agencies and organizations, like the Association of Shelter Veterinarians, who produced the guidelines for standards of care in animal shelters. Much of that stuff's already being done. Nobody's saying that it's not in any way, shape, or form, but there's a lot more to what can be done in anticipation of a $3 million facility and an increased budget and increased staffing. So I think it's a great thing now that we do start looking forward, looking ahead to those kinds of things. I think the timing is real good, and that's kind of why I stuck it out, because I feel this is very important. I've committed 7 years to this project. I mean, I walked in the door just wanting to help save some dogs at an animal shelter, and here I am 7 years later, and it's just been
No, you've dedicated
very-
so much of your
very
time.
rewarding to see the, the changes that have come over the years. And, Juan and his staff are, I mean, just amazing things that they do that the county doesn't even know. They go above and beyond. I mean, weekly, can you take some dogs and drop them off at the vet? So they're using their staffing to drop the dogs off to the vet for rescues. Or today, I needed an animal temperament tested, so they went and helped a volunteer and got the dog out and walked it and checked it so that we can get it to a rescue and present it properly. They're going above and beyond.
Thank you.
So I'm
No,
really
you're-
blessed to be able to work with all of them.
You've done well, and like I said, I hope that we've at least answered some of your questions, but let's try to do the follow-through, and I want to thank Mr. Stevens, who's on your board, who also reached out to me this weekend to let me know that these were some of the issues that might be presented, and that heads up is always appreciated so we can get you answers. And really, I mean, let's just see you back in court. Sounds like a doctor, right? We'll just see you back next time. But we'll see you back in court very soon, but please get your bylaws to Jenny as fast as you can.
And I have one quick question, and it's kind of for Juan. Aren't you the local rabies authority? I was only.
If you don't mind, just get a little closer to your mic.
I was just a little confused on one issue, because I'm trying to learn all the time, because you've always said you are the local rabies authority. So as local rabies authority, would you typically work with our city county health department, or would it be with the state?
It will be with both.
With both, okay.
That's
He's considered something called the local rabies authority. I just wanted to make sure that that was on record, that you all know.
That's great.
That's
And-
a special designation?
That's great.
Yeah, okay.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say this. I could really use some help. There's a constituent who has a problem with cats. I sent it to Juan. He knows who I'm talking about, Lisa. I mentioned it to Mr. Stevens. If we could please help this resident, there's got to be something we can do in the state to help her find places for these cats. But it's a real problem, and it indicates that this idea that, we could just somehow take all our work and just give it to the city is just, it's not realistic, because this woman is one example of many that I get calls on that we can't help, and we've got to figure out a better way. So if, I would just ask you work with Juan, if there is anything we can do in my office, let me know. But I would like to get back with that constituent and say, we figured out a solution for you.
I just don't want to see reinventing of the wheel. I mean, they have a lot of great programs and services in place, but to be honest, they're overwhelmed and they're not servicing the needs of their community. So at this point in time, there'd be no way that they could provide that kind of assistance, but are there ways that the entities could work together in the future? Well, of course there are. We would just have to find,
good.
some of, I mean, I think there's a lot of things we could learn from them as far as, some of the things that they do, but there's a lot of things they could learn from Nueces County as well.
Okay, super. That's a fair and good answer, and I'll be sure, and those questions, he can reach out to you. He is attending to a vaccine clinic, so that's why he's not here. Commissioner Chesney has asked a lot of those questions about how we can cross-collaborate, and I really think that would be good to have that conversation. So, Commissioner Modis, do you want to end with our
No,
comments?
I appreciate all the work that Juan has done, and I'm glad he has this clarification. I know it was there before, but sometimes you need to hear it and say it publicly for it to really have any weight to it. Our volunteers are great. Our board, we obviously are recruiting for more, and so hopefully this understanding now also gives them a chance to know that their input and their expertise is going to be highly critical or highly important in shaping the animal care services for years to come, and in tandem with the building of our new shelter. So I appreciate Matt and Lisa for being here all this day, and Juan also for you. So thanks.
Excuse me, Juan, I just have one simple thing to say. How many years did you work with Raymond Herrera?
10 years,
10 years.
about 10 years.
Yeah, and I remember
Now,
Ray.
before that, I was with the City of Corpus Christi Animal Control,
Yeah.
which we were under the Health Department, city and county. So I've known Raymond Herrera since I started back in '95.
Well, I was gonna say, and he was a director.
He was a manager just like me. The title was manager.
Oh, okay, I thought I saw in the directory book that he was a director. But either way, I mean, I think you probably learned quite a bit from Raymond.
Yes, sir.
So just have the confidence in yourself and just do what he would do. Or ask yourself, what would Raymond do in this situation? But I think you're capable of taking care of the department. So please just feel confident and do your job the way Raymond would do it. Okay? Thank you very much for what you've done. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for that particular item, and that concludes our entire agenda for the day. I was able to ask in advance if there were any adjournments in memory. I think Commissioner Chesney had one, but he's going to save it for next time. And I don't recall anybody else having one, but I'll go ahead and ask one last time. Okay. I know that there were multiple deaths today due to COVID-19. There were 10 yesterday. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of those individuals whose names we do not know, but whose lives we are trying to honor by protecting others in this community. With that, we are adjourned, and the time is 5:34 p.m.